Chapter 301 Don't want it even if it's free. Yahiko, are you going to turn down the invitation of Hanzo of the Salamander? Konan looked happy and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Akatsuki organization is now seriously injured, and any dispute involved is enough to overthrow them. With the last experience, every move of Hanzo of the Salamander is enough to touch their nerves. Now suddenly, throwing them an olive branch is indeed worthy of caution. Yahiko, have you really thought it through? Nagato suddenly said, what if this time, Hanzo of the Salamander really wants to reconcile and give the place of Walong Mountain to our Akatsuki organization to garrison, which will be very beneficial to our long-term development. At this point, Nagato couldn't help but pause, looked at Uchiha Chinyu, and said, although we have his help of 100 million taels, don't forget that to develop and expand the Akatsuki organization, the money and so on are so much. It is even more difficult for ninjas to achieve true peace. The slightly long voice echoed between heaven and earth, and could not be dispersed for a long time. Konan opened his mouth and hesitated. However, the words on the tip of his tongue still could not be spit out. After all, Nagato was right. If Akatsuki wanted to continue to grow and develop, it could not do without territorial support. We are willing to accept defeat. Yahiko shook his head, patted the dust on his body, and stood up with a little difficulty. Otherwise, let the outsiders think that our Akatsuki organization does not even have the most basic credibility, which will only make people look down on us. No need. Chinyu patted the dust on his body and said, I was just bullying you just now, and I didn't trademark T stop you from attending the meeting. What trademark s more, you have just promised Hanzo Salamander. Now suddenly refusing will only make Hanzo Salamander suspicious. Who knows, they will even clear you out. The expressions of the people present suddenly changed. Zionin couldn't help asking, Chinyu, what should we do? Are we going to be led by Hanzo of the Salamander? It's not us, it's you. Chinyu smiled warmly and said, I'm not a member of your Akatsuki organization. Besides, I don't know who Nagato and Yahiko are just now, but I am still determined to win the invitation of Hanzo of the Salamander. Since you are confident that you can deal with it, why don't you go to the appointment and see if they are sincere or deliberately set up a trap, so that you won't have any regrets in your heart. Go to the appointment. Zionin's expression stagnated, and said, Chinyu, are you kidding? What if? As for Chinyu's severing the relationship between her and Akatsuki, Zionin felt as if an invisible hand was clenching her heart. Now she heard that Chinyu actually asked Yahiko and Nagato to keep the appointment, which made her even more nervous. However, before Zionin finished her words, Yahiko on the side had already smiled and said, Chinyu, your ideas are indeed different from others. Nagato and I have also grown up during this period. We may not be your opponents, but we still have some confidence in facing Hanzo of the Salamander. So, for the future development of Akatsuki, we are still willing to take a gamble. Having said this, Yahiko did not continue, but just looked at Chinyu quietly. After all, the victory or defeat was in front of them. As long as Chinyu said no, Yahiko would never keep the appointment. Don't stare at me like that. Didn't I just say that this is your Akatsuki's business and has nothing to do with me? Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, someone is coming. As soon as the voice fell, 3 figures were seen rushing in from a distance, and the leader was the Anbu ninja of the Rain Village. It only took a dozen breaths, and finally landed in front of Yahiko and Nagato. You two, is there anything wrong with your Akatsuki organization? I seemed to hear an explosion just now. The captain of the Rain Ninja Anbu suddenly spoke. Yahiko quickly changed to a smiling face, touched the back of his head and said, Nagato and I were just training a combination of ninjutsu, and something went wrong, which led to an explosion and alarmed the 3 of you. I'm really sorry. Really? The captain of the Rain Ninja Anbu looked around the field with a flickering look, paused for a moment on Chinyu, and quickly retracted his eyes and said, since the 2 leaders said there is no problem, it is inconvenient for us to ask. However, Hanzo-sama values you very much. If you have any problems, just raise them. Hanzo-sama will do his best to help. Everything is for the peace of the ninja world. Everything is for the peace of the ninja world. Yahiko's cheek muscles twitched slightly and he patted his chest gently with his hand to agree. Looking at this awkward chat, Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. However, the captain of the Rain Village's Anbu obviously did not intend to stay any longer, and said, if the 2 leaders have no objections, we will set off in half a day. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Hanzo, then we will meet in half a day. Yahiko nodded in agreement. Then he saw the captain of the Rain Village's Anbu turned around and left quickly with 2 men. Watching the 3 of them leave, Yahiko secretly breathed a sigh of relief, turned back to look at Chinyu again and said, "Thank you for your help this time, but we can't figure out what Hanzo of the Salamander is thinking. Why don't we gamble again? If Hanzo of the Salamander doesn't take action, then we win, and the favor we owed you just now will be written off. If Hanzo attacks us, and we can't escape unscathed, we lose, and Akatsuki will belong to you." What? The small voice caused a commotion in the field, and even Guji and others were shocked. The Akatsuki organization has developed to the point where it is considered a second-tier force in the Rain Village. Not long ago, it experienced an ambush set by Hanzo of the Salamander, but now there are at least 300 or 400 people in the Akatsuki headquarters. If the external personnel are counted, it may reach 600 or 700 people. This is more than the number of people in a small ninja village. Their strength is uneven. However, if they are allowed to join any ninja village, as long as they are systematically trained, they will also be a good fighting force. As for Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, and others who have the Samsara Eye, they are also very good ninjas in the 5 major ninja villages. Originally, Chinyu had gathered a large number of rebellious ninjas under his command. Once the Akatsuki organization also joined him. With such a large number and strong people, I am afraid that even the 5 major ninja villages will be moved. Don't give it away for free, you are too weak. Chinyu suddenly waved his hand. Besides, I don't like being a burden. You should let God bless you. I hope that Hanzo will not have any intentions towards you. I don't want to clean up this mess. After saying this, Chinyu looked at Zionin and said, "Why don't you prepare a room for your benefactor? I'll wait until the flowers wither and sleep for a good night before leaving." Chapter 302 What if the ninja world is razed to the ground? I'll prepare it for you right away. Zionin hurriedly responded and quickly followed. Looking at the figure going away, Yahiko's cheeks couldn't help twitching. Yahiko, are you crazy? Give him the Akatsuki organization as a bet? He is the enemy of the 5 major ninja villages and the rebel ninja of Konoha Ninja Village. This is contrary to our concept of peace. Nagato was the first to lose his temper. In their eyes, Chinyu had helped them many times. However, with different philosophies, they wanted to draw a clear line with Chinyu. However, now Yahiko has made such a crazy decision to let Chinyu take over the Akatsuki organization. Doesn't that mean that the Akatsuki organization should be linked to the rebel ninja group? Guji and Might Dai couldn't help but look at Yahiko. They were also eager to figure out Yahiko's thoughts. Have you ever thought that the development concept of our Akatsuki organization is peace, but along the way, we have experienced so many wars and conspiracies. Even Hanzo, who has always been believed to understand us, has secretly attacked us from behind. I want to make the world peaceful. In addition to having ideas, I must also have strong strength as a backing, so that people will be willing to listen to your ideas. Yahiko's face sank and he clenched his fists. What's more, in this period of contact, Uchiha Chinyu is not the same as the rumors, and you have seen these things with your own eyes, Nagato. Of course, I just made the worst plan. As long as Hanzo is really willing to accept us, Akatsuki will still be led by us. Besides, didn't you hear it just now? He doesn't even want it for free. The slightly long voice made everyone in the field look different. At the moment when he heard the words "I don't want it even for free," Nagato's cheeks couldn't help twitching, and he took a few deep breaths before he recovered. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and said, "Uchiha Kainu, you watch, I have the strongest reincarnation eye in the ninja world, and I will surpass you in time. At that time, I will return this to you." "Okay, I want the same from you, but the fairy is a little hungry, let's go eat first and then go on the road." Yahiko also patted Nagato's shoulder heroically. However, he soon surrendered because of the drumbeat coming from his belly. Watching the 2 Akatsuki leaders leave with a fight, Guji and Might Dai couldn't help but look at each other and fell into silence. This time they hid their identities as Konoha ninjas and sneaked into the Akatsuki organization. This move seemed a bit inappropriate. However, it was precisely because of this reason that they were able to see that under the rumors of Uchiha Chinyu, the madness that made people look at him sideways. If you have to find an adjective. Is this a tough guy with a soft heart? You two, don't forget our purpose this time. The medical ninja who had never had much presence suddenly spoke. Don't worry, we remember our mission. Guji sighed faintly, turned around and followed Qinyu's steps with might die. Under Conan's arrangement, Qinyu lived in a VIP tent that was second only to the leader in terms of luxury. After teasing Xionan again and again, Qinyu did not rest immediately after the latter fled the tent with a shy face, but looked at the door of the tent. Since you are here, why don't you come in? Don't you have something to say to me? Qinyu smiled warmly. Haha, you are really good at what you do, you are worthy of being called the genius of the Konoha ninja village, the closest to the god of ninja, the first generation of Hokage. Guji was the first to laugh and lifted the curtain and walked in. Qinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, Don't flatter me. If I'm not mistaken, you came here this time to lobby for the old man, the third generation. The premise for me to participate in the 5-cage talks is probably to return the tailed beasts. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Guji's face suddenly became unnatural, and finally he sighed faintly and said, Uchiha Qinyu, you are not only powerful, but also sharp-eyed and wise. However, you should know very well that the third generation made this decision entirely to avoid the rampage of the times. Among the 5 major ninja villages, 4 have expressed hostility towards you. I know that your strength and means are very strong, but 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. If the 4 major ninja villages declare war on you, the position of our Konoha ninja village will also be shaken. At that time, you will become the target of public criticism, and I'm afraid you will be doomed. At this point, Guji looked at Qinyu, and there was a hint of urgency in his eyes. Under this kind of emotional and logical appeal, they were eager to see if Qinyu would make a rational choice. You old bastard, get out of here. You dare to ask the boss to hand us back to those hateful guys. The voice of the 3-tailed beast suddenly came out. Soon, they saw a fist-sized tailed beast coming out of Qinyu's cloak. That's right. Guji and the other 2 were not wrong. Along with the cute 3-tailed beast, there were also 2-tailed, 4-tailed, and 7-tailed beasts. Seeing the appearance of the 4-tailed beasts and their angry eyes, Guji and others couldn't help but shudder all over. Is this still a human? They already knew that Uchiha Qinyu was catching tailed beasts. But they never expected that in just 10 days, not only the 2-tailed beast of Lianyun village, but also the 7-tailed beast of Taki village fell into Qinyu's hands. Moreover, these tailed beasts were not only not sealed, but also carried with them at will. This scene was simply unbelievable in the major ninja villages. Why are you silent? If the boss hadn't told me to control my temper, I would have killed you. After the 3-tailed beast glared at him fiercely, he turned around and said, Boss, did I do a good job? That, do you have that? Looking at the 3-tailed beast that had turned into a husky, Qinyu rolled his eyes helplessly, and casually grabbed it in the space scroll. With a bang, a small cloth bag appeared in his hand, and a handful of small spicy dried fish emerged from it, and he threw it directly into the sky. This sudden move first made Guji and others just say it, and then they saw that the tailed beasts, which were extremely fierce in the eyes of outsiders, actually jumped up and grabbed food. Looking at the tailed beasts quarreling like husky, Guji and the other 2 couldn't help rubbing their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. Kimimaro, play with them. Qinyu threw a large bag of dried fish to Kimimaro. Soon, he heard the threatening voice of the 3-tailed beast shouting and killing, and chased him out directly. For a moment, the noisy tent suddenly became quiet. Qinyu looked at Guji and the other 2 calmly and said, You should have seen that if the ninjas did not covet the power of the tailed beasts and intended to take them for themselves, they would never harbor resentment towards people, and there would be no tailed beast riots. I am just correcting the chaos. If I don't hand them over, the times will go out of control. Then just go ahead. I will flatten the ninja world. Chapter 303 The 8 Gates of Ninja Formation. We'll flatten the ninja world. Guji and the others' faces changed drastically. They never thought that things would evolve to this extent. However, facing what Qinyu said just now, they had no way to refute. Go back and tell the old man of the 3rd generation that my target is only the 9-tailed beasts. As long as you give me the tailed beasts, I don't mind what you want to do to the ninja world. Qinyu glanced at everyone calmly. However, I still want to remind you that there is a black hand behind the scenes in this ninja world that is pushing the war. I hope you don't become cannon fodder and help others count money. The black hand behind the scenes? Guji's expression changed, and he asked anxiously, Qinyu, what do you mean? Who is the black hand behind the scenes? Faced with these two questions in a row, Qin Yu smiled and shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. However, if Might Dai is willing to use the 8 gates as a bargaining chip, I can tell you who the Black Hand is." "You want the 8 gates?" Might Dai was stunned at first, and then he grabbed Qin Yu's hand with excitement, and said excitedly, "Uchiha Qin Yu, you are indeed my confidant, and you know that the 8 gates that I have spent my whole life to learn are powerful. Guji, did you see it? There are people who appreciate my physical skills." Looking at Might Dai, who was so happy that he almost danced with joy, Qin Guji's face changed slightly, and he didn't expect Qin Yu to propose such a transaction condition at all. He and the third Hokage had personally witnessed the performance of the 8 gates. Know clearly the difficulty of practicing. If it is not for the ninja who has been practicing physical skills for many years and has a stronger physical fitness than ordinary people, it is impossible to learn it. Moreover, to really bring out the power of the 8 gates, at least the 4th and 5th gates must be opened. Under this premise, Might Guy knows the 8 gates. But his physical fitness is not as good as Might Guy. It is already very good to be able to open the 5th gate briefly to the level of Li during the Chunin exam. It takes only a few seconds to force the 6th and 7th. And the backlash will be even stronger afterwards. As for the 8th gate, unless Might Guy is determined to die, even Guy can only support it for 1 or 2 minutes. With his physique, once the death gate is opened, I am afraid that the whole person will stand in the gate of hell. Qin Yu, although I have heard that you know ninjutsu and have a heaven-defying learning talent, the dangers of the 8 gates are not as simple as you think. I advise you not to think about it. Guji said first with a flickering eye. However, if you really have to, let's take a gamble. Might Dai can teach you the 8 gates, but if you can't learn it within 3 days, then you must agree to attend the 5 cage talks in person and explain the matter clearly. Otherwise, we are not interested in the deal you just proposed. Might Dai was stunned at first, but did not refuse at all. He originally wanted to contribute this 8 gates to the Konoha ninja village. Unfortunately, because of the slow effect and low returns, it is also accompanied by huge risks. Some people with ninjutsu talents are not stupid enough to waste time learning this 8 gates. Therefore, in such a large ninja village, only their father and son are stupidly working hard. It's just that Might Dai never thought that Uchiha Qin Yu would know the little-known 8 gates. And he still likes it. What Might Dai cares most about is not whether Qin Yu can learn it within 3 days. Instead, he was eager to go back and brag to his beloved son and others that even Konoha blood Ashura Uchiha Qin Yu was interested in my 8 gates ninja technique. It can be said that for Might Dai, who has been a genin all his life, this is the peak of his life. That pleasure is deep in his bones. Guji, do you know? This transaction condition is completely giving me the 8 gates ninja for free. Qin Yu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. If there is no one-click full-level system, Qin Yu would not dare to accept this bet. However, since Guji made such a request, this 8 gates ninja array is not to be missed, and it also saves some words. So you agree to my conditions? Don't you want to consider it? This 8 gates ninja, even Might Dai spent most of his life to barely open 6 gates. Guji was stunned for a moment, looking at the smile on Qin Yu's face. He felt like he was on a pirate ship for no reason. In that way, it was as if he was sold and helped count the money. Guji, don't talk nonsense. If I risk my life, the 8 gates will open just like that. Might Dai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Now he is at the peak of his glory. He has waited all his life just to show off in front of the genius. Now Guji can't lose his style. I know. Guji replied helplessly, looking at Qin Yu and said, you should have heard about the 8 gates of Dunjia. Now, if you are willing to make a deal, Might Dai will teach you the 8 gates of Dunjia, but I advise you that even if you have enough ability in the future, don't open the 8th gate, otherwise you will die. Don't worry, I am still very clear about my ability, and I won't do anything to kill myself. Qin Yu smiled and patted Guji's shoulder and said, but I still want to thank you in advance for the free things. Looking at Qin Yu with a smile on his face, Guji couldn't help but be confused. This scene made him feel that he had fallen into a trap. But at this point, he couldn't think too much. Without saying anything, Might Dai took out a record scroll and handed it to Qin Yu. After spreading it out, he did not forget to enthusiastically guide Qin Yu on the key points. It can be said that the material of this scroll is very old, and the edges are still worn. The dense annotations on it are all from Might Dai's hands. There are some encouraging words beside and even at the end. Although Might Dai and his son are the ultimate optimists, it must be said that as long as a person sticks to one thing to the end, the world will never let you down. Qin Yu, look here, this is the key point. And here. Might Dai unfolded the scroll and explained it to Qin Yu like a madman. Pointing to any key point and link, he was simply unwilling to let it go. This scene made Qin Yu's cheek twitch, not to mention Guji who made the bet. Hey, Mighty, are you crazy? Don't forget the bet. Do you want us to lose by telling him like this? Guja, do you know what it feels like to guide a genius? I found my heart beating wildly, and I almost couldn't breathe. No, I'm dying, I feel my blood is hot. Chapter 304, Konoha Fluid Arts Max Level with 1 click. Ding dang. Detected that the host has learned the 8 gates formation, do you want to max level with 1 click immediately? The crisp voice of the system echoed in his mind. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. I thought it would take several minutes to read, but I didn't expect that it would be successfully read in a short time because of Might Dai's explanation. Immediately 1 click full level. Qin Yu thought and gave instructions directly. For outsiders, the 8 gates of the ninja requires a long time to strengthen the body and reach the level that can withstand the 8 gates. But for Qin Yu, the body that has been changed and optimized for a long time in the Thunder Chakra mode is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. The most important thing now is to see how many gates his body can support. Ding dang, host, please wait. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the 8 gates of the ninja array has been successfully maxed out with 1 click. As the ethereal voice of the system sounded, a warm current emerged in Qin Yu's mind, and everything about the 8 gates of the ninja array was imprinted in his mind. Especially the meridians all over the body that belong to the 8 gates of the ninja array. Under the sudden surge of Thunder Chakra, it was quickly unblocked and improved. The toughness of the meridians increased several times in the blink of an eye. Ding dang, it is detected that the host has learned the Konoha fluid technique. Is it possible to reach the maximum level with 1 click? The ethereal voice of the system sounded again. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows in surprise. However, he soon saw that at the end of the scroll spread out on the table, there were obviously records of physical techniques studied by Might Dai, as well as other Konoha fluid techniques. It seems that the system detected these and improved the body to the full level of Konoha fluid technique. However, according to this change, Qin Yu can only reach the level of Kai in the original work at most. 7 gates can be opened casually, and 8 gates may die as soon as they are opened. However, Qin Yu did not take all this to heart. It is already very good to get this free 8 gates of Dunjia unexpectedly. If you still want to get more, it is too greedy. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's thoughts moved again and issued an order. Immediately reach the maximum level. Ding dang, host, please wait. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, Konoha fluid technique has reached the maximum level with 1 click. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, physical fitness has reached the maximum level with 1 click. Accompanied by a series of system prompts, Qin Yu's physical fitness has changed dramatically again. Qin Yu. Xionan's voice suddenly sounded. Soon, Xionan rushed in. Qin Yu came back to his senses and frowned slightly, saying, "Did the schedule change?" Xionan was a little out of breath, and after calming down his breath, he said, "Just now, the Anbu of the Rain Village urgently notified that there were traces of Konoha's rebel ninja Danzo and his route in Walong Mountain. Let's go there as soon as possible to help the Anbu of the Rain Village and search for Danzo's whereabouts." Danzo. Guji's expression changed. Not long ago, Danzo's defection, he was secretly ordered by the 3rd Hokage to track down his whereabouts. However, as the leader of the route of Konoha village, Danzo is a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows, and it is harder to find his whereabouts than to climb to the sky. In the end, the task of tracking the traces was also unresolved. It was just that Guji never expected that he would find the whereabouts of Danzo in this rain village. This is a case of searching for a place without any effort. It seems that you have also moved your mind, why don't you go together? Qin Yu smiled and patted Guji's shoulder. Guji came back to his senses and rolled his eyes and said, "You are planning to find a free thug, but I have to advise you not to underestimate Danzo. Guji and the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, as well as Shimura Danzo, are students of the same class. However, because he was too aggressive in the execution of the mission, his companions died. In the end, because of self-blame, he gave up promotion and served as a ninja for the rest of his life. At the same time, he also secretly helped the 3rd generation Hokage to perform some special tasks. In nature, he is similar to Jiraiya. You told me not to underestimate him, but you underestimated me. Qin Yu smiled and stood up and said, some old grudges should be ended. As Qin Yu and others moved, they went to the Iron Tower in the Rain Village where Hanzo Salamander was. The guards were 3 layers inside and outside. In the dark room, except for Hanzo Salamander sitting quietly, there was only a faint breathing sound. Master Hanzo, according to the spy report, they all went to Wushan town. Do we need to set off now? A ninja from the Anbu appeared in the secret room like a ghost. No, have you found the person I asked you to invite? Hanzo of the Salamander was not in a hurry to move out. His tightly closed eyes suddenly opened and he said in a deep voice, they want to use our rain village to lure Uchiha Qin Yu to appear. Then we will take this as an opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. Whether it is the Mangekyo, Sharingan or the Samsara Eye, they will all be in my pocket. The dull voice echoed in the room, exuding an unquestionable taste. However, the Anbu ninjas of the Rain Village have long been accustomed to all this. On the contrary, if Hanzo of the Salamander lost this kind of courage, he would not have the style of the past. Hanzo, you are indeed ambitious, but don't forget my share. A feminine voice suddenly came out. Who? The expression of the Rain Ninja Anbu suddenly changed, and he hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. What he saw was a man in a white robe with waist-length white hair. Even his mouth was wrapped in a white bandage. This creepy mummy-like posture made people feel inexplicably cold. Who are you? How dare you break into the forbidden area of our Rain Village? Where are the people outside? Come in quickly. Anbu the ninja roared urgently. As Hanzo of the Salamander grew older, his strength declined as he passed his peak period, and he became attached to power. In order to prevent the power group from being harmed, he activated a large number of close relatives and confidants. He set up 3 layers of strict defense inside and outside, and carried out 24-hour rotation defense. However, now someone has silently infiltrated and come to this place known as the most heavily defended place in the Rain Village. It's too unexpected. No need to shout, everyone outside has been knocked down by me. The bandaged man said femininely. However, Hanzo, you are really going backwards as you live. You even have to arrange so many people to sleep. If I don't have some tricks, I'm afraid I really can't get in. You're looking for death. The unscrupulous attitude made the Rain Ninja Anbu's face darken. While shouting coldly, he took out a kunai with his backhand and jumped up to rush forward. However, as soon as he took a step, he was quickly stopped by Hanzo of the Salamander with his hands spread out. Chapter 305 You deserve to be single for life. In the dark secret room, the atmosphere was slightly depressing. Looking at the uninvited guest in front of him, the Rain Ninja Anbu was puzzled, but faced with the order of the Salamander Hanzo, he still retreated. I didn't expect that I sent so many people to look for you, but couldn't find you. Instead, you came to me. It seems that the communication scroll you left that day is still useful. Salamander Hanzo raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the bandaged man in front of him who seemed to have become younger. After not seeing you for a while, your means and even the amount of chakra have become stronger. It seems that the forbidden technique you have been studying after defecting from the Konoha village has also been successful. Hanzo, is he the person you want us to find? The Rain Ninja Anbu's expression changed slightly. The bandaged man in front of him looked like he was at most 17 or 18 years old, which was obviously far from the information given by Salamander Hanzo. The man was at least in his early 30s. At this moment, he finally knew why Hanzo called the boy in front of him younger. Haha, Hanzo, don't make the communication scroll too important. The bandaged man grinned and tore the bandage wrapped around his mouth, revealing sharp teeth as sharp as sharks. I am a traitor. When the 3 ninjas of Konoha chased me, you saved my life, but these so-called favors are just a joke. There is only a cooperative relationship between you and me now. If you hadn't told me in the communication that you wanted to hunt down people with Mangekyo, Sharingan and Samsara I wouldn't have come to you. Faced with these naked words, the Rain Ninjas present were angry. However, Hanzo smiled. You are still the same, full of black water. No wonder you like to do these perverted forbidden techniques like Orochimaru. Hanzo sneered. However, I prefer to cooperate with people like you. Instead of sharing the Sharingan and Samsara with so many people, it is better to cooperate with you to reduce competitors and get what we need afterwards. Why not? The bandaged boy couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Haha, Hanzo, you are still the same, but since you invited me so kindly, I don't want to bury your kindness. I will go with you this time. I heard that those guys also have blood dragon eyes. I just got a new power and can try its power first. Oh, it seems that you have gained a lot during this period. I hope you don't use these methods on me in the end, otherwise I don't mind taking your life. Salamander Hanzo showed an interested look. But between his words, there were more warnings. Hanzo, don't worry. I don't dare to seek abuse in front of a demigod like you. And I only need one Manjakaya Sharingan and one Samsara Eye. The bandaged boy laughed dryly and said, but, is there any problem with the backup you prepared? To minimize the damage, you can't do without those small actions in secret. Humph, don't worry, everything has been arranged. At the same time, I have a new backup. I will definitely kill them by surprise. As long as they are caught, we can attract Uchiha Chinyu to appear. At that time, no matter how powerful he is, with Orochimaru and others leading the charge, we can also reap the benefits. Salamander Hanzo snorted nonchalantly. With the consensus reached by Salamander Hanzo and the bandaged boy. In the huge ninja world, in addition to the 5 major ninja villages, the temporary alliance began to encircle and kill Uchiha Chinyu for the first time. One day later, the border of Wolong Mountain. Chinyu, wearing the black auspicious cloud robe of the Akatsuki organization, mixed in the Akatsuki organization's large army. Looking at the outline of the town that can be seen from afar, his eyebrows can't help but raise. Quiet. This place is really too quiet. Originally, Wolong Town was one of the most important places in the Rain Village. After experiencing the Second Ninja World War, it did enter a period of decline. However, after a period of recuperation, the town did not recover as before, and it also gathered some popularity. However, now in broad daylight, in such a large town, there is not even a half of the merchants, people, or even ninjas coming in and out. This abnormal situation made Chinyu feel a little uneasy. Chinyu, did you find something? Xionin has been following Chinyu's side. According to her own idea, it is to find useful information from Chinyu in time and let the Akatsuki organization avoid risks as much as possible. However, in the eyes of Yahiko and Nagato, arranging Xionin to monitor Chinyu is to minimize the risk encountered by Xionin in the worst case. It is for this reason that Chinyu has been smelling the fragrance of beauties all the way, and it can be regarded as a special blessing. Don't you find that it's too quiet here? Chinyu didn't want to say it at first, but seeing Xionin's urgent face, he couldn't help but remind her. Too quiet. Xionin was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly looked at the closed and somewhat dilapidated door, and his expression changed. Chinyu, you go on your own first, I will remind Yahiko and Nagato. After leaving these words, Xionin jumped to Yahiko and Nagato who were leading the team in front. Seeing Xionin leave, Guji couldn't help but approach Chinyu and said with a smile, boy, beauty is a disaster. Aren't you afraid of this reminder, and let the 2 guys from the Akatsuki organization win? Then your kindness will make you pay for it. For this question, Mighty, who only has one muscle root in his brain, also nodded repeatedly. In their eyes, facing the so-called bet, they should put themselves in the most advantageous position. People like Chinyu who repeatedly let the water go over and over again are inevitably subverting their cognition. Playing with the princes with fire is also for the sake of a beauty's smile. I let the water go and can win the beauty back. Why not do it? What's more, do you think Danzo and the others will be so simple? Chinyu smiled and patted Guji's shoulder. You are not willing to even pay this little bit, you deserve to be single for the rest of your life. Boy! Guji was suddenly angry. However, before he could get angry, the 200-man team in front of him stopped first. This time, Hanzo extended an olive branch and invited them to take over Wolong Town. But for safety reasons, he also left himself a way out. Yahiko divided the members of the entire Akatsuki organization into 2 teams. The first team followed him to Wolong Town to test the authenticity. After confirming that Wolong Town was safe, the second team moved camp again to join. This steady approach was unanimously recognized by the Akatsuki organization. However, in Chinyu's eyes, it could only earn a smile. Yahiko and Nagato, who were leading the team, signaled the troops to stop. Did they also find something wrong? Chapter 306 Single dogs are superficial. Xionin, are you saying that the gate is closed, and there may be an ambush? Yahiko frowned and looked towards the town not far away. In the 5 major countries, and even in each country, every prosperous town will hire some ninjas from the ninja village or ninja families for guarding. The Wolong town in front of us has entered a period of decline, but it should also try its best to increase its defense. After all, in such a chaotic world, self-protection is the foundation of development. Therefore, this town also hired ninjas from the Rain Ninja village for defense. Yahiko, do you look down on us Rain Ninjas? The captain of the Rain Ninja Anbu jumped over not far away and finally landed beside Yahiko. He spoke first. Don't forget, your mission is to take over the ninjas of our Rain village to guard this town. This is the gift from Hanzo-sama to your Akatsuki organization for growth. At this point, the captain of the Anbu looked around and said, or, your Akatsuki organization, with hundreds of people, will still be afraid of Danzo, who is like a stray dog. If this is really the case, then I think your Akatsuki organization is probably not qualified to guard Wolong town. The slightly long voice made the faces of the people in the field change drastically. Among the hundreds of people, they did not hesitate to say bad things about others. If it weren't for the request to Hanzo, I'm afraid many people in the field would have sneered back. It's not surprising that some people even fought. Upon hearing this, Nagato's expression changed, and he said, "Lie, you are too serious. We are just acting cautiously. As you said, our Akatsuki organization has sent out 300 people this time, which is enough to fight against an ordinary small ninja village. No matter how cunning Danzo is, he can't make a big wave at all." Facing the contempt of the Anbu captain, Nagato obviously couldn't swallow this breath. After all, there is a bet between him and Chinyu behind him, which is like a sharp blade hanging over his head. He now wants to confirm the situation in Wolong town as soon as possible, shut up the Anbu captain, and also win back a city in front of Chinyu. This. Yahiko's expression stagnated, and he was about to say something, but Nagato winked and blocked the words on his lips. Yahiko, we have 300 people here, and you and I are here. Whether we encounter the remnants of Danzo or any emergency, it is enough to deal with it. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to lead the team in to check it out clearly. Nagato suggested. Yahiko's expression changed slightly, but facing the urgent gazes from all around and the contempt of the Anbu captain, he gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Although Zionin received 100 million taels from Chinyu not long ago, the mission came too suddenly. Without time to purchase, most people in the Akatsuki organization had no idea that a ninja who claimed to be from the country of money had used such a large sum of money to win the smile of a beautiful woman. Therefore, now they are still in a situation of hunger and cold, and the mission of taking over Wolong town is definitely a good job in their eyes. At least, it can make them fill your stomach. Moreover, they clearly agree with what Nagato said. After all, in their eyes, no matter how powerful Danzo is, facing 300 of them, it is just a matter of one man and one punch. Well then. Yahiko sighed secretly, and after cheering up, he said loudly, "Everyone, be alert, because we don't know what the situation is in Wolong town, so we must pay attention to our actions. If you have no objection, then we will set off now." As soon as these words fell, the urgency on the faces of everyone in the field became even stronger. "Boy, why don't you stop them one more time? This is a good opportunity to win a beautiful woman's smile." Guji couldn't help but teased, "This is a good opportunity to show off." However, as soon as the teasing words fell, Chinyu looked down on him. "Single dogs are superficial, don't you understand what it means to stop at the right time? Also, it's useless to remind them, of course I'm in a hurry to play the hero and save the beauty." "Brother, what you said is really philosophical, that's how I chased Kai that day." Might Dai grinned and showed his white teeth, raised his thumb and said, "However, let's discuss the 8 gates when we have time, there are only 2 days left in the bet." Seeing you talking to each other, even Might Dai with thick eyebrows and big eyes and a muscled head looked down on him. Guji gritted his teeth and looked down at his golden left hand. "This is all the trouble caused by masturbation. Let's go." Yahiko rested the team and shouted again. As soon as the voice fell, Nagato rushed out first. The rest of the people, in the case of hunger and cold, also hurried to follow. Yahiko stayed in the team, not only to lag behind a distance and support Nagato at any time, but also to ensure more time for response. "Yahiko, do you really not need to be more careful?" Zionin couldn't help but said. During the time she spent with Chinyu, the sense of security that penetrated into her bones made Zionan's reminders to Chinyu like a demon. Zionan, don't be too nervous. Nagato is right. The 300 people we dispatched this time are enough to deal with any sudden changes. Yahiko frowned and said with a little displeasure, what's more, don't forget that there is a bet between us and Chinyu. Of course, he wants to see us tied up and embarrassed us in public. Faced with this, Zionan's expression froze, and she explained in a hurry, but... However, before she finished speaking, Nagato's voice came. Yahiko, there are people in this town. They have opened the gate and let us in. Nagato landed in front of the town gate. Looking at the slowly opening gate and the 3 civilians coming out, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Gentlemen, it's good that you are here. The middle-aged man who led the group looked around with a tense expression and said, the bad guys just left, but the adults of the Rain Village were also seriously injured. Go and save them quickly. As he spoke, the middle-aged man stepped aside and opened the gate at the same time. Looking inside, the first thing that came into view was some injured ninjas and ordinary people leaning on both sides of the road at the entrance. Roughly estimated, there were at least 40 or 50 people. Nagato, what's the situation? Yahiko landed beside Nagato, and was startled when he saw the situation inside, and then he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Many of these people were injured, but as long as there were people, in Yahiko's eyes, it was not the trap they suspected. My lords, please come in quickly, otherwise those rebel ninjas will come and attack again. The middle-aged man urged in a hurry. He also looked around outside. Chapter 307, Blessing or Disaster, you can't avoid it. Okay, let's go into the town first. Yahiko breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly called everyone into the city. The members of the Akatsuki organization, who had thought that a deadly fight was inevitable, relaxed slightly and followed quickly. Nagato, who stayed at the end, looked back and said, Chinyu, you should have seen these civilians too, right? Their existence shows that your guess is wrong. Once we enter Wushan town, we will quickly rest and adapt, and use it as the new base of the Akatsuki organization. At that time, facing all forces, it will definitely be as solid as a rock. At this point, Nagato stared at Chinyu and said, do you have anything else to say? Be careful, don't capsize in the gutter. Chinyu smiled warmly. You. Nagato was furious. Seeing Zionan approaching, he gritted his teeth and turned away. You. I'm sorry, Nagato is doing this for the good of Akatsuki. After all, Wushan town is too important to us. Zionan obviously saw the farce just now, and said apologetically, I hope you don't mind. Is there really no problem here? Zionan couldn't help but look around. Looking at this unusually quiet town, she was a little impatient. What if there is a problem? What if there is no problem? Chinyu smiled and patted Zionan on the shoulder. They have already made a decision. There is nothing to say now. I advise you to wake up. Zionan was stunned by the inexplicable words. He was about to say something, but he stopped. Then he saw that all the members of Akatsuki had entered the town. Yahiko, standing in front of the gate, waved to them. Let's go. It's a blessing or a curse. Maybe there will be unexpected surprises. Chinyu said with a smile. However, as soon as he took a step, he looked back. Scarlet blood flashed in his pupils, which looked very strange. Chinyu, are you okay? Zionan's expression froze. The current situation was unknown. For her, any disturbance made her feel like a frightened bird. It's okay, let's go. Chinyu smiled and strode into the town. This inexplicable scene made Zionan stunned for a moment, but after hesitating for a moment, she hurriedly followed. Chinyu, did you see it? These wounded were quickly accepted by our Akatsuki organization. The treatment is on track. There are also many villagers who said they would go back to prepare food for us. Yahiko closed the heavy door and said excitedly. This is not as dangerous as you think. Look at how eager those villagers are. Looking at the middle-aged man who had opened the door, with an unconcealable smile on his face, stumbling over, Yahiko also lost his temper. He had the guts to gamble with Chinyu, but that was just to show his strength. He didn't have the guts to hand over the Akatsuki organization that he had created with countless efforts and energy. I've caught him, I've caught him. The inexplicable words that came out suddenly made Yahiko's expression suddenly stagnate. No. It should be said that the Akatsuki members present, even Guji and Xiaonan, were also stunned for a moment. They came to rescue Wushan town, and these people should have said words of gratitude. Now suddenly saying such strange words undoubtedly made people nervous. Especially Yahiko, looking at the man who was close to him, holding his arm with a crazy face, he looked around like crazy, and then shouted loudly. I caught the man in the portrait, my wife and children are saved. You said that as long as I caught them, you would let my relatives go. As soon as these words came out, the Akatsuki members who were originally helping with the treatment were also caught by the arms. Those who were originally injured also gave people a feeling of last gasp. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves and made people smell a hint of unusual smell. Yahiko, who originally believed that he could get along with him by meeting him in an instant, was stunned. Feeling the huge power coming from the arm, Yahiko was about to break free when a voice floating behind him almost broke his nerves. Haha. I thought the leader of the Akatsuki organization was an amazing guy, but it turns out to be just a little kid. The unexpected voice, once heard, was like thunder, completely startling everyone in the field. Yahiko and Nagato hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice, and what they saw was a pair of blood moon-like eyes. The scarlet light was as penetrating as blood, and it made people's spines cold. Facing the uninvited guest with a skinny body but a ferocious face, Yahiko was the first to lose his temper and shouted, "Enemy attack, retreat quickly. It's too late, the moment you were caught, you were destined to lose." The skinny swollen laughed dryly. A pair of blood moon-like eyes, the blood light blooming became more and more brilliant, and the next moment he roared fiercely. Explode. The simple 3 words were swallowed and spit out, echoing between heaven and earth like thunder. The people present were stunned at first, and soon saw the ordinary civilians who had caught themselves and were not far away from them. The moment the voice fell, the whole body swelled up quickly like a balloon. The terrified expression, coupled with the prominent blue veins. The pervasive horror was like a raging tide, rolling back, making people feel inexplicably terrified. The next moment, before they could react, a series of earth-shattering explosions suddenly tore through the sky and earth. Boom! The blood-colored explosion wave rolled back like a raging tide. The huge impact force, as well as the power transformed from blood, rolled back with a mighty gesture. In an instant, the Akatsuki members who were slightly closer had nowhere to hide when they were caught off guard. The only thing they could do was to watch the blood light swallow them directly. No! Yahiko's pupils suddenly shrank. However, looking at the middle-aged man in front of him who had also become a human bomb, before he could say anything more, the booming explosion sounded in his ears. Chapter 308 The Blood Pond Clan. Boom! The thunderous explosion echoed. As the blood light rushed into the sky, the violent explosion hurricane quickly rolled back to the surroundings. The huge impact force overturned the ground directly, and figures were swallowed up by the explosion in an instant. The sudden scene made Nagato, who was in the explosion, startled at first. Seeing Yahiko also trapped in the explosion, he roared in grief and anger. Tianyan of Wangxiang. Nagato grabbed with his right hand in the air, and the invisible pulling force instantly enveloped Yahiko in the explosion. The next moment, with 5 fingers clenched suddenly, a bloody figure was pulled out directly. Looking at Yahiko who was directly blown into a bloody mess, Nagato was completely stunned. All this in front of him completely overturned his cognition. As the second largest force in the Rain Village, hundreds of people jointly carried out a mission, and he was equipped with his Samsara Eye. The result of this mission should be a sure thing. However, imagination is full, reality is skinny. Recalling the reminder from Uchiha Chinyu not long ago, he looked around quickly like a demon. Where are you? Come and save us. I give up, come and save us. The hysterical roar echoed in the ruins. Nagato hugged Yahiko's bloody body and knelt on the ground helplessly. The sound of human body explosions around was still endless. Instead, Nagato's roar seemed pale and powerless. Haha, I thought that the Akatsuki organization, which has emerged in the ninja world, had some extraordinary abilities, but it turned out to be just a paper tiger. Swollen's figure flashed, like a ghost, and appeared in front of Nagato 1 step ahead. When he came, Swollen was regarded as the top priority, and was repeatedly asked to treat every link with caution. Swollen was so alert that he didn't even think about the 2 leaders of Akatsuki. He was so stupid and naive. Just 1 human bomb could kill them. Looking at Nagato, who seemed to be crazy, he couldn't help but reach out to grab the pair of eyes that made him dream. As long as he got this pair of legendary eyes, Coupled with the strength of the Soechi clan, Swollen firmly believed that he would be able to destroy the Kumagama village and seek revenge on the daimyo who exiled their clan. Thinking of this, Swollen's urgency became even greater. However, the moment his right hand reached out to grab the eyes, the scene he saw was empty. No. It should be said that Nagato in front of him was like an illusion, and was directly passed through by his hand. This weird scene made even Nagato stunned. At this moment, Nagato's mind only had time to emerge, that figure that seemed to evaporate out of thin air. Only he could do something that could not be guessed by common sense in such a killing situation. Xuelan, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and use the blood dragon eye. Xuelan, get out of the way quickly, otherwise you will die. Why hasn't that human bomb exploded yet? Hysterical shouts rang out one after another. Falling into Xuelan's ears, his nerves suddenly shook violently. He hurriedly looked around, and all the scenes in his sight changed rapidly like paper paste. Finally, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, the world in front of him collapsed and cracked inch by inch. The scene was restored to a clear and bright state again, and what he saw were still those human bombs that grabbed his arms and had not exploded yet. There was also a figure that was like a ghost, rapidly enlarging in his pupils. The thunder knife with a cold light danced a knife flower in his hand. With the crackling sound of thunder, it went directly to his throat. No. Xuelan suddenly woke up, but only had time to let out a scream. The next moment, the huge head, in full view of everyone, was thrown directly into the air with blood splattering. Finally, it fell heavily on the ground, blooming a shocking blood flower. Bang! The remaining body, with blood gushing out of the broken neck, fell directly to the ground without the support of the body. This seemingly complicated and weird scene was only a few breaths before and after, and everything was settled. Qin Yu put away the thunder knife with his backhand, and the people who had just reacted in the illusion looked at each other in bewilderment. No. It should be said that they were still immersed in the despair of death and were completely rescued. In the explosion just now, more than 300 of them were directly blown to pieces. The result now is no longer a trip to the gates of hell, but a feeling of resurrection from the dead. Chief. A low and urgent voice came. 7 or 8 tribesmen who also wore blood dragon eyes and rushed over hurriedly looked at the fallen Xuelan with disbelief on their faces. Also on the side were Danzo, Hanzo of the Salamander, and Orochimaru who was covered in a black robe. When they saw the dead body, their faces were ashen, which was enough to show that their plan had failed. However, at this critical moment, they looked more eagerly at the person who killed Xuelan. Through the mask, the pair of scarlet blood-red eyes and 9 rotating megatama exuded an inexplicable feeling of captivating people. You dare to kill our chief, you are simply looking for death. The burly blood dragon eye tribe member who led the way roared to the sky, and his pair of blood moon-like eyes turned wildly. The next moment, the body that originally belonged to Xuelan and fell to the ground was directly squeezed dry in an instant. Scarlet blood flew out, and in full view of the crowd, it turned into a blood dragon. Accompanied by a stern roar, the blood dragon of more than 10 meters swung down suddenly and attacked Qin Yu across the air. Don't mess around! An urgent cry came from a distance. The members of the Blood Pond clan in the field were stunned at first, and then they saw Qin Yu taking a simple fire escape technique seal in his hand. Fire escape great fireball technique. The hot chakra, like a frenzy, swallowed up and spit out, and in the blink of an eye, it gathered into a fireball with a diameter of tens of meters, and collided head-on with the blood dragon in a crushing posture. Boom! The flames exploded, and the blood dragon was like paper, and was instantly evaporated by the high-temperature flames. When the members of the Blood Pond clan reacted, the huge fireball quickly enlarged in their pupils with its remaining power. With the explosion of the flames, they were directly engulfed in an instant. Water escape water dragon bullet technique. The young man who came in a hurry had a flash of madness on his face, and his hands flew down quickly, forming a series of spells. The rainwater that was originally scattered and sprinkled all year round, under the traction, quickly gathered into a huge water dragon of more than 10 meters, and rushed directly into the sea of fire. Chapter 309. It is also an insult to describe it as a god. Boom! The water splashed up into the sky, and the backwashing waves suppressed the flames slightly. However, facing this huge fireball with a diameter of tens of meters, the sea of fire caused by it. This kind of water dragon bullet is obviously pale and powerless. The ground was covered with red flames, and the burning fire was only slightly stagnant. The next moment, the water vapor brought by the water dragon bullet was directly evaporated. Such an amazing scene completely subverted their understanding of the 5 elements of chakra. As the saying goes, when the fire is strong to a certain extent, even water is powerless. No way, Kyunyu, you can't die. The young man roared like crazy. His hands flew quickly, like wheels, taking on a series of spells. Water dragons, like they were free, smashed into the sea of fire. However, facing such crazy behavior, it took 2 or 3 minutes to extinguish the fireball technique that Chinyu threw casually. When the last bit of flame was annihilated in the water, there was not even a half corpse left in the air except for the smell of burning. Such a fierce power made the survivors of the Akatsuki organization swallow their saliva. Looking at Uchiha Chinyu, the eyes were full of fear and awe, and some people couldn't help but take a half step back. As for those human bombs who were crazy at the beginning, they were so frightened that they fell to the ground and rolled and crawled to escape. At this moment, saving wives and children was nothing in front of their lives. Even the Blood Pond clan, who they feared, did not have the strength to struggle under such an attack and turned into ashes. Not to mention ordinary people like them. Black Zetsu, didn't you say that this blood dragon eye could fight against the Sharingan? Why did it die inexplicably as soon as it entered the field? Danzo's face was gloomy and he was completely impatient. In their plan, they first lured the members of the Akatsuki organization to Wushan town with the order of the Salamander Hanzo. Then, let the patriarch of the Blood Pond clan, Swollen, cast an illusion on the villagers here, so that the blood in the container would boil completely and become explosive and aggressive because of the illusion. As long as the villagers lured Yahiko and Nagato and other Akatsuki members to enter the town smoothly. Then let those human bombs catch the members of the Akatsuki organization except Nagato, including Yahiko and Konan, by surprise. However, this seemingly smooth plan was successful after the success of the human bombs. When Swollen appeared, he seemed to be in a trance, standing there, mumbling and shouting and laughing foolishly. This sudden scene shocked Danzo and others. After hastily reminding them to no avail, they all pulled away from him. When they reacted, they found that Chinyu, who they had planned to lure out with the help of Xionin from the Akatsuki organization, had mixed into the Akatsuki organization. I didn't expect that the Blood Dragon Eye, which is said to be comparable to the Uchiha clan's Sharingan in the ninja world, would be caught in an illusion without anyone knowing. Black Zetsu's voice came from Danzo's shadow. Soon, it can be seen that the shadow split from the middle in full view of everyone. The figure with a yin-yang face squeezed out from it. However, compared with Danzo and others, his expression at the moment is also not good. Facing the last time Uchiha Madara and Chinyu fought, it was only a few months. But the boy in front of him gave Black Zetsu the feeling that his progress was so fast that he could be described as a god. No. This speed was insulting even to describe it as a god. It could be said that all this could no longer be described in words. This made Black Zetsu worry that in the future, even his old mother would not be able to fight against this boy who even gods could not compare to. Black Zetsu, we meet again. Chinyu took off his mask and looked at Orochimaru not far away, saying, originally, I was going to spend some time to find you, but I didn't expect you to come to my door on your own initiative. Last time, when I killed Uchiha Madara, you ran away with your tail between your legs. I didn't expect you to gather all the people I wanted together. At this point, Chinyu looked at Black Zetsu again, smiled warmly, and said, you said, should I kill you first, or should I thank you more? The small voice swept the whole audience like a hurricane at this moment. The expressions of the people standing beside Black Zetsu suddenly changed drastically. No. It should be said that there was a hint of paleness in the iron blue. For them, the result in front of them was too shocking. Uchiha Madara is still alive. Danzo grabbed Black Zetsu's shoulder and shouted coldly, Black Zetsu, why did you hide it from us? Uchiha Madara was killed by this kid. For the older generation of ninjas, even the so-called half-god Salamander Hanzo can only act as a younger brother in the face of the all-god Uchiha Madara. It can be said that in the chaotic era of the Warring States period, the legendary Uchiha Madara and the god of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama. But the pressure on every ninja's heart, the mountain on the dirt. Once those who have personally experienced or witnessed Uchiha Madara's fighting style, they can also feel shortness of breath when they think about it now. However, now someone tells them that even the legendary ninja was killed by a young boy not long ago. This amount of information is too much. If they had known this result earlier, they would definitely think twice about the temptation of the Samsara Eye and the Mangekaya Sharingan. No, don't get me wrong. Feeling the almost murderous gazes around, Black Zetsu's face showed a trace of panic. In the original work, Black Zetsu was not good at fighting and was considered an auxiliary form. It's okay to let him run away. If he wants to fight, many people can beat him completely. Seeing that Danzo and others were about to turn hostile, Black Zetsu hurriedly explained, he did kill Uchiha Madara, but at that time, Madara was already old and weak, and there was no way to exert the power of his prime. According to my calculations, Madara's strength at that time could only exert 1/10 or 2/10 of his prime. Just imagine, even the first Hokage Senju Hashirama couldn't survive, and Uchiha Madara was severely injured and killed in the Valley of the End. It was already very good to be able to pick up a small life, not to mention living for 100 years and still maintaining the strength of his prime. At that time, he was already an old man in his twilight years. At this point, Black Zetsu quickly raised 3 fingers and said in a hurry, if you don't believe it, I can swear that Uchiha Madara was indeed killed by that kid at that time, but the Madara who was killed at that time was just an old man. The hysterical roar of explanation echoed between heaven and earth, making many people in the huge battlefield look at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 310 What's the point of playing? The huge battlefield fell into an inexplicable silence. Facing Black Zetsu, who was spitting and raising his finger as if to swear, everyone hesitated and was obviously undecided. Okay, you still don't believe it? I originally planned to hide this thing for the last minute, but now I can only take it out in advance. Black Zetsu's expression changed continuously. He gritted his teeth and took out a scroll with his backhand and handed it to Orochimaru. The sudden scene made everyone present stunned for a moment. However, Orochimaru's eyes brightened as if he had seen a rare treasure. Is this the cell sample from Uchiha Madara that you promised to give me? Orochimaru quickly took the scroll, licked his slightly dry red lips with his scarlet tongue, and his face showed a hint of enthusiasm. It can be said that Orochimaru's involvement in this mission this time was not only to get the modified wood-release DNA sequence sample in Black Zetsu's hand. In addition to being known as the god of the ninja world, the first-generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama, there is also the cell sequence sample of Uchiha Madara, who is known as the highest Uchiha legend. In Orochimaru's eyes, as long as the 2 legends are collected, and the modified wood-release DNA cell sequence is implanted, the person who is reborn after the impure world reincarnation can be infinitely close to the strength before his death, and at the same time cannot easily break free from control. It can be said that now Black Zetsu took the initiative to hand over Uchiha Madara's DNA sequence sample to him so easily, which was completely beyond his expectations. Hey, don't you know the impure world reincarnation? As long as you summon Uchiha Madara, you will know whether what I said is true. Black Zetsu snorted coldly with a little dissatisfaction. However, I advise you not to underestimate Uchiha Madara's strength, be careful not to break away from your control. Faced with this kind reminder, Orochimaru obviously threw it to the back of his mind, staring at the scroll in his hand with a fanatical face, and his right hand did not forget to gently stroke the surface of the scroll. Accompanied by the crisp roar of the air, the scroll exploded, and soon a white Zetsu with its intelligence wiped out could be seen, lying quietly on the ground like a salted fish. This sudden scene made many people in the field stagnate. Subconsciously looking at the other half of the Black Zetsu, even Zionin, who was standing beside Chinyu with a nervous face, couldn't help but ask weakly, Chinyu, he won't cut himself out in half, right? But this doesn't seem right. If he cuts off half, then what is the other black half? Is it his son? Hearing this, Chinyu almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. The Black Zetsu's face was even darker, and he cast a murderous look. If it weren't for Uchiha Chinyu, he would have torn the innocent Zionin to pieces with his own hands. After glaring at Zionin fiercely, Black Zetsu suddenly looked at Orochimaru and said, originally, I was going to use this thing when I was dealing with that kid, but I didn't expect him to come uninvited. Now, with your ability, you should be able to summon them out and kill him completely. Faced with these words, Danzo and Salamander Hanzo couldn't help but look at Orochimaru. The two were obviously interested in Black Zetsu's high hopes and his confidence in being able to kill Chinyu. After all, if you can save a bit of effort and solve the problem, why not do it? Don't worry, with the Wood Escape DNA sequence specimen you provided, my control over the impure world reincarnation has doubled. Orochimaru came back to his senses a little in the frenzy after licking her red lips. She looked at Chinyu and said, if he comes to be my opponent, it is indeed worth using them. As he spoke, Orochimaru took out another scroll with his backhand. With the white mist lingering, another sacrifice sealed in the scroll was also summoned out. Looking at this strange scene, Zionin and others couldn't help but stagnate. Yahiko couldn't hold his breath. He quickly came to Qin Yu's side and asked anxiously, "Qin Yu, thank you for saving us just now. However, this is a trap. When I first met Orochimaru that day, I found that his intentions were not right. Now he suddenly wants to use living sacrifices. I'm afraid it's not a good thing." For this statement, Nagato, who had been silent after withdrawing from the illusion, also showed urgency on his face. After all, this situation was caused by their own hands. Qin Yu's rescue has made them grateful. If they are sniped because of them, this is definitely not what they want to see. Haha, don't worry, Orochimaru's methods are the same. Qin Yu laughed dryly and said, in addition to the immortal reincarnation, there is the impure world reincarnation. If I guessed correctly, you are planning to summon Uchiha Madara and the first generation of Hokage to deal with me. Originally, I still don't have much interest, but I have just learned something recently. Ordinary people can't practice with me. They should be good as sandbags. The slightly long voice and the ridicule between the lines made Orochimaru's cheeks twitch. In his eyes, the impure world reincarnation of two legends of the ninja world is a great thing. Once it is revealed, it should be amazing. The whole audience should be shocked and exclaimed, fear surged, and other emotions should be exaggerated. It can be said that if it can't scare one or two people to death, it would be a waste of Orochimaru's efforts to collect and improve the impure world reincarnation. However, this scene, which should have been awesome, became so pale and indifferent in Qin Yu's mouth. It simply gave people a feeling of being a passerby. Hurry up and do it. I've been waiting for so long that the flowers have withered. Looking at Orochimaru, who was almost killing people with his eyes, Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and urged, "If you can't do it, let me do it." The small voice, like thunder, exploded in the minds of Orochimaru and others. Qin Yu's pair of 9 Magatama Sharingan suddenly turned, blood red like a tide, and the space was quickly distorted. The two sacrifices that were originally placed not far from Orochimaru's side seemed to be swallowed by a whirlpool and disappeared directly in front of everyone. When they reacted, they had already appeared in front of Qin Yu. This is space ninjutsu. Orochimaru was stunned at first, and then he cried out in surprise, "Quick, stop him quickly, that guy also knows the technique of reincarnation." The sudden exclamation made Danzo and others stunned. I thought that my side could summon 2 awesome legends to kill Uchiha Qin Yu. I never thought that everything I did was just to help others. If Uchiha Qin Yu summoned Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage, then what can they do? Chapter 311 Learn to Tell White Lies. Orochimaru's scream made everyone in the field tense up suddenly. As for Uchiha Qin Yu, he suddenly snatched away 2 offerings of the impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru was not sure whether Qin Yu knew the technique of the impure world reincarnation. However, the rumored amazing learning talent, and the impure world reincarnation scroll he carried with him during the battle that day, did fall into Qin Yu's hands. All of this added up to obviously tense up Orochimaru's nerves, like a frightened bird. However, in this sudden situation, the people present had no time to react. Qin Yu's hands, which were flying like wheels, formed a series of seals in front of everyone. When Orochimaru's words faded away, Qin Yu suddenly put his hands together. Impure world reincarnation technique. Boom! The ground roared, and the mysterious spell spread rapidly around like a spider web. The next moment, it directly covered the bodies of the 2 sacrifices. With the terrifying muscle wriggling of the sacrifice, it shattered in the astonished eyes of the crowd. Then, like clay, it quickly reassembled and constructed 2 divine figures in the blink of an eye. A pair of impure world reincarnation, with its unique dark eyes, exuded a terrifying aura. Yes, it is really the first generation Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the legend of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara. Someone in the field exclaimed. Looking at these 2 figures that suddenly appeared, it shook my nerves. Danzo's face also changed slightly. As a disciple of the first and second Hokage, he knew clearly what kind of weight these 2 people represented. Originally, Uchiha Qin Yu was enough for them to deal with. Not to mention, now there are 2 more legends in the ninja world. How to fight this horse? Orochimaru, is this another masterpiece of yours? I should have stopped Tobirama early in the morning and developed this forbidden technique that makes the dead restless. The first generation Hokage's eyes turned and fell on Orochimaru, saying, "But there is no way. Who did you let me kill this time?" However, before the first generation Hokage could get angry, Uchiha Madara's words made him stunned for a moment. Hashirama, you are still the same, so innocent, let this, don't you think that these juniors are controlling you at will, and it will tarnish your reputation. As soon as the voice fell, a huge wave of chakra exploded on Uchiha Madara's body, and the air wave rolled back in a crushing manner. Faced with this sudden explosion, everyone's face changed drastically. Even Hanzo, the so-called demigod, and Orochimaru couldn't help but take a half step back. However, facing this scene, Danzo's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, Uchiha Madara, the person who summoned you is Uchiha Chinyu behind you. I heard that he killed you with his own hands not long ago. As a student of the second generation Hokage, Danzo knew clearly what the flaws of the impure world reincarnation were. Once the person being controlled was stronger than the controller, the impure world reincarnation would be forced to get rid of. At the moment, Uchiha Kainu threatened to kill Uchiha Madara. If all this was true, Danzo believed that with Uchiha Madara's strength alone, he would be able to break free from the impure world reincarnation and attack Uchiha Kainu violently. Once that time came, even if Uchiha Madara could not be used by them, they could also deal with the first generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama. However, as soon as this thought emerged in Danzo's mind, a ghostly figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. At the moment when one hand formed a seal, the hot chakra burst out like a torrent. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. The flames in the sky turned into a hurricane, swallowing up the confused Danzo head-on. It even rolled back in all directions in a crushing manner. Seeing this, Orochimaru and others present were stunned at first, and without time to think, they quickly withdrew and retreated. After running away for dozens of meters, feeling that the blazing sea of fire was not approaching, they stopped and followed Danzo's trail. However, what they saw was a blazing sea of fire. Is this the strength of Uchiha Madara? He can perform fire escape ninjutsu that is no less than Uchiha Kainu. Orochimaru said with a sullen face. When he thought about it, this trump card that originally belonged to him was actually used to make wedding clothes for others. His heart was in pain. Shut up, you want to die, but I don't want to die. Black Zetsu shouted angrily. He had been with Uchiha Madara before, so of course he knew his tsundere personality. Now Orochimaru actually compared Uchiha Madara with Chinyu, which was a way to his own death. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Uchiha Madara suddenly turned his head and looked at the two of them. The hands flew, forming a seal, and the hot flames that spewed out formed a huge fireball like a meteorite from outer space. Fire style, great fire annihilation. The distance of dozens of meters was shortened in the blink of an eye. The flames that exploded directly engulfed Orochimaru and the buildings within a radius of hundreds of meters, turning everything into an endless sea of fire. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Yahiko, Nagato, and others standing not far away couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Watching Uchiha Madara with his hands and feet, he used the mere fire escape ninjutsu to display the power of S-level ninjutsu. If they were to face each other, it would be a dead end. When they thought about it, not long ago, Uchiha Chinyu killed such a terrifying existence. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they would never believe it. Ban, don't be impulsive. Senju Hashirama appeared beside Uchiha Madara like a ghost, and put his hand on his shoulder. Don't mess around before things are clear. Moreover, we were summoned, but we were not forced to do anything. There is no need to try to break free from the impure world reincarnation technique for the time being. The last time they were summoned by Orochimaru, Orochimaru had not yet mastered the deeper wood release chakra and the optimization of impure world reincarnation. Therefore, Hashirama Senju at that time only had 1 or 2/10 of his strength, which was far worse than his current state. Moreover, Chinyu summoned them, but he did not master Orochimaru's means of strengthening the spell control. To break free from the impure world reincarnation, as long as he knew the order of the seal, it was not a difficult task. Haha, the first Hokage was right. I didn't order you to do it, but they spoke out of their mouths and brought about the disaster of their own death. Chinyu laughed dryly, touching his nose and said, sometimes, people have to learn to tell some white lies. Banara, do you think I'm right? The small voice instantly tensed everyone's nerves at this moment. For many people, this almost heaven-defying impure world reincarnation technique, which could actually bring out 2 ninja legends, is already shocking. However, now Chinyu not only has no fear at all, but is calm and indifferent. This is too much of a boldness. Chapter 312 If you can kill once, you can kill a second time. Boy, you are looking for death. Uchiha Madara roared. The violent chakra exploded in his body again. With one step, the instant body technique was used to the extreme, and he appeared directly in front of Qin Yu. His hands flew and formed a series of seals, intending to do the same and instantly kill Uchiha Qin Yu under the fire escape ninjutsu. Fire escape, great fire extinguishing. The dignified roar exploded like thunder, and the blazing flames burst out. Boom! The flames all over the sky spewed out, turning into a sea of fire, instantly engulfing Uchiha Qin Yu. The tyrannical means were even more powerful than before. All of this is enough to show how deep his hatred for Uchiha Qin Yu is. However, before Uchiha Madara could react, an invisible huge gravity fell from the sky without any warning. The huge impact force, in this unexpected situation, directly smashed him to the ground. Bang! A cloud of dust was stirred up, and the cracked ground was even more shocking. After the impure world reincarnation, the body that was made of dust and mud also showed signs of spider web-like cracks. However, before Uchiha Madara could react, the black flames like ink burned directly on Madara's body. Amaterasu. The indifferent voice gave people a feeling of death urging death. The moment the black flame was generated, it quickly burned the mud body transformed by the impure world reincarnation. Qin Yu once had a guess that the second-generation Hokage had used the technique of mutual detonation talismans to deal with the impure world reincarnation Madara. With the help of the continuous explosions between the spells, a large number of detonating spells were summoned. In an instant, multiple explosions were made at a fixed point, using saturation attacks to exceed the recovery ability of the impure world reincarnation, and perhaps this immortal body could be directly disintegrated. In the original work, Uchiha Itachi fought with the impure world reincarnation Nagato and cast Amaterasu. If Nagato had not cast Shinra Tensei to deflect the black flames on his body, he would have been restrained by Amaterasu long ago. However, as soon as the flames rose, Uchiha Madara immediately stirred up a light blue pupil power. With the expansion of Susanoo, the black flames on the surface of the body were directly separated. The body that was originally in a mess, torn into pieces and burned into ashes, was quickly rebuilt. The gravity on his body was also completely carried by Susanoo. At the same time, Qin Yu, who was bathing in the sea of fire, was also wrapped in the blood-red Susanoo. His pair of blood moon-like 9 Magadama Manjakaya Sharingan gave people a chilling feeling. Uchiha Madara, who witnessed this scene, instantly twisted his expression and roared in anger. "You bastard, you challenged my majesty again and again. I will make you die like those two guys." However, before he could make another move, a dragon-like tree root instantly pierced through the ground and directly entangled Madara's body. "Madara, you are still the same, as impulsive as always, let's get things straight first," Senju Hashirama urged. As Uchiha Madara's old rival, Senju Hashirama obviously knew how to deal with this Susanoo. The first Hokage is right. Qin Yu laughed dryly, "If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. What's more, your attack just now seems very fierce, but if you feel it carefully, those two little guys have 10 lives and will not die easily." Listening to these slightly playful words, Danzo and Orochimaru, who were hiding in the dark, almost wanted to ask Qin Yu's ancestors for 18 generations. One was originally planning to sow discord, but was suddenly set on fire. The other one was originally planning to summon 2 awesome guys to be his trump card. Who knew that he was almost killed by his mouth? If it weren't for his amazing means of escaping, he would have been killed now, and he wouldn't have a chance to appear in the next chapter. Looking for death. Uchiha Madara's expression stagnated, and his pair of Manjakaya Sharingan suddenly turned down and instantly locked onto a building not far away. "Lord Madara, don't be impulsive. This time we have formed an alliance with Danzo, Orochimaru and Hanzo of the Salamander to eliminate this hateful boy." Black Zetsu crawled out from underground. Now he is still the will of Uchiha Madara, so in this situation where he wants to kill people for a disagreement, he is obviously still a little persuasive. Danzo cooperated with Orochimaru. The first-generation Hokage couldn't help but stagnate. He looked at Danzo who walked out from behind the tree, frowned and said, "I remember when you were a child, I personally coached you. Later, because of your good talent, you joined the team led by Tobirama and worked with Monkey. How come you are mixed with the rebellious ninja Orochimaru?" The sudden inquiry made Danzo's nerves tense directly. Uchiha Madara's sudden attack has already made him walk through the gates of hell. He doesn't want to face the first generation Hokage who is said to be superior to Uchiha Madara. Haha, you don't understand why he became a traitor, and don't know why he was able to survive the attack just now. Qin Yu laughed dryly and said, look at his right hand, and you will understand. The small voice made Danzo's nerves tense suddenly, and he quickly covered the bandage on his arm. Facing Uchiha Madara's fierce fire escape, Danzo used Izanagi at the critical moment, turning everything into an illusion, and was able to save his life. If Uchiha Madara, who has always been strong and protective, saw it, I'm afraid that the 6 or 7 lives on this arm would not be saved. Mada, calm down, don't be impulsive, he is now our ally against Uchiha Qin Yu. Black Zetsu's forehead was sweating, and he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. He wanted to kick Orochimaru to death now. He rarely took out Uchiha Madara's trump card, and he was still showing off here, giving Qin Yu an opportunity. He directly ruined a good hand of cards. Now Black Zetsu can only pray that Uchiha Madara can calm down and listen to him. It is an arm transplanted with Hashirama's cells, and there are many Sharingans. It seems that this method is related to Orochimaru. Uchiha Madara did not impulsive. Having lived in the ninja world for nearly 100 years, he knew the situation in the ninja world very well. In particular, he and Senju Hashirama founded the Konoha village. He knew exactly what talents had emerged, who defected, and why. Hehe, Madara-sama, you really flatter me. However, the cells of the first Hokage were indeed very overbearing. Most of the human body research materials for many years could not withstand it and died directly. Only a few people survived. Orochimaru walked out of the dark, licked his dry lips and smiled softly. Chapter 313 Are you ready to be killed for the 3rd time? Facing the praise from the legendary Uchiha Madara of the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru, a genius, was still very useful. However, this smile just sprouted, and it froze the next moment. You bastard, you dare to use my cells to harm people. Would release, 1,000 wood thorns. Hashirama Senju, who had been persuading people to restrain themselves, suddenly moved. The moment he suddenly put his hands together, the ground roared, and trees pierced through Orochimaru's body like spears. Blood splashed, and shocking blood flowers bloomed, causing everyone's pupils to shrink suddenly. Many people present did not expect that Hashirama Senju would also be fierce. Ahem, the first generation of Hokage, you should save some energy. If you say who is the hardest to kill in this ninja world, this stinky snake claims to be the second, I'm afraid no one dares to call himself the first. Qin Yu said while touching his nose. Soon, he saw Orochimaru, who was stabbed like a sieve, twitching slightly, under the almost nauseating eyes of everyone. A pair of big hands as white as snow stretched directly from the throat to the mouth. He pulled his teeth up and down with both hands, and suddenly exerted force, tearing his mouth in full view of everyone, and a body covered with saliva slid to the ground like a boneless body. Such a horrifying operation is simply outrageous. Ugh! The sound of retching came from the members of the Akatsuki organization not far away. Faced with this scene, even Zionin couldn't help but hug his slightly trembling arms. Is this the apprentice of the monkey? It's really fucking disgusting. Senju Hashirama rolled his eyes and said, but since you can't kill him, then don't kill him. This kind of thing is not the turn of us dead people to take care of it. Looking at the first generation Hokage who became a hands-off boss in an instant, the people present finally understood why Uchiha Madara despised him at the beginning. But, you kid, how did you become a traitor? I remember the last time we met, I was still mumbling that you should be a Hokage next time. Senju Hashirama turned back to look at Qin Yu. Looking at this scene, Black Zetsu suddenly became energetic. If the first Hokage can be successfully instigated, then the plan can be corrected and they can become the trump card against Uchiha Kainu. First Hokage, you don't know that when Uchiha Kainu rebelled against Konoha Ninja Village, he not only secretly hunted down the 3rd Raikage, the 3rd Mizukage, the 3rd Kazekage, but also the tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. Now he has the 3-tailed beasts in his hands and is planning to go to war with the 5 major ninja villages. Black Zetsu spitted and quickly turned on the strongest mouth cannon mode. First Hokage, as a hero who pacified the war, you definitely don't want to see the ninja world fall into chaos. Once he gathers the 9-tailed beasts, who in the 5 major countries can fight him? The slightly long voice echoed between heaven and earth. The taste between the lines is simply to persuade people with reason and emotion. If possible, add 2 drops of tears, it will be perfect. Have you finished? The first Hokage was stunned for a moment, and the next moment, in full view of the crowd, he put his hands on his waist and laughed. "Banara, did you see that? I told you that Konoha is full of talents. He killed the third Raikage, then the third Mizukage, and even the third Kazekage. His methods are really amazing. If, one day, you catch all 9-tailed beasts, then I really want to fight with you to see who is better. After all, catching the tailed beasts is not stressful, it's too easy." The unbridled laughter echoed between heaven and earth, making the huge scene fall into an inexplicable silence. Even the strongest mouth cannon, Black Zetsu, was stunned. "I thought that letting the first Hokage know about Uchiha Chinyu's evil deeds would arouse the desire to clean up the house. I never thought that everything presented in front of me was completely out of the script. Sir Hokage, aren't you angry? This is a traitor from Konohagakure." Black Zetsu's face was livid, and he couldn't help asking. "So what? I'm a dead man, I can't control this kind of thing." The first Hokage rolled his eyes and said, "Besides, he didn't kill the Hokage, it has nothing to do with me." "Humph, Hashirama is right, the ninja world is a world of the jungle, killing and being killed are just the way of the strong." Uchiha Madara also snorted coldly, his eyes turned in vain, locked on Chinyu, and said, "Although I don't want to admit it, you did kill me once that day. However, at that time, I was dying. Even if I used forbidden techniques and burned the last of my life, I would only return to 2 or 3/10 of my heyday. You killed me, and it was not fair to win. Now, I was resurrected by your impure world reincarnation, but this time I have recovered 50% of my strength. To get rid of the current manipulation control is not a problem." The words that came out were like thunder. Uchiha Madara took the lead, and his hands flew quickly, forming a series of mysterious seals. When the last seal fell, a black light twisted like the phantom of the god of death and disappeared directly into the void. Reincarnation of the impure world. As the voice fell, the connection between Uchiha Madara and Chinyu was directly cut off in the dark. After all, from the time Uchiha Madara was summoned to the present, Chinyu did not implant a spell to enhance control in their bodies like Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi in the original work. This kind of connection may be able to forcibly control ordinary objects of reincarnation. But for a legendary ninja like Uchiha Madara, it is not of much use. Looking at this scene, Heizetsu showed a happy face, and hurriedly flattered him and said, "Master Madara, congratulations on getting rid of the control of this hateful person, but..." At this point, Black Zetsu couldn't help but look at the first-generation Hokage for a second time. Now Uchiha Madara is temporarily standing on their alliance line, but if the first-generation Hokage helps Chinyu, the balance of victory will not change. "Hehe, don't stare at me, I won't get involved in this matter. Of course, if this kid knows how to force orders and control, then I can't do anything." While saying this, the first-generation Hokage kept winking at Chinyu. If he is compared with Orochimaru and Danzo, who often perform disgusting reincarnations and do some human body research, Chinyu, who killed the third-generation Raikage, the third-generation Kazekage, and the third-generation Mizukage, looks even more lovely. However, in the face of such a blatant expression, Chinyu just smiled and shook his head, looked at Uchiha Madara and said, "First-generation Hokage, you stay aside, I have been waiting for a long time, and I thought there were only 2 or 3 kittens, and there was no way for me to let go and fight to loosen up my muscles. I said, if I can kill you once, I can kill you twice, even the third time is no exception. Are you ready to be killed by me for the third time?" Chapter 314 I Summoned 3. Arrogant man, as my descendant, you are so arrogant, I will kill you today. Uchiha Madara's face sank, and the dormant powerful chakra in his body exploded like a raging tide. The breath rushed up to the sky, and even set off a hurricane to roll back to the field. The sudden scene made Black Zetsu quickly withdraw and retreat, landing beside Hanzo and others, and said with a sullen look, "The first generation of Hokage did not take action, and Madara-sama took the lead. This is an opportunity for a sneak attack. Hey, are you listening to me?" Heizetsu urged with a little displeasure. This time, he even sold his old face to let Uchiha Madara attack. Once this living sacrifice can't support the reincarnation of the impure world, Uchiha Madara will return to the netherworld. What is waiting for them is the unfathomable Uchiha Chinyu. However, as soon as these words were spoken, what fell into his ears was Orochimaru's scream. "That kid, he can't really learn that trick." The sudden scene made everyone's nerves suddenly tense. Even Black Zetsu was no exception, and hurriedly followed Chinyu to look. What he saw was a scene that he was very familiar with. Chinyu's hands suddenly moved, and the tens of meters of huge Susanoo showed a three-headed and six-armed posture at the moment of flying. 6 eyes burst into scarlet blood light, and they started to move synchronously in an instant. A series of mysterious seals flew down like wheels. When the last seal fell, a crushing wave of air swooped down from the sky. Puff! The sound of the air exploding was endless, and the huge oppressive force directly tore the clouds. Black Zetsu, who witnessed this scene, suddenly contracted his pupils. As Uchiha Madara's little follower, of course, it knew what this meant. The first move was Tianai Zhenxing, who could not stand it for ordinary people. Run away quickly, this kind of battle is not something we can intervene in at all. Orochimaru was the first to withdraw and retreat. Seeing the huge meteorite with a diameter of hundreds of meters falling from the sky, the air along the way was even more turbulent like waves. Hundreds of people in the town withdrew like grasshoppers and fled in all directions. However, during this process, some people turned back from time to time. Looking at Uchiha Madara standing there with a gloomy expression, there was a hint of urgency on his face. In their eyes, the fight between ninjas is at most just a fist fight and a casual release of ninjutsu. Never thought that Uchiha Chinyu, known as the Blood Ashura of Konoha, would be so shocking as soon as he made a move. Release the meteorite. Looking at the huge battlefield, even the demigods had twitching cheeks and fled. Not to mention these little ninjas who had no power to fight back. Now, their only thought is to see. Facing this attack, how would Uchiha Madara, who is known as the old legend of the Uchiha clan, respond? Good, very good, I didn't expect you to inherit my ninjutsu. Today I'll see how you can kill me for the third time. Uchiha Madara covered half of his cheek. The exposed Mangekyou Sharingan spun wildly. The deep blue pupil power exploded like a frenzy. In front of everyone, he instantly turned into a 100-meter-tall, iron tower-like, armored Susanoo. Facing the whistling huge meteorite, he suddenly clenched the Susanoo sword with both hands, without any fancy moves. Slanting to the sky he chopped it out with force. Puff! The air was instantly torn apart, and the ground pointed by the sword was cut open. The sharp aura brought up was like a stream of silk. The next moment, it collided with the falling meteorite with a lightning speed. Boom! The dull sound of the collision was like thunder rolling in the sky. The huge meteorite was instantly split open by force under the collision. The sharp aura contained in the sword tip was directly detonated, accompanied by a series of explosions and flames rising into the sky. The meteorite caused by the Tianjia Zhenxing quickly shattered inch by inch. Large pieces of gravel and dust flew all over the sky, as if a heavy rainstorm had fallen. The ninjas fleeing 500 or 600 meters away looked at this attack that was enough to cut a mountain in half with a casual swing of the sword, and their faces were shocked. The Susanoo transformed by Uchiha Madara moved again. The Susanoo sword tightly grasped in the other hand was unsheathed again. A fierce gale came down and pierced through the sky. Boom! A low sonic boom sounded suddenly. The air seemed to be pierced, and the dust scattered all over the sky rolled back to the surroundings, giving people a feeling of parting the clouds and seeing the sky. However, what came into view was another Tianai Zhenxing star of no less size. Facing Madara's sudden thrust, they collided with each other in an instant. Boom! The thunderous explosion sound was completely endless. The crushed meteorite was shattered again, turning into a sandstorm and falling down. With a wave of his hand, he resolved Uchiha Chinyu's attack. This made Uchiha Madara smile. This intergenerational confrontation can be regarded as a first prize. Be careful! Black Zetsu's urgent cry came suddenly. Uchiha Madara was startled at first, then he hurriedly looked up at the sky. The scene he saw made his pupils shrink suddenly. The meteorite that fell from the sky and quickly enlarged in his pupils made him feel caught off guard. This sky-defying star, fucking turned into 3. What's wrong? Can't I summon 3? Chinyu smiled playfully, and the 9 megatama in his pupils suddenly turned down, and his right hand suddenly grabbed them in the air. Gravity pupil 10 times. Boom! The invisible gravity poured on the meteorite like a torrent. After the first 2 bought time, the distance between them was not far. Under the blessing of 10 times gravity, the crushing power of the dive suddenly increased, and the short distance of 1,000 meters was shortened in the blink of an eye. Without any fancy, it slammed heavily on Susanoo. Boom! The dull thunder-like collision sound gave people a destructive attitude. The huge impact force, coupled with the blessing of gravity, made Susanoo slow to react and block. The ground under his feet was the first to be unable to withstand this mountain-like pressure. The next moment, there was a cracking sound, and then it cracked like a spider web in front of everyone. The 100-meter Susanoo was slightly supported, accompanied by the deafening sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. In front of everyone, he was pressed to the ground. Uchiha Madara, who was trapped in it, was so angry that his cheeks twitched. If he was not a product of the impure world reincarnation, he would have been so angry that he spit out blood. He died of suffocation. The moment before, he threatened to kill Qin Yu. He never thought that he would be trapped by a Tianai Zhensing at the beginning. Chapter 315, just like strolling in a garden. Bang! The huge impact force, with a crushing feeling, swept the entire town. The buildings along the way were torn into pieces in an instant, like paper paste, and turned into ruins. The crushed Susanoo struggled frantically under the hysterical roar of Uchiha Madara. Under the blessing of gravity, the 6 arms, like spears, directly buckled on the huge meteorite. The next moment, it was moved up with a bang, and the originally crushed Susanoo stood up inch by inch. Looking at the mighty Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, who was sitting cross-legged beside him, couldn't help but look at Qin Yu with excitement, saying, "Boy, Madara is only 50% to 60% of his prime strength. But, it's hard to defeat him with such an attack. Do you have any other means?" As Uchiha Madara's most powerful opponent and the one who knows him best, Senju Hashirama certainly knows his depth. But he is more interested in Uchiha Qin Yu. He wants to see if this junior can reach their level. Really? Qin Yu exhaled a breath of turbid air, and his eyes suddenly turned and locked on Madara. "I wanted to warm up, but now it seems that the audience can't wait." The inexplicable words made the people present stagnate. The next moment, Qin Yu clenched his hands suddenly, and his eyes, like a hawk, instantly became as sharp as a blade. Bang! With one heavy step, the ground beneath his feet collapsed with a loud bang, and with crackling arcs of electricity splashing, Qin Yu directly switched to chakra mode. With the help of his body activation, his speed was obviously increased to the extreme, like a thunderbolt across the sky, tearing through the air and appearing in front of Susanoo outside Uchiha Madara. Without any transformation, the 4 fingers of his right hand suddenly tightened, and under the lightning, it was like an indestructible lightning spear, with an indomitable attitude, mixed with rolling prestige, booming. Then he stabbed it hard. Boom! Thunder in the sky. The lightning flashed like an electric snake. At the same time, the huge impact force caused the 100-meter tall Susanoo to fly back more than 10 meters in an instant. In full view of the crowd, it crashed into the thick wall of the town and stopped with a bang. Looking at this huge body over 100 meters tall, this sudden attack directly knocked it away. Many people took a breath and exclaimed "Monster!" Then they saw Uchiha Madara laughing like crazy. "Haha, bastard boy, if I'm not mistaken, it should be the little tricks of the Cloud Ninja, but it's ridiculous for you to defeat me like this." "Really?" Qin Yu responded with a smile, instantly tensing everyone's nerves. Looking in a hurry, the crackling lightning arcs raging around the body suddenly surged, like a tidal wave, and poured directly into the right hand. The next moment, what came into view was the moment when the 4 fingers changed into one. The sound of tearing cloth suddenly echoed, and the lightning light that was about a foot long became more and more condensed, as if it had turned into a physical entity. The whole body was covered with mysterious lightning patterns. Without any fancy moves, Qin Yu took another step forward. Under the blessing of the thunder release instant body technique, like a ghost, he appeared in front of Susanoo on Uchiha Madara's body. As soon as his figure stood firm, what occupied Uchiha Madara's pupil was the hell thrust one-handed hand. Boom! The lightning flashed, and with a lightning-fast posture, it stabbed towards the powerful Susanoo. Accompanied by the strong light, the arc splashed and raged. A crisp cracking sound suddenly came out, and the spider web-like cracks spread rapidly. Uchiha Madara's face changed first, and he suddenly woke up. As his Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly, he roared angrily. "Arrogant man, get out of here!" The surging pupil power exploded directly in Uchiha Madara's body like a volcanic eruption. The next moment, like a vast ocean, it poured into Susanoo's body. The cracked spider web was quickly repaired under this huge force, and in a blink of an eye, the armor covering Susanoo's body was restored to its original state. "Oh, your tortoise shell is also very resistant. Qin Feng exclaimed lightly, and the violent lightning on his body was slightly restrained. Susanoo, which was originally bound by gravity, finally broke free, and the huge hand like a banana slapped Qin Yuli head-on. However, this kind of angry attack has an explosive power that breaks through the limit. However, facing all this, Qin Yu stood there straight as if he had seen nothing. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Madara, who had lost face in the previous fight, laughed grimly. Boy, if you are dazed at this time, you will pay the price with your life. Go to hell. The rolling voice gave people a feeling of winning. However, in the eyes of Nagato and others, his cheeks twitched slightly. Looking at Wazi, who was known as the legend of the Uchiha clan and could stand shoulder to shoulder with the god of the ninja world, it was as if he saw the two of them not long ago. Boom! With a posture as heavy as 1,000 pounds, with a force that was faster than thunder, the big hand slapped down and instantly passed through Qin Yu's body and slammed on the ground. Boom! The thunderous roar instantly smashed the ground into pieces. The cracked ground and the rolled back sand and dust rolled back like a tornado. Looking at the Uchiha Qin Yu, who was like a mirror image of the lake, after the ripples were stirred, he returned to normal. As everyone's pupil shrank, even Senju Hashirama, who was watching the show, became interested. This should be a time-space ninjutsu, right? Senju Hashirama guessed and said to himself, just now, the breath of this world disappeared without a trace, and after the attack, it recovered again. This is not one of the pupil techniques of the Mangekyo Sharingan, right? How evil is your awakened bloodline, you have so many pupil technique changes. As the god of the ninja world, he was able to create a ninjutsu with a long name when he was young, which even Uchiha Madara complained about. He has also seen the time-space ninjutsu of the second generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama, so Senju Hashirama's vision is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Looking at Qin Yu walking out of the disintegrating dust, the curiosity on his face became even greater. However, compared with the bystanders like Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara obviously couldn't hold his breath. While roaring angrily, the 6 arms of Susanoo flew endlessly, and smashed down on Qin Yu madly with a lightning-fast posture. Suddenly, the sound of drums was endless, and only the figure in the dust, who seemed to be strolling in the garden, took devilish steps, tensed everyone's nerves. Facing the escaped Uchiha Madara, there were crazy attacks and a solid turtle shell. I was eager to know how to decide the winner. Chapter 316 Like a Coming. Bang! The dull thunder-like clapping sound echoed in the sky. With everyone's nerves tense, a figure finally shot out in the dust. The sudden scene instantly touched Uchiha Madara's nerves. While roaring angrily, he attacked Qin Yu with a pair of big hands. Boy, where are you going to escape? I don't believe that your space-time ninjutsu can be flawless. As the Uchiha clan, who is known as the god of the ninja world legend, Uchiha Madara was indeed furious, but he could not take Qin Yu down for a long time, which gradually calmed him down. In Yenju's eyes, the pair of hands that clashed up with lightning speed were reflected, and his face was ferocious. Bang! The strong slap and the reverse airflow swept away like a tidal wave. As it rolled and scattered, it brought a suffocating feeling. The slightly raised part of the 2 hands that clashed together made Uchiha Madara's face show a trace of ecstasy. Haha, it succeeded. Don't you like to escape? Why don't you run away? Uchiha Madara laughed unscrupulously. However, as soon as the voice fell, the 2 palms that were originally combined with great efforts bulged a little. The sudden scene pried the nerves of many people. After all, the start was the Tianai Zhen scene, like a battle between gods and men. But it subverted their cognition. If even the attack of Uchiha Madara couldn't suppress Qin Yu, then the title of Konoha Blood Ashura would probably be at its peak after this battle. Feeling the tension fed back by Susanoo, Uchiha Madara's expression stagnated, and without thinking too much, the remaining 2 hands also pressed down in a hurry. 3 pairs of big hands, like 3 mountains, were full of force to crush them. However, facing this scene, being in the hands again, the slightly raised arc seemed to give people an illusion of motionlessness. To cause this situation, it means that Uchiha Madara's seemingly sharp and unparalleled attack could not shake Qin Yu at all. To be unscathed under the pressure of 3 pairs of big hands, it takes a huge amount of power. Looking at this weird scene, Might Dai and Guji, who had been acting as spectators, couldn't help but look at each other. After seeing Qin Yu's godlike strength with their own eyes, an absurd idea jumped out of his mind. Could it be that the boy has already learned the 8 gates formation? The thought flashed through his mind, and the two of them looked over in a hurry. The 3 pairs of hands that were originally closed seemed to be hit by an invisible force in an instant. The light blue air waves burst out from the palms like a hurricane. The next moment, the 3 pairs of hands seemed to be unable to resist and were instantly stretched open. Bang! The huge force feedback directly caused Uchiha Madara to groan. Susanoo even retreated several steps and hit the city wall again. Looking at Chinyu, who was covered in blue steam, Uchiha Madara's expression changed drastically, and he once again drove Susanoo to stand up in a hurry, and his right hand brought up a stern wind and threw it out again. However, this time, Chinyu took the lead. The moment his hands suddenly clenched his fists. He let out a long whistle. What he had to do now was to see how many gates he could open based on his current physical condition. 8 gates of ninjutsu 6th gate Cageman. Bang! The violent air wave exploded instantly like a frenzy. Chinyu took a step forward, and when his physical skills were used to a certain extent, he was able to reach the level of instant body movement. When everyone reacted, Susanoo's big hand fell into the air instantly. Chinyu clenched his 10 fingers on both hands suddenly, and like a cannonball, he tore through the air and hit out. Uchiha Madara, I hope God will love you and be my grindstone. Towards the peacock. With a move of his fists, the strong wind was like a tide, and the extreme speed friction, under the activation of the body cells by the lightning chakra mode, sparks burst out in the sky instantly. It directly enveloped the 100-meter-high Susanoo in an instant. From a distance, it was like a peacock spreading its tail, shaking people's hearts. Is this a physical skill? Just by punching at high speed and rubbing against the air, a huge fire fist impact is formed. This kid's physical skill is probably better than Tobirama's. Senju Hashirama couldn't help but be surprised. However, these words, which fell into his ears, pried his nerves. No. For him, this is probably just the beginning. Might Guy and Guji rushed to the side of Senju Hashirama. When he thought of their contempt for Chinyu not long ago, they privately taught Uchiha Chinyu the 8 gates of ninju as a bet. In their eyes, this kind of advanced physical skill can only be successfully trained with perseverance. It took more than 10 years, or even decades, to master it. It was never expected that Uchiha Chinyu, known as the Blood Ashura of Konoha, only took half a day to open the 6th gate. Looking at the look of ease, Might Guy and Guji couldn't help but jump in their hearts. He started to wonder. This time, they might have accidentally created a physical monster. You mean, this is just the beginning? Senju Hashirama's expression could not help but stagnate. The next moment, the battle in the sky seemed to be responding to him. A crazy roar from Uchiha Madara suddenly sounded. Damn kid! Fire style, dust hiding technique. The hot flying ashes spewed out of Uchiha Madara's mouth, instantly passing through Susanoo's body and quickly rolling back to the surroundings. The next moment, like a mist dragon, it rolled and entangled Uchiha Chinyu. As soon as the dust approached and touched the sparks, a series of rumbling explosions were heard instantly. The flames emerged, intending to engulf Chinyu instantly. At the same time, with the help of this little trick of covering the sight, he bought a breath of time and regrouped again. However, this idea just popped up in Uchiha Madara's mind. The next moment, a thunderous roar sounded, like a magic sound. It penetrated everyone's nerves. 8 gates of Dungia formation 7th gate shock gate open. Boom! The blue sweat, like a steaming volcano, exploded in full view of the crowd. The next moment, the dust that had just approached Chinyu's side rolled back like a tidal wave. Looking at his face flushed like blood, his facial veins protruding, like a ferocious centipede, the aura he exuded, coupled with the pair of scarlet 9 Magadama Manjakaya. Sharingan. The figure in front of him, like a stepping figure in the void, gave people an illusion of being born. Is this still a human? Absurd thoughts emerged in his mind, regardless of the onlookers present, even Senju Hashirama, who had been indifferent and only slightly interested. At this moment, he also sat up straight. Chapter 317 Thunderstorm Day Tiger. In the huge battlefield, everyone fell into dead silence. Looking at the sky, Chinyu, who was bathed in the steaming blue sweat, had an inexplicable urgency on his face. The dust that rolled back instantly revealed the Susanoo that enveloped Uchiha Madara. Although he was in Susanoo at a distance of 100 meters, he felt this indescribable breath, as if an invisible big hand was tightly grasping his heart. Uchiha Madara had no time to think about it, and watched the dust roll away. His hands quickly flew up and formed a series of seals. The next moment, his mouth bulged, and hot chakra rushed in, accompanied by the sound of air piercing. A series of dragon head flames, like a violent storm, attacked Uchiha Chinyu across the sky. Fire escape dragon fire technique. The distance of more than 100 meters was just a blink of an eye. When the dragon head flames appeared in the sky, even the temperature around them suddenly soared. Seeing that the attack was about to approach, Chinyu moved. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his hands intertwined like lightning. The next moment, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and his aura was sharp. His hands, which had formed special marks, pointed out from a distance. Puff! With one finger pointing out, the space was shattered like a mirror, and the air rippled. The dragon head flame that was attacking him seemed to have a slight stagnation. The next moment, before everyone could react, the endless breath that came out of his body was like a surging sea, gathering madly. Thunderstorm daytime tiger. Roar! The roar shook the hills, and the dragon roar reached the sky. A giant tiger tens of meters long condensed in an instant, crackling arcs of electricity ravaged the sky, and the bloody mouth suddenly opened. With a sharp and unparalleled posture, he rushed out across the sky. Wherever he passed, the dragon head flames in the sky were crushed like paper, and dissipated between heaven and earth like smoke. At the same time, the might of the tiger was overwhelming, and in front of everyone's astonished eyes. It was like twisting space, teleporting, and arriving in front of Uchiha Madara one step ahead. Boom! The sound of collision, like thunder, rushed straight to the sky. The rolling waves of the sky gave people the illusion of a 12-level hurricane passing through. The buildings along the way, which were already broken, finally couldn't support under this attack, and collapsed with a whistle. The oncoming wind and sand, the overwhelming power, made it extremely difficult for people to open their eyes. However, in the face of all this, the people present didn't take it to heart at all. The urgency flowing in their eyes had surpassed everything. It can be said that what they want to see most now is the final showdown between the new and old legends of the Uchiha clan. The Susanoo, known as the absolute defense of the Uchiha clan, versus the prestigious ninjutsu, who will win or lose. It's cracked! Someone exclaimed, watching the giant tiger in Susanoo falling from the sky like a meteorite. The seemingly indestructible armor cracked in an instant, spreading spider web-like cracks. The next moment, it cracked like a mirror. The vacuum giant tiger wrapped in a thunderstorm instantly hit Uchiha Madara. Boom! The dull explosion sounded like thunder, roaring incessantly. The city wall, which was already in danger, was destroyed in an instant. As the earth collapsed, the gravel and dust rolled back, giving people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Many onlookers who couldn't avoid it were overturned in the oncoming sand and gravel. The thunderous scene made the calm and composed Senju Hashirama stand up straight without knowing when. Looking up at the sky, the figure bathed in blue steam and crackling arcs was full of disbelief. Successful, he really succeeded. He spent half a day to learn the 7th gate that I had practiced for decades but still couldn't master. If Kai knew that the 8 gates of ninja that he practiced hard could even break the absolute defense of the Uchiha clan, he would definitely admire him. Might Dai was so excited that he was incoherent. His identity as a genin has always made Kai ashamed and ridiculed. Although he has always supported the practice of physical skills, Kai gave Might Dai the feeling that he was groping forward in confusion on a dark road. It can be said that Kai didn't even have a goal in front of him. However, now Uchiha Chinyu can exert the power of the 8 gates of ninja in theory to such an extent. Even Uchiha Madara, who is known as the legend of the Uchiha clan, can be directly defeated. If other physical skills ninjas knew about it, they would definitely become a beacon of light. After all, Mighty's physical strength cannot be compared with Uchiha Chinyu. Opening 6 gates is already the limit. Once 7 gates are opened, the physical strength may not be able to support it, and the bones and muscles will be damaged. Unless you are determined to die, the 8th gate is harder than climbing to the sky. Damn it, I'm going to kill you! Hysterical roars came out in the endless sandstorm. A figure with half of its body destroyed rushed out in the sand. Looking at the half of the body that was quickly reassembled like clay fragments. This weird scene is simply a shocking feeling. Many people couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva with a gurgle. They knew very well that even Uchiha Madara, who had Susanoo, the absolute defense of the Uchiha clan, could not withstand this attack. If it weren't for the immortal body of the impure world reincarnation, I'm afraid they would have died long ago. If the attack fell on them, they would definitely become a pile of meat sauce. Haha, the impure world reincarnation is indeed against the will of heaven, but the only flaw is that it can't hurt people. Qin Yu felt the soreness coming from all over his body. But this is a good opportunity for me to open the 8th gate. The small voice at this moment was like a hurricane that swept the whole audience back. The expressions of the people present could not help but stiffen, even Uchiha Madara, who was originally hysterically roaring and looking for revenge on Uchiha Qin Yu, was instantly speechless. The sudden heavy and rapid breathing, and the almost cracked eyes, were all unbelievable. The mere 7th gate can overturn the legend of the Uchiha clan. If the 8th gate is really opened, who can fight against Uchiha Qin Yu? Once it comes to that moment of showing his edge, who can hinder his steps? When thinking of this, the so-called alliance of the 5 major ninja villages seemed pale and powerless. Senju Hashirama also felt a sense of restlessness, and his face was hesitant to speak. However, before they could react, the situation in front of them changed again. Many people were shocked by what they saw. Chapter 318 Powerful enough to make people despair. The huge ruins of the town, the sand and dust rolled back. Endless air waves collapsed like a tide, and the whole world fell into an inexplicable silence. Facing the 8th gate that was one step further, everyone's breathing became rapid. The scene in front of them made people's expressions stagnate. The body of soil was still rapidly reorganizing after enduring the thunderstorm day tiger's thunderous blow. The speed of recovery first stagnated a little, and the next moment it suddenly cracked like a mirror. As the crack spread rapidly, the remaining half of Uchiha Madara's cheek became hideously distorted. "You bastard, I only used 50% of my strength this time. Ban, I'm already 60% or 70% of my strength, stop talking nonsense, it's shameful to deceive the younger generation." Senju Hashirama suddenly interrupted. Uchiha Madara's expression froze, and he roared continuously. "Shut up, you natural idiot, I have 120% of my strength. Black Zetsu, next time you let me appear, you must let me use my peak strength, otherwise I will knock you down first. Uchiha Qin Yu, I will definitely make you die without a burial place." The rolling voice, mixed with hysteria, made the people present look at each other in bewilderment. Looking at Uchiha Madara, whose body was collapsing inch by inch, the huge aura emanating from Qin Yu's body was annihilated between heaven and earth in an instant. Facing Uchiha Madara's eyes full of resentment and unwillingness, Qin Yu smiled warmly and said, "Next time we meet, I will use the 8th gate to let you continue to dance." "You." Uchiha Madara was suddenly furious, this was his catchphrase. However, he who always let others dance all day long has now become the object of others' dancing. The gap between the past and the present is too big. However, before he could reply, the breeze that drifted by turned his last struggling body of the impure world reincarnation into debris all over the sky, which collapsed between heaven and earth. For a time, the huge town ruins were left with only a mess of battle traces. And those stiff-faced spectators. "Your name is Might Dai, right? Does the 8th gate that kid mentioned really exist?" Senju Hashirama exhaled a foul breath and couldn't help asking. Might Guy suddenly woke up, feeling the gazes from all around, opened his mouth, and said with a little excitement, "The 8th gate does exist. However, that is the gate of death. Once it is opened, you must be determined to die. It can instantly exert a power that is 10 times stronger than the shadow-level existence, surpassing the peak of the ninja world. 10 times the strength of the shadow?" There was a sound of sucking in cold air in the field, and even Guji's pupils couldn't help shrinking. However, he soon reacted, and Guji said with relief on his face, "Fortunately, opening the 8th gate has a death limit. 10 times the strength of the shadow, I am afraid that even Madara, who was said to have 12 points of strength in his heyday, was defeated again." Faced with this speech, many people also nodded secretly and breathed a sigh of relief. "I am not afraid of many enemies, but I am most afraid of enemies that are so powerful that they make people despair. Uchiha Qin Yu, who has opened 7 gates of shock, has made him unattainable. Once the 8 gates are opened, it will be so powerful that people will despair." "No." Senju Hashirama, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke up, "Don't forget, he is Uchiha. The new legend of the clan cannot be judged by common sense. I really hope that the next time I am summoned by the impure world reincarnation, I will not face Uchiha Qin Yu, who has overcome the gate of death." After leaving these words, the body of Senju Hashirama, who was reborn from the impure world reincarnation, also quickly crumbled inch by inch and disintegrated between heaven and earth. Like Uchiha Madara, it was obvious that the summoning time limit had been reached. Accompanied by a breeze, Senju Hashirama, known as the god of the ninja world, left these shocking words and disappeared completely without a trace. However, facing these words, many people's eyes were all locked on Uchiha Chinyu, and they swallowed their saliva subconsciously with their Adam's apples rolling. Chinyu fell to the ground in midair, and his eyes suddenly turned, passing through Danzo and others one by one. This glance made them feel like the god of death was calling for their lives. The scene just now, which was like a fight between gods, seemed very cumbersome, but it was only a few minutes before and after. In the eyes of Danzo, Black Zetsu and others, they thought that this battle was to encourage Uchiha Madara to fight. Able to find a flaw, giving Uchiha Chinyu a lightning-fast sneak attack. But never thought that imagination is beautiful, reality is full of bones. However, whether it is Danzo, Black Zetsu, or even Orochimaru, there is no hesitation, turn around and flee. After witnessing Chinyu's divine fighting style, whoever is stubborn will die. For a while, on the huge battlefield, the four people who led this hunt were left with only the half-god salamander Hanzo. Witnessing this scene, the Anbu ninjas of the Rain Village hiding in the dark did not have time to think about it, and they all rushed out. Under the belief instilled in their minds, the leader will not retreat, and the only thing they can do is to fight to the death. Hanzo-sama, let us fight with you. Hanzo-sama, even if we lose our heads and bleed, we will not hum. The voices of going to die with dignity rang out one after another in the field. In just a few tens of seconds, hundreds of confidants stood around Hanzo Salamander. A momentum of going to die with dignity gathered in an instant. This scene made the faces of the Akatsuki organization and others more embarrassed. As two major power groups, compared with these fearless rain ninja Anbu, they often fought among themselves and obviously could not compare with them. However, this cannot be blamed on them. Hanzo Salamander, the Anbu confidants under his command, all used the death warriors of the family power, and were brainwashed since childhood. Only the leader can decide their life and death, and they must not say no. It can be said that the difference is not big in ordinary tasks, but in such a life and death situation, everything has a different meaning. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Hanzo Salamander. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan landed beside Chinyu and said in a deep voice, "You have just experienced a battle and should be tired. Why not let Hanzo of the Salamander be dealt with by us?" As the second largest force in the Rain Village, they were repeatedly tripped up by Hanzo of the Salamander. If it were not for Chinyu's repeated rescue, the destruction of the Akatsuki organization would have been waiting for them. Therefore, this time, the fight was a fight of new and old hatreds, and it was either you or I. However, as soon as these words fell, under the astonished eyes of the crowd, they saw Hanzo of the Salamander grabbing the chain sickle at his waist. In front of everyone, he made a stunning move. Chapter 319 Seeing Through but Not Saying It. All of you retreat. Hanzo Salamander spoke in a voice full of vicissitudes, and fell to his knees in front of everyone. The chain sickle in his hand went straight to his abdomen. The sudden scene was like a samurai committing seppuku, and the expressions of the people in the field changed drastically. However, at such a close distance, no one could stop it. The next moment, the sickle instantly pierced into Hanzo Salamander's waist. Puff! Blood splattered, and a large amount of purple liquid overflowed. This is the unique salamander poison from the Rain Village. On that day, after Hanzo Salamander successfully hunted the salamander, he took out its poison sac and buried it in his body. This caused every breath he took to be poisonous. As long as he stayed in the same place with him for a period of time, he would be poisoned to death without knowing it. It was for this reason that Hanzo Salamander wore this breathing device. The biggest weakness of the so-called demigod Hanzo of the Salamander is the place where the poison sac is buried. The sudden scene made the expressions of the Rain Ninja Anbu in the field change drastically. The leading captain was the first to shout, "Master Hanzo! Why did you do this? We can fight to the death." The hysterical roar seemed to confirm the thoughts of the remaining Rain Ninja Anbu. However, facing this scene, the eyes of the salamander Hanzo became brighter and brighter. He turned and looked at Uchiha Chinyu and said, "In this life, I, the salamander Hanzo, as the supreme leader of the Rain Ninja Village, opened up the battlefield of World War II. I even overwhelmed the Konoha Ninja Village and even the 5 major countries. In the Third Ninja World War, I was dealing with the major countries. It seemed to be a glorious time, but my old body and the title of demigod made me complacent. The vicissitudes of life, with a tragic taste, turned his eyes and fell on Nagato and the other two, and then laughed out loud. I am obsessed with the regime, but I ignore the importance of my own strength. I am afraid that a new small force will damage my rule. However, the most wrong decision I have made in my life is to be an enemy of Uchiha Chinyu. They can escape, but I, Hanzo, am ashamed to face the whole clan. Instead of letting my clansmen be buried together, I hope you can let me die to apologize. The slightly long voice echoed between heaven and earth. Everyone's face changed slightly, and there was a little more respect in their eyes when they looked at Hanzo. Just as they were about to say a few words of admiration, a ghost-like body suddenly rose in the underground ruins behind Chinyu. At a close distance, only 2 or 3 meters away, the man with a bandaged face and white hair roared with joy while showing madness on his face. Underworld release, evil self-destruction battle. As soon as the white figure appeared behind Chinyu, he stretched out his right hand suddenly, and a dark vortex-like ink quickly opened, and the blazing fire lit up instantly. If I am not mistaken, this breath should be the same as Uchiha Madara. As long as this attack hits, the godlike boy in front of him and the 3 leaders of the Akatsuki organization will definitely die instantly. The sudden scene made Nagato and others nervous, suddenly tense. They quickly pulled away and tried to help, but suddenly found that their bodies became abnormally dull, and an indescribable numbness swept through their bodies. At this critical moment, they were unable to react in time. This weird scene not only happened to Nagato and the other 3, but even Guji and Might Dai, and even other members of the Akatsuki organization, also noticed something wrong. Looking at the sudden scene, the man who suddenly attacked opened his bandaged mouth and showed a smile of success. However, before he saw the victory, he saw a big hand, which quickly enlarged in his pupil power at a speed faster than the speed of thunder. Without any fancy moves, it directly hit his face. The next moment, the 5 fingers suddenly exerted force, and the whole body was pulled out of the mud. Like a battle axe, mixed with crackling violent lightning, it smashed directly to the ground. Thunder escape ping nu er chien lu. Boom! The thunderous explosion sound was simply endless. The whole ground collapsed as if it could not bear the weight. The huge impact force even shattered the rock ground for dozens of meters along the way. Like a sandbag, the white-haired man who was hit hard on the ground spit out a mouthful of blood with an unbelievable look on his face, and his entire sternum shattered and collapsed. The miserable appearance was simply outrageous to watch. Witnessing this scene, Hanzo, who was still performing a sensational scene and chose to commit suicide by cutting his stomach, had no time to think and tried to pull himself up. But the next moment, the ground within a radius of more than 10 meters suddenly bulged. When the soil turned outward, a number of snow-white bone spears, like a spear, pierced his body directly. Puff! The sound of cloth tearing was heard, and blood splashed and splashed on the ground, like a shocking blood-colored flower. Hanzo, who was pierced by dozens of bone spears, looked at Kimimaro, who came out with disbelief on his face, and looked at Chinyu with blood foam at the mouth. Why do you know my plan? Why, you are not poisoned. Looking at the huge ninja world, the poison of the salamander is one of the best. Most importantly, its poison gas is colorless and tasteless, and can kill people invisibly. Ordinary people will die if they touch it slightly. As for a god like Chinyu, as long as he has not left the human range, Hanzo of the salamander firmly believes that he can poison him to death. In Hanzo of the salamander, he is different from the bachelor commanders like Danzo. He also has a regime under his command that took decades to establish. Good Night is even more intoxicated with this. To make Hanzo of the salamander give up these powers, facing Uchiha Chinyu is even more like a monk who can run away but not the temple. So, Hanzo of the salamander plans to put on a good show. With this dignified attitude of going to death, he cut the poison sac on his body. Let the colorless and tasteless poison of the salamander blend into the air, and then use words to delay time. In the end, let the last trump card hidden in the dark perform a killing move with lightning speed, directly taking Chinyu's life. Although Hanzo of the salamander has seen Chinyu's amazing space-time ninjutsu, but in his eyes, as long as he finds that he is poisoned and his body is a little slow, he will definitely have a flaw. As long as this point is grasped, Chinyu will surely die. However, now looking at Chinyu, who seems to be innocent, Hanzo of the salamander is full of disbelief. Hanzo of the salamander, you put on a good show, but unfortunately you met me who saw through it but didn't say it. Chinyu laughed dryly and said, I forgot to tell you that Lady Tsunade is half my master. She has already recorded your poison and even developed an antidote. Unfortunately, when I came here, I was afraid of death, so I made several copies in advance, and there are also air volatile agents, which can neutralize the poison of the salamander you released in the air. In short, Hanzo, you deserve to die. Chapter 320. Do you all like to tickle me? Are you Tsunade's apprentice? Hanzo of the salamander looked stagnant, revealing a face full of disbelief. The second ninja world in the war, the Rain Village was the main battlefield. As a local force, it even helped to provoke the Second Ninja World War. Hanzo of the salamander fought against the three ninjas of Konoha many times. Among them, the strength of Hanzo of the salamander came from the almost unsolvable toxin. The armies of various countries failed one after another, and most of them were because of the colorless and tasteless salamander toxin. The Konoha village was able to escape, and the three ninjas were able to survive. The most important thing is that they have Tsunade's powerful healing ninjutsu as a backing, so they have the capital to waste. With Tsunade's top talent in medical ninjutsu, it is not a difficult task to develop an antidote for salamander toxin. As Tsunade's eldest disciple, Shizune has already received the true teachings of this important antidote, and even passed it on to Chinyu privately. You can say that. Chinyu touched the tip of his nose and replied with a thick face. If Tsunade, who is always hot-tempered, knew that she had passively accepted half a male apprentice, she would be furious and tie him up to verify his identity. Guji and others on the side could not help but be stunned. Soon they saw Chinyu took out a glass container similar to a smoke bomb. Without any hesitation, he threw it directly to the ground. Bang! The glass container shattered instantly, and a slightly sweet smell was blown away by the wind, and soon it neutralized the poisonous gas in the field. Boy, you won't even have an affair with Tsunade-sama, right? Guji couldn't help asking. However, as soon as the voice fell, he saw a corpse deeply trapped in the ruins behind Chinyu. He suddenly opened his eyes, and with his hands forming seals, his collapsed chest and abdomen recovered like a balloon. The next moment, he even performed the earth escape technique and directly merged into the soil. The sudden scene made many people in the field change their expressions drastically. They saw with their own eyes that this person who had been lurking for a long time was hit by Chinyu's heavy blow, and his sternum was broken. He should have died. Now he suddenly recovered and fled underground. This gap is too big. However, when they thought of the endless methods of immortality that Danzo and Orochimaru had just seen, instead, they smiled bitterly and let it go. However, this thought just emerged in Guji and Might Dai's minds, and the words that fell into their ears the next moment made their expressions change drastically. Hiroshi, since you are here, why are you in a hurry to leave? Chinyu's 9 Magadama Manjakaya. Sharingan suddenly turned. Endless gravity, with him as the center, crushed down like an invisible mountain. Boom! The sound of the earth shaking made the rock layer sink in response. Some ground could not withstand this tenfold force, and it instantly collapsed and spread. A scream suddenly came from underground dozens of meters away from Chinyu. The next moment, through the shocking crack, a figure trapped in it could be seen. However, facing this sudden gravity blessing, Baileahu's body was tenaciously repaired again. At the same time, his hands clumsily formed a series of seals under 10 times the gravity. Steel escape tempering. The metallic luster quickly stirred on Baileahu's body surface, instantly turning his body into metal. In this state, the same metal weapon not only had no way to break it, but was also more powerful than Kakuzu's earth escape hardening. Nether escape acupuncture hole. Baileahu roared urgently. He never thought that Chinyu could reveal his identity in one word, and at the same time, he was related to Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas. As the black hole unfolded, the gravity around him loosened a little, and Baileahu once again performed the earth escape stealth technique and fled quickly. However, this time, because the body was hardened, there was no need to worry about the damage to the body during stealth. So the speed obviously increased by more than double, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Guji and Might Dai suddenly woke up and were about to jump and chase him, but were stopped by Uchiha Chinyu. Don't chase him, he is not the last one now. The forbidden technique is not completely successful, but it is as perverted as Orochimaru. Your conventional attack methods can't kill him. Chinyu glanced at the direction where Baileahu left and patted Guji's shoulder. After seeing Baileahu, he was able to recover instantly after encountering such a deadly attack. Qin Yu thought of a way to overcome the shortcomings of the Eight Gates formation. What's more, Bei Liuhu is still useful now. Accompanied by the last assassin fleeing, the huge ruins were instantly shrouded in an inexplicable depression. Looking at those who swore to death and did not retreat, and still guarded around Hanzo, whose body was pierced, a tense atmosphere was generated. However, at this moment, whether it was Guji and others or Nagato and others who led the Akatsuki organization, even the Anbu of the Rain Village, and even the weak Hanzo of the Rain Village, were staring at Qin Yu's clone. You all look very nervous. Qin Yu suddenly smiled warmly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he took a step forward, and like a ghost, he tightened everyone's nerves. Everyone is on guard, protect Hanzo, and retreat. The captain of the Rain Ninja Anbu roared in a hurry. He grabbed the handle of the chakra knife on his back with his backhand. However, before he could pull out the chakra knife, a familiar voice came from behind. Do you know? If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. Qin Yu smiled and patted the shoulder of the Anbu captain. This kind of wind is light. Yundan's posture made his nerves tense suddenly. He didn't have time to think about it, and pulled out the chakra knife with his backhand, and infused chakra at the moment. His waist turned suddenly like a hurricane, and the chakra knife in his hand, with a light blue light, chopped towards Qin Yu's neck. The sudden attack, coupled with the close distance, gave people a feeling that there was no escape. No. To be precise, facing the attack of the Rain Ninja Anbu captain in front of him, Qin Yu had no intention of dodging or attacking at all. The seemingly sharp and unparalleled attack, when it was an inch away from Qin Yu's body, crackling lightning arcs burst out. Bang! The lightning and the blade collided instantly, and the huge impact force directly broke the chakra knife. Half of the blade was flipped and inserted diagonally into the ruins not far away in full view of everyone. Looking at Qin Yu, who stood there motionless like an iron tower, the captain of the Anbu who attacked angrily, clenched his hands holding the chakra knife and trembled slightly. What's wrong? Do you all like to tickle me? Qin Yu laughed dryly and said, I'll give you a chance, all of you come together. Chapter 321 You are a demigod and I am a god. Give me a chance, all of you come together. The small voice was like the death god urging death at this moment, making the originally depressing atmosphere like adding a straw that broke the camel's back. Facing Uchiha Qin Yu's calm performance, the nerves of the Rain Ninja Anbu were tense to the extreme. Swoosh! Dozens of figures suddenly rose up at the same time. The shuriken in the sky were shot out in unison, and the number was so large that it gathered into a violent storm in the blink of an eye, covering Uchiha Qin Yu. At the same time, two Rain Ninja Anbu who performed the earth stealth technique appeared at the side of Hanzo of the salamander first, intending to help. The sudden attack was simply a huge momentum. Dozens of people attacked together. Looking at the ninja world, it can definitely be called the level of a small war. Facing this scene, Guji and others couldn't help but shrink their pupils, and looked at Qin Yu with a little more urgency. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Yu suddenly raised his head, and the smile on his face became even more. I didn't expect that in the end, you would choose this dying struggle. It's really gratifying. Thunder released Chidori flow. The crackling lightning, the speed of its flow on Qin Yu's body first stagnated a little, and the next moment it exploded directly like a frenzy. Boom! Endless lightning burst out with Qin Yu as the center. A series of bowl-sized lightning arcs shot out like a dragon out of the abyss, tearing the sky in all directions. The incoming shuriken were swept away by the lightning in an instant. The Anbu ninja who jumped over was in midair and had no place to hide, and was directly swallowed by the violent lightning. For a moment, the area of hundreds of meters in radius turned into a thunderous hell. Looking at the offensive that was enough to make people dance, the violent and raging lightning zone made Guji and others feel thrilling. Each of them has the strength that they think is extraordinary. However, facing all this, there is no way to convince themselves to take action lightly. Unless they hold the heart of death. The lightning in the sky was like a raging tide, and the violent scene lasted only a few dozen seconds before it collapsed. When the last trace of lightning dissipated, the Rain Ninja Anbu who were in it were steaming with smoke and fell to the ground in all directions. The only thing that made people feel surprised was that they did not suffer any casualties, let alone faint. Why don't you kill them? Hanzo raised his head weakly. He was also in the lightning, and it was for this reason that he smelled something wrong. As soon as these words came out, everyone's nerves suddenly tensed up, and their eyes were fixed on Qin Yu. Just as Hanzo said, the scene in front of them also made them smell something wrong. After all, Qin Yu's famous battle also killed hundreds of people in an instant with a thunder escape. It can be said that at that moment, as long as Qin Yu had a thought, he could take their lives directly. Now he didn't do so, so there must be something wrong with the abnormal situation. Hanzo, you are a smart man, you are a demigod, and I am a god. Qin Yu smiled and waved his hand. Soon he saw that the bone spear that had pierced Hanzo's body was directly withdrawn. Hanzo, who lost his support, fell to the ground, and looked at Qin Yu with a little more surprise. Demigod? God. Hanzo of the Salamander muttered to himself, and looked at Qin Yu stubbornly and said, "Are you going to make me surrender to you?" As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Guji and others, as well as the Akatsuki organization led by Nagato and his 3 companions, changed drastically. In their eyes, the Rain Village is a second-tier military power second only to the 5 major countries. For Nagato and others, Hanzo of the Salamander, who is known as a demigod, is an unattainable existence. However, now he is being surrendered in public. If you don't see this scene with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe it? Haha, Hanzo, you are really a smart man. Qin Yu smiled and said, "But you can rest assured that I will not interfere with your rule. I just don't want the entire Rain Village to fall into chaos. You still have 3 minutes to consider, otherwise your life fire will be extinguished, and I can only reincarnate you as a puppet regime." Reincarnation? Hanzo of the Salamander's expression changed drastically. I have seen with my own eyes the power of this forbidden technique. His expression changed continuously, but it was the same result anyway. Rather than being enslaved, Hanzo gritted his teeth and finally lowered his proud head. Hanzo is willing to surrender to you, sir. These simple words, at this moment, gave people a feeling of hitting the depths of their souls. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that Hanzo, who had been a demigod for most of his life, would surrender one day? The surviving Rain Ninja's Anbu looked stagnant, and they all wanted to say something but stopped. However, Hanzo was soon interrupted by Hanzo, "Don't say anything, I've made up my mind, cough cough cough." A violent cough could not help but come out, and Hanzo coughed up a large mouthful of blood, staining the clothes on his chest red. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu rolled his eyes at Kimimaro helplessly and said, "Do you call this gentle? Boss, you mean spare the lives of the people? I have spared them." Kimimaro replied indifferently. As a war weapon trained by the Bamboo Cutter clan, it is easier for Kimimaro to kill people than to save them. "Forget it, I'll save the people first, you take care of them." Qin Yu replied helplessly, and took out 4 scrolls with his backhand. In full view of the crowd, he threw them out with his backhand. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sonic booms in the air were heard, and the 4 scrolls instantly turned into mysterious medical seals, covering them like a big net. Those shocking, direct wounds were even wrapped up. Looking at the healing seal array that was set up in an instant, Qin Yu did not stop at all, and his hands flew up quickly like wheels. As the last seal fell, chakra like a vast ocean, like a raging tide, rushed out like crazy. Resurrection technique. The curse marks on Hanzo's body seemed to come alive at this moment, squirming wildly. A huge force of vitality quickly spread and stirred. The people present were immediately interested in the scene in front of them. They knew that Uchiha Qin Yu, the bloody Azura of Konoha, had amazing combat ability. But they were even more shocked to see him mastering the medical ninjutsu so skillfully. Isn't this the resurrection technique? Not only can it recover injuries, but it can also heal wounds quickly in a short period of time through a medium. Might Dai's expression stagnated and he said hurriedly, "In the Konoha hospital, it takes several people to perform the medical ninjutsu, but now he can easily master it alone. This is indeed a demon-like existence." Chapter 322 Hanzo, you are really bad at flattering. In the huge battlefield ruins, hundreds of people were tied up and nervously stayed where they were. From time to time, he also looked at the distant salamander Hanzo who was shrouded in green light. More than half an hour had passed before the battle ended. In normal times, many people would lack confidence in such a long wait. However, every time there was a cry of surprise in the field, these people would gasp. Facing the salamander Hanzo who was originally riddled with holes and pierced by Kimimaro like a sieve, the rapid recovery of the wounds made people feel shaken. "Look, the last wound has also healed," someone exclaimed. The eyes of everyone in the field turned to the bloody hole on the chest of salamander Hanzo. Looking at the originally shocking wound, it was quickly filled up. It was only a few tenths of seconds before and after. The complicated spells, the high-speed seals, and the powerful healing speed were simply amazing. According to Guji's description, this kind of medical ninjutsu is enough to surpass Tsunade, who is known as the best medical ninja in Konoha. It's done. This is the blood-activating pill. Chinyu untied the seal and threw out a bottle. Hanzo opened his eyes that looked like he was dozing off, and instantly reached out to catch it. This swift action was just like someone who was fine. Don't act so cool. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, your wound has just been repaired, but it is very fragile. If you can't take good care of it, if it explodes again, I may not save you a second time. Feeling this roll of eyes, Hanzo's expression could not help but stagnate, and said, thank you, sir. But, sir, you are not lying to me. I thought you and Tsunade, one of the three ninjas, were a master-disciple relationship, and your attainments in medical ninjutsu could not be compared with hers. Now it seems that you are better than her. I, Hanzo, deserve to lose this battle. Take medicine, so much nonsense. Chinyu directly blocked Hanzo's clumsy flattery. It's not a good feeling to see this old man over 50 or 60 years old flattering himself. Ahem, thank you. Hanzo's face was embarrassed, and after a dry cough, he was grateful instead. Now he has gone from being a powerful demigod to someone else's subordinate. It is difficult to accept this huge gap in a short time. What if he meets a pervert? He needs to flatter and flatter. For Hanzo, death is better than life. Okay, take a rest. I have something to do. I will come back to you later. Chinyu patted Hanzo's shoulder. Of course, if you want to add some color to my boring life, I don't mind. After saying this, Chinyu took a step and planned to leave. However, he was soon stopped by Hanzo. My lord, if you want to find Bei Liuhu, there are time and space coordinates in this scroll. I originally planned to keep it for myself, but I didn't expect that things would turn out like this. Hanzo gestured to his confidant to take out a scroll. Chinyu showed a hint of surprise and said, I originally buried a space mark on his body. Your scroll is better than nothing. My lord is really wise. Seeing that Chinyu finally accepted the scroll, Hanzo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was a token of surrender. If Chinyu refused in public, he would lose face. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Chinyu rolled his eyes again and said, Hanzo, you are really bad at flattering people. You even hit the horse's leg. When you see me in the future, don't be too restrained like before. Otherwise, if I ask you to flatter me a few more times, I will kill you and end it all. Puff. Many people in the field couldn't hold back their laughter when they heard this. Especially the Anbu ninjas who usually followed Hanzo. Facing this demigod who used to be serious, he now had a scene of falling into the mortal world. This kind of down-to-earth flattering behavior really made the originally oppressive atmosphere dissipate a little. Looking at Chinyu who left after leaving these words, Hanzo's expression changed, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I thought that becoming a prisoner would inevitably lead to ridicule, but I didn't expect that except for the verbal addition of an adult, everything else would remain unchanged. Maybe this is not a bad thing? Boss, why didn't you kill that man just now, but now you chase him again? Kimimaro followed Chinyu's side. During this period, after seeing Chinyu's methods like a god descending from heaven one after another, Kimimaro was completely convinced. Especially, the 8 Gates ninja array just now, fighting against the Susanoo summoned by Uchiha Madara, the old legend of the Uchiha clan. The earth-shaking opening of the 7 gates gave him a feeling of being struck directly in the heart. Most importantly, this is the shortcut to becoming the strongest physical skill master that Chinyu mentioned to him not long ago. By the way, this is the experience of the 8 Gates ninja array that I wrote down myself, as well as the interpretation of the moves, and some Konoha-style swordsmanship and physical skills, which should be able to speed up your understanding of the 8 Gates ninja. Chinyu took out a brand new scroll and handed it to Kimimaro. Don't underestimate physical skills. With your bloodline ability of the Bamboo clan, you will suffer less damage than me when you open the 8 Gates ninja, and it will be easier to open the 8th gate. At that time, you will have to cover me, the boss. Kimimaro looked at the scroll in his hand and was stunned. For outsiders, if you have a powerful forbidden technique, you would want to hide it, not to mention passing on your learning experience to others. After all, when learning the same ninjutsu, the more common points you have with others, the more weaknesses you will discover. Especially a forbidden technique as powerful as the 8 gates, which can easily defeat a demigod or even a god. According to Kimimaro, Chinyu knew that his bamboo clan bloodline could bring the 8 gates to its full potential. He still taught it to himself, which undoubtedly dug a hole for Chinyu and buried a crisis. This kind of thing has never happened to the clan that gave birth to him. Even his biological father was worried that he would be too powerful and out of control one day. Instead, he imprisoned him. He didn't even teach him any fighting skills. It can be said that Kimimaro's ability to get to where he is today is entirely due to his genius talent. What's wrong? Are you fantasizing about rebelling in the future? I'm waiting for you to dance. Chinyu smiled and patted Junmara's shoulder, with a hint of melancholy on his face, saying, "But you have to hurry up, I feel that I will leave this world." Chapter 323 Even old friends are cheated. Boss, are you leaving this world? Junmara was stunned. In his worldview, there are only concepts such as leaving a village or a country. To leave this world, this is simply unimagined. However, for Chinyu, whether it is his sudden appearance in this world or the origin of the Daetongmyo clan, it is enough to prove that this world is not as simple as it seems. Looking at the confused Kimimaro, Chinyu did not explain much. After patting his shoulder, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and frowned, saying, "This guy didn't return to the base provided by Hanzo, but went to other directions. It seems to be the same as I guessed. Boss, are we going there now?" Seeing that Chinyu avoided the topic, Kimimaro did not ask any more questions. Chinyu nodded in agreement and jumped away. In the Rain Village, a dozen miles away from Wushan town, a man in a white robe quickly swept through the forest, and looked back from time to time. Seeing that there were no pursuers, he stumbled, his face flushed, and he opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood directly dyed the bandage red, but Baileahu had no intention of stopping. With his hands flying, he formed a series of seals. Spiritual summons. Bang! A white mist rose up into the sky, and soon a hideous-looking, huge two-headed snake appeared in the mist. The next moment, without any fancy moves, it opened its bloody mouth, brought a gust of fishy wind, and rushed towards the rocky mountain not far away. Boom! A dull collision sound suddenly sounded, and a large piece of sand and dust rolled back under the splashing of gravel. At the same time, a black shadow jumped out in the sand and dust. Under the pale cheek, the mouth opened, and in a terrifying posture, a sharp blade with cold light flowed. Without any fancy moves, it chopped down the two-headed snake directly. Puff! Blood splattered, and the unstoppable blade, with a clatter, directly chopped off one of the snake heads. Looking at this scene, Baileahu's expression was gloomy, and he swung his hand back, and the ninja tool scroll fell into his hand. With a bang, 2 wind demon shurikens fell into his hand instantly. With the sound of breaking through the air, the 2 wind demon shurikens burst into life again. The huge wind demon shuriken with a diameter of more than a meter, with a dignified and sharp momentum, appeared in front of Orochimaru one step ahead. The combined attack from above and below completely blocked Orochimaru's retreat. However, before Obito could be happy, Orochimaru's body twisted quickly like a boneless twist, and then passed through the center of 2 huge shurikens. Bang! 2 huge shurikens smashed on the rocky mountain, and the huge impact immediately shattered the rock wall, and the sharp blades pierced directly into the rock. After a missed attack, Obito was not disappointed at all. He soon saw that the two-headed snake that was originally beheaded, the broken head, and the muscles on the wound were wriggling rapidly, and the head was regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scarlet tongue swallowed and spit out, and the eyes suddenly turned and locked on Orochimaru. The big mouth suddenly opened, and rushed forward again. Orochimaru, who was in mid-air, raised his eyebrows and looked a little surprised. However, his hands flew quickly, like wheels, making people feel dazzled. Summoning technique Rashomon. Bang! The mysterious curse seal spread quickly, and the huge Shura iron gate was summoned directly by Orochimaru, instantly blocking the two-headed snake. Bang! The heavy metal collision sound suddenly echoed, and the huge impact force caused Rashomon to sink instantly. However, under this collision, the two-headed snake was instantly broken and bleeding. Under the bloody and blurred flesh, even the scales were instantly shattered, revealing the white skull. However, facing such injuries, the two-headed snake did not pay any attention at all, and raised its head again. The flesh and blood on the edge of the wound squirmed again, and in just a dozen seconds, the two-headed snake quickly recovered. However, this time, Bailuo did not let the two-headed snake attack again, but spit out a scarlet tongue and locked on Orochimaru. I didn't expect that you really studied the forbidden technique that I specially leaked to you back then. Orochimaru looked at this old classmate in front of him with interest. At that time, among the students of the same class, Orochimaru, Jiraiya and Tsunade were also outstanding. If Jiraiya was the last one, then Okumo was definitely following them and growing up, a bomber among the last ones. Facing the gradually widening gap in strength, Okumo's jealousy became stronger and stronger. Later, he accidentally discovered the so-called theory of combined ninjutsu. The summoned monsters such as the two-headed snake were his initial research objects. Watching the two-headed snake's combination experiment become more and more mature, its strength gradually became stronger, and it also had the ability of immortal regeneration. This made Okumo completely intoxicated. It was not until he defected that Okumo discovered that all this might be led by Orochimaru, luring him to this road of no return. Orochimaru, it seems that you wanted me to be the guinea pig at that time. Okumo tore off the bandage on his mouth, revealing sharp sickle-like teeth. The hideous stitches spread across his mouth and cheeks, like a centipede. That bloody mouth, that terrifying degree, is no less than that of Orochimaru. Haha, Hirahu, my old friend, are you here to call for punishment? Orochimaru smiled softly. You suddenly appeared here, I think it was because one of them invited you. You still have traces of injuries on your body. When you were escaping, only Hanzo of the salamander was a beat slower. The person who colluded with you should be him, right? At this point, Orochimaru couldn't help but look up and down at Hirahu, and his smile became even wider. My old friend didn't cheat you. This experiment is based on theory, but aren't you still alive now? And you have gained powerful strength. Even Hanzo of the salamander, who is known as a demigod, pays so much attention to you. You should thank my old friend. The slightly long voice echoed between heaven and earth. Bailuo's expression darkened, and he said sternly, Orochimaru, you don't need to test me with words. You leaked this experimental theory to me that day, and I didn't dare to give it a try. It should be you who secretly leaked my things. Afterwards, you secretly sold a negligence, let me escape, and continued the experiment. Don't you want to get my experimental results? Looking at the Orochimaru in front of him who even betrayed his old friend, Bailuo did not get angry, and continued to say, I saw your immortal body just now, but you lack my powerful regeneration power. However, I can tell you one thing, this forbidden technique has not been completely perfected. Chapter 324 Hunting Target. Not perfected yet. Orochimaru was stunned. In his eyes, the abnormal regeneration ability of this strange snake that was patched together also made him salivate. After all, the current Orochimaru is not the Orochimaru in the original work. His scientific level is still a little behind that time. If he can take this opportunity to recycle the seeds planted that day and the fruits that have grown. For Orochimaru, it is definitely an unexpected gain. After all, if there is no genius like him, a series of theoretical knowledge has been recorded. Otherwise, relying on the existence of Hiriko, who is even more inferior than Jiraiya, to study the Kita Bud Ra technique alone, it is simply a fool's dream. What you see is the success of the two-headed snake. Hiriko glanced at the two-headed snake that was still eyeing it and said, but, for myself, the selected experimental subjects must of course have the best blood limit. Just imagine, if a person has all 5 blood limits and has the ability to regenerate immortality, who in this world can still be his opponent, even God is no exception. At this point, Hiriko was speechless. In his mind, the lingering battle not long ago was like a brand, engraved in the depths of his soul. In his eyes, he always thought that as long as he learned the technique of Katra, he would be able to become a god-like existence. Once the 5 blood limits are released, coupled with an immortal and regenerative body. At that time, he will kill gods and Buddhas. However, after seeing Uchiha Chinyu, who seemed to have the posture of a god, this confidence feels a little insufficient. Orochimaru's expression changed, and the sharp blade spit out of his mouth was swallowed back. After licking his upper lip with his scarlet tongue, he said, You are not caring about escaping now, and suddenly come to me. Did you find the target of the blood limit and plan to let me help? Don't forget that you have come to this step and escaped from the village. Everything is related to me. In other words, we are enemies. Why should I help someone who may seek revenge on me in the future to complete the final experiment? Faced with the sudden appearance of Beiruohu, Orochimaru was a little surprised. After all, in his eyes, this fusion ninjutsu has too many flaws. Especially the experimental subjects selected by Hirako are people with bloodline limits. After all, every bloodline person is inherited from the family. If people from the outside intend to forcibly take these bloodlines into their own bodies, the foreign bloodline will conflict with their own bloodline. Once the experimental subjects are selected, they are still people with bloodline limits, and the bloodline strength will be much stronger than ordinary people. Once the backlash occurs, it may form a chain reaction, leading to symptoms such as internal decay. When this theory was proposed that day, Orochimaru also conducted a wood escape cell cultivation experiment. Even Denzo's arm from Uchiha Shin is a derivative of this combined ninjutsu, Kiyera. However, Orochimaru never expected that the inadvertent setting would make Hirako eat shit and eat beans. He really developed the forbidden technique Kiyera to this extent and walked in front of him alive. Orochimaru, you leaked this defective forbidden technique to me, do you still think I can't guess your thoughts? Hirako sneered. Now the Katara ninjutsu has been developed to a nearly perfect level. I only need to find 2 more suitable blood limiters to achieve your ideal state. No, it should be said that compared with the theory you conceived, I will be more powerful and a more perfect god. At that time, even if I face the so-called Konoha blood Ashura, I will not be afraid at all. The voice of Er Chong echoed between heaven and earth. At the end, there was a hint of madness in his words. Looking at Billahu, whose personality has changed so much, Orochimaru not only did not show any fear, but also smiled and said, Billahu, do you know? I hated your idea of desperately chasing and improving your own strength at the beginning. But your ambition to find shortcuts now is very much to my taste. At this point, Orochimaru smiled even more. I'm very happy that my experiment has reached this level. You suddenly came to me now. You must have locked on your target, right? Are you going to invite me to help you? Looking at the tentative Orochimaru, with this annoying face, Hirako smiled playfully and said, you are right. On that day, you, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were all my targets. I was full of awe when facing you. I really didn't expect to be able to have an equal dialogue with you like today. As long as you are willing to help me hunt down a blood limiter, I can give you all the experimental experience and research and development data of the Demon Sparrow technique over the years. For this sweet cake from Hirako, Orochimaru did not refuse it immediately. This is Hirako's hard work. No one doesn't want to have a unique and powerful ninjutsu. Especially Hirako, who has a weird personality. He agreed now, but the Demon Sparrow technique he handed over in the end is definitely not a perfect version. However, this may be a bit of a waste for others, but for Orochimaru, a perverted mad scientist, just a little bit of combining the data from other experiments is enough. With this stepping stone, Orochimaru is still confident that the transplantation of wood release cells will be more perfect. Who knows, when he gets the Mangekyo Sharingan, Orochimaru himself will be able to fit in perfectly. When he is reincarnated, he will be able to fit in with the body more skillfully. Orochimaru, what have you thought about it? Obito said calmly, I found out about this goal 3 days ago. According to my eyes, it is still 30 years old. Inside the waterfall cave. If there wasn't an old man who was good at puppetry beside her, I could have hunted her down by myself, and I wouldn't have to ask you for cooperation. Old puppet man. Orochimaru raised his eyebrows, looked at the scroll that Beiruohu took out, hesitated for a moment and said, okay, I promise to help you, but I want to know the information of the target, and give me half of Kiyera's experimental data first. For Orochimaru, there is nothing he hasn't done to commit crimes. In the original work, he dared to kill even the 3rd Kazekage and the 3rd Hokage, and some tribes were even kept in captivity by him for curse seal experiments. Not to mention hunting down a blood limit ability user. Humph, I also saw this target by accident. At that time, she was wearing a mask, so I didn't know who she was. Hirako snorted coldly and threw the scroll to Orochimaru. Chapter 325 Ambush and Being Ambushed. This scroll records all the information about the Kita no Kiyomaru technique, but the latter part is sealed. As long as you help me hunt down the blood limiter, the scroll seal will be unlocked. Iroha said in a deep voice. Of course, if you dare to play any tricks in the middle, this scroll will explode directly, and our deal will end here. Looking at Iroha's aggressive words, Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh. Without checking, he put the scroll away and said with a smile, I like to cooperate with ambitious people like you. Let's go. I don't know if that kid will catch up. Let's leave first. When he thought about it, even Uchiha Madara was defeated by Chinyu with simple physical skills. There was still an inexplicable shadow in Orochimaru's heart. In particular, Chinyu mentioned at the end that after opening the 7 gates, there was another gate behind. For Orochimaru, once he faced a pervert like Chinyu. The only way to seek a sense of security is to enhance his ability to regenerate immortality. A cunning rabbit has 3 kills. Orochimaru must have at least 10 kills to feel a little relieved. Okay, since the deal has been reached, we will set off immediately. As long as this target is captured, I will have the 4 bloodline limits, and my own strength will increase dramatically. Hercules clenched his fists suddenly, and said with determination, as long as I hunt one more target, I can have a real immortal body. The rolling voices faded away. Under the idiotic gaze of Orochimaru, Oburu finally vented his anger and quickly led the way. However, it is not surprising that Oburu had to show off more. It is like when you were in school, you had 3 rich friends in your class. You watched the 3 rich people show off every day. Now that you have graduated and entered the society, you have achieved some success. At the party, you can't wait to hang a price tag to let others know that you are doing well. A few minutes after the 2 left, 2 figures rushed out of the forest and landed directly on the ruins caused by the battle between the 2-headed snake and Orochimaru. Boss, just like you said, they really met. Kimimaro looked around indifferently and said, do we need to speed up? Chinyu did not deny Kimimaro's speculation. He had already captured the chakra residue of Orochimaru and Okuniko several miles away. What he had to do now was just to confirm another thing. Not necessary for the time being. The mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole is behind. If they knew that there was a big tail behind them, I wonder what their expressions would be. Chinyu smiled and patted Kimimaro's shoulder. He did not stay any longer and quickly followed him. More than half an hour later, more than 20 miles away from them, Orochimaru and Okuniko always kept a distance. With their uninterrupted journey, they had already seen the entrance of the waterfall from afar. The surging waves brought a deafening sound like a drum. The splashing water all over the sky made this world more shrouded in water vapor and mist, like a fairyland. The goal is in front, Orochimaru, I hope you will not be unhelpful when the time comes. Hirako reminded in a deep voice. Haha, you are so cautious, you are not my type, but you can rest assured, I, Orochimaru, will definitely keep my promise. Orochimaru laughed teasingly. However, as soon as this smile appeared, a chill came out of his spine the next moment. There was no time to think about it, and the sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded from all directions. Puff! A series of dark shadows, in an overwhelming posture, shot through the forest. Hidden in the mist, it was even more difficult to see. When they approached a distance of 20 to 30 meters, they suddenly launched. This was obviously beyond the expectations of Iroko and Orochimaru. However, facing this sudden scene, Orochimaru and the others were only slightly stunned, and soon reacted. Steel release stealing. As the seal in Bailuo's hand fell, the metallic luster quickly surged on the surface of his body. Shurikens, thousands of swords, and kunai that attacked from all directions fell on Bailuo's body, like rain hitting banana leaves, and only made a series of metal collision sounds. However, compared with Bailuo, Orochimaru was more direct. As soon as the attack fell on his body was like a combination of countless poisonous snakes, instantly shattered and disintegrated, turning into hundreds or thousands of poisonous snakes, so dense that it made people feel scalp numb, and quickly scattered to the ground in all directions. Watching this scene, hidden in the dark the face of the man changed instantly, and the old voice sounded. Be careful, I will cover you. As the voice fell, the sky was stirred, and the hidden weapons scattered around Bailuo's body were pulled by the special steel wire in an instant. The moment it suddenly tightened, it turned into a giant cocoon and wrapped around Bailuo. Gaga! The sound of the mechanism of the puppet biting was heard in the soil under his feet. Arms, like chains, quickly wrapped around Bailuo's limbs. Seeing that the series of attacks instantly achieved the expected effect, a pretty figure hidden behind the trees flashed out like a ghost. It came to Bailuo one step ahead. Scorch release, overheat kill. A familiar cry suddenly sounded, and a pair of slender hands were stretched out, and the scarlet hot chakra instantly gathered in the hands. With the crazy infusion of chakra, it turned into a huge fireball in an instant. Without any fancy moves, under Yakang's control, he smashed towards Beiluhu head-on. Boom! The hot air wave, under the huge explosion of the burning escape, added several points of power. The huge impact force allowed Yakang to turn over and retreat violently. The trees around him that were more than 10 meters tall were directly broken in half. At the same time, the ground under his feet was blown into a charred deep pit by this huge explosive force. Looking at such an amazing power, Yakang not only did not show a trace of smile, but frowned and his expression suddenly changed drastically. "Ebi, run away quickly!" The sudden cry startled Ebizo, who was hiding in the dark. Soon he felt the cold wind behind him, and the breath of death swept over his body. The sudden touch of death made Ebizo not have time to think too much. While pulling away and dodging, the 10 fingers of both hands changed quickly. The next moment, not far behind where he was standing, under the rolling mud, Orochimaru, like a white snake, poked out his head, opened his ferocious bloody mouth, and bit directly at Ebizo's throat. At this close distance, facing Orochimaru's endless strange methods, the snake head, which brought a gust of cold wind and was extremely fast, took the lead in biting Ebizo's throat. Chapter 327 You Can't Kill This Man. Puff! A crisp sound of wood suddenly sounded, and Orochimaru's sharp fangs instantly bit Ebizo's neck. However, the moment of the entrance, Orochimaru's expression froze, and soon he saw that Ebizo's head turned 180 degrees directly. The skin on his face was peeling off like thin sand, revealing the wooden face of a puppet. The sound of the mechanism clicking came from the biting mouth. Puppet clone technique? Orochimaru raised his eyebrows and soon saw the sand skin on the puppet in front of him peel off instantly. The 6 arms were like chains, instantly wrapped around Orochimaru. Black secret technique 2 bursts. Ebizo's voice suddenly came from behind a tree not far away. The chakra line in his hand that connected to the puppet suddenly changed. The body of the puppet opened instantly, forming a ferocious big mouth, swallowing Orochimaru head-on. Bang! At such a close distance, Orochimaru had nowhere to hide. When he reacted, he had been forced into his body by 6 arms. The open mechanism mouth closed instantly. Kill! Ebizo succeeded in one move, and his 10 fingers on both hands flew up again, and soon he saw the 6 arms of the puppet Black Ant detached instantly. With the sound of the mechanism, the venom-stained sharp blade hidden on the arm was ejected directly. The next moment, without any fancy moves, it pierced directly into the body of the Black Ant. Puff! The sharp blade was completely immersed in the body of the Black Ant, and the scarlet blood splashed, instantly dyeing the surface of the puppet red. Ebizo, who witnessed this scene, had a flash of joy on his face. However, before he could be completely happy, a delicate shout sounded beside him. "Be careful, Chinyu said that the most difficult person to kill in this world is Orochimaru." "What?" Ebizo couldn't help but look stagnant, and hurriedly looked at the Black Ant. The next moment, what came into view was the swollen torso of the Black Ant. Bang! The Black Ant's body exploded, and a bloody white snake rushed towards Ebizo at a speed as fast as thunder. Black secret technique, puppet shield. Ebizo's face changed drastically, and he didn't have time to think about it. He took out a scroll and summoned a puppet. Bang! As soon as the salamander appeared, it instantly opened the chakra shield hidden on its body. Under the blue light, a shield that was said to be able to withstand dozens of tons of boulders was formed. It turned out to be the old immortal from the Sand Village. No wonder his methods are so amazing. Orochimaru's eyes flashed and his scarlet tongue spit out. Under the white cold light in his mouth, the Kusanagi sword hidden in it instantly extended rapidly. With a stern sound of breaking through the air, it pierced the chakra shield first. Puff! The seemingly indestructible shield made a crisp sound of air vibration. The next moment, it penetrated directly like paper, and the snow-white blade went straight to Ebizo's throat. The sudden scene made Ebizo never expect it at all. However, the Kusanagi sword is known as the sharpest and strongest divine weapon. These makeshift defenses are obviously not enough to resist. At such a close distance, the only thing you can do is watch the attack approach. Scorch release steaming to death. Yakang rushed to the scene first, and the fireballs in his hands gathered instantly, turning into streams of light and hitting the salamander first. Bang! A dull explosion suddenly echoed, and a huge air wave impact directly blew the salamander away. Under the force of the flying, the attack trajectory of the Kusanagi sword also changed. Ebizo suddenly came to his senses, and with the help of the air wave of the explosion, he quickly pulled back. Yekang, the traitor of Sand Village. After a missed attack, Orochimaru looked at Yekang, who suddenly intervened and ruined his good deeds, and his expression suddenly changed. Before the attack was retracted, a ghost-like figure appeared behind Yekang first. I caught you. Her face was ferocious and eager, and he formed a seal with his hands and pressed directly on Yekang's body. Facing this sudden enemy attack, Yekang's expression suddenly changed. In order to rescue Ebizo, he did not guard behind him at all, giving her behind an opportunity. Seeing that he was so close, there was no way to hide. The only thing he could do was to use the burning escape and steam kill, and use the air wave of the explosion to withdraw. However, using steam kill at this distance was a decision to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of his own. If he was not careful, he might be seriously injured. However, a messy thought flashed through Yekang's mind just now. Soon, he saw a white cold light brushing past her side and piercing her chest. Bang! A crisp metal collision sound suddenly sounded, and under the enhancement of steel escape, her chest was also pierced 2 or 3 points. The huge impact force directly knocked the flying Hiraho away. When Hiraho landed more than 10 meters away, he stood firmly on his feet, stared at the wound on his chest, his face darkened, and roared angrily. Orochimaru, what are you doing? He had chosen the right time for the attack just now, and was able to instantly block Yekang's movements and subdue her directly. But he never thought that at this critical moment, Orochimaru would fail. Facing the two people who were fighting each other in an instant, Yekang's expression could not help but stagnate. Looking at Orochimaru, who swallowed the Kusanagi sword back into his body with a gloomy face, there was a hint of confusion on his face. In Yekang's memory, she and Orochimaru did not have much intersection. This was also the first time they met, and there was no gratitude. Moreover, Konohagakure and Sand Village have been in a state of war for many years. Not long ago, the Third Ninja World War was the first to start the war between their two major ninja villages. At present, Orochimaru had a very good reason to attack her, but he was a little puzzled as to why he saved her. Facing the confused eyes of the crowd, Orochimaru's face was not good either. After looking at Yekang again, he said, "You can't touch this person, the deal is over." The inexplicable words made by Liaho's expression stagnate, and he was the first to lose his temper and said, "Orochimaru, you are damaging your prestige. If there is no sufficient reason, how can anyone dare to cooperate with you in the future? If you don't explain the matter clearly today, don't blame me for being rude to you." The cold and harsh words came out, and the atmosphere in the field changed again. Ebizo got this chance to breathe, and with a changed expression, he hurried to Yekang's side. He didn't know why Orochimaru rescued Yekang, but in this situation, he still had to be wary of Orochimaru. Otherwise, if he was careless like before, facing one of the former Konoha Sunin, he might fall into an irreversible situation. Chapter 327, Inheriting the Sign of the Raikage. As the confrontation unfolded, an inexplicable depression spread in the forest. Everyone's eyes turned and locked on Orochimaru, as if they wanted to find the answer from his face. "Humph, Birahu, if you want to die, that's your business, I don't want to lose my life with you." Orochimaru snorted coldly and said with a gloomy face, "You know that Yekang is a traitor, but don't you know that she has joined Uchiha Chinyu's army? If he knew that you assassinated his men, how do you think Uchiha Chinyu would react?" "That kid's men." Beilyuho's face changed drastically. Not long ago, the shocking battle was still vivid in his mind. If the woman in front of him was really related to Uchiha Chinyu, and he succeeded in the attack just now, what was waiting for him was probably the raging anger of Uchiha Chinyu. When he thought of this, Beilyuho's spine was chilled, and his wandering eyes were fixed on Yekang uncertainly. After 7 or 8 seconds, Beilyuho's expression changed several times, and he breathed a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted. "Little girl, it turns out that you and Uchiha Chinyu know each other. It was just a misunderstanding just now. I hope you don't take it to heart." Hiraho put on a slightly ferocious smile. This rapid change of expression made Yekang and Ebizo startled, and they had no way to react. However, just as the thought of pausing came into their minds, the next moment, what came into view was Iroha's crazy roar. "Little girl, do you really think I'm as timid as Orochimaru? If I kill you now, I don't know where Uchiha Kainu is. As long as I absorb your blood limit and hide for a while, what can that kid do to me?" Rest. The hysterical roar continued, and Beilyuho raised his right hand, and the thunderclouds that had been accumulated in the sky exploded instantly. Storm release, thundercloud cavity wave. The lightning in the sky was like a ferocious electric snake, rushing out from the accumulated clouds. The next moment, it was like a violent storm, with a pouring posture. The dense and swift posture instantly covered the forest area of hundreds of meters. The sudden scene made Orochimaru's face change drastically. For him, who was known as a forbidden technique in the original work, this attack would definitely not take his life. But with the means of Yekeng and Ebizo, it would be more difficult than ascending to heaven to take this blow in a short time. After all, the speed of thunder was too fast. Looking at Yekeng and Ebizo, who seemed to be stunned in place and unable to react, Baileahu showed a trace of ecstasy on his face. However, just as this smile appeared on his face, the next moment, the playful words that fell into his ears shook his nerves. This thunder looks good, but it's a little worse than mine. Black Spot Bad Tiger. Roar. The tiger roared and shook the hills. The black lightning appeared above Yekeng at a speed faster than thunder. The seemingly sharp lightning in the sky was instantly torn apart like paper in front of the black tiger. The next moment, it soared into the sky and directly penetrated the accumulated lead clouds in the sky. Boom! The black tiger exploded, and the huge impact and the explosive storm that were set off directly dispersed the accumulated rain clouds. The scene caught everyone off guard and shocked everyone in the field. Black lightning escape is very rare in the ninja world. However, the power that burst out in the glimpse just now was far beyond the lightning escape. Someone from the Cloud Village inherited the Black Thunder? That is one of the important signs of inheriting the Raikage. Ebizo said with a serious face. As an advisor to the Sand Village, he certainly knew where this method came from. However, as soon as these words fell, everyone hurriedly looked over, and the figure that first came into their eyes made their pupils shrink. Uchiha Chinyu. Orochimaru's expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously took a half step back. Now he wanted to press Baileahu to the ground, slap him hard, and blow his crow mouth. Who doesn't say it, but must say bad things about this monster? Now it's good, as soon as this kid is mentioned, this kid appears. When I think of the fight between Chinyu and Uchiha Madara not long ago. If he had known that the target was Yekeng, he would not be greedy for this little advantage. Haha, Orochimaru, I just wanted to find you, but I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Chinyu smiled warmly. However, this smile, in their eyes, felt like the death was calling for his life. Orochimaru pulled a slightly stiff smile on his face and said, "You kid, you are not thinking about the battle just now, but although I am not your opponent, it does not mean that I can't escape." Chinyu is very clear about Orochimaru's methods. In the original Naruto, he is a man who is more difficult to kill than Kaguya. As long as there is a curse seal, it can be used as an opportunity to revive Orochimaru. Of course, this kind of resurrection still needs the help of outsiders, otherwise it will be difficult for Orochimaru alone to awaken the will left in the curse seal. In the original work, Orochimaru was sealed by Uchiha Itachi with the Ten-Fist Sword. Sasuke resurrected Orochimaru by unsealing the curse seal of Mitarashi Red Bean. "Why can you find us?" Baileahu's expression changed, and he shouted in a hurry, "Orochimaru, don't forget the agreement between us. As long as we join forces, we can definitely..." "Definitely what?" Orochimaru licked his scarlet tongue and said, "Can we defeat Uchiha Madara together?" This. Baileahu's expression froze for a moment. He had seen Uchiha Madara's methods with his own eyes. The power of Susanoo and fire release was not something that ordinary people could match. If he went up, he might not be able to resist 2 or 3 times. Seeing that Orochimaru had failed at this critical moment, Baileahu's face was extremely gloomy, and he said sternly, "Uchiha Kainu, just say what you want to say, or you also want to get the demon sprouting technique." In Baileahu's eyes, the demon sprouting technique was something that even Orochimaru coveted. Especially the swallowing of the blood limit and the immortal body, which was enough to be called a pervert in the ninja world. If Chinyu is willing to use this as a deal, he may be able to use him to hunt other bloodline limiters. Once he gets close to this thigh, he won't have to be timid in the future. Thinking of this, Baileahu's heart suddenly became hot, and his eyes looking at Chinyu were a little more hot. However, the words that fell into his ears the next moment instantly tightened his nerves. Chapter 328 I am a person who holds grudges. Have you forgotten that Hanzo of the Salamander is cunning? He left a space mark on you, and I also secretly left one, so even if you escape to the bottom of the sky, I can still find you. Qin Yu smiled and tossed the scroll in his hand and said, however, I can give Hanzhou of the Salamander a chance to surrender, and you can also have it. The premise is that you can take my move. Han Zhang of the Salamander surrendered. Bai Liao's face changed drastically. No. It should be said that Orochimaru and Ebizo who were present are no exception. But he was called a demigod, and he was very successful in the Second Ninja World War. However, he surrendered to a boy who was only 17 or 18 years old. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, no one would believe it. For a moment, everyone looked at Qin Yu with a strange look. After Bai Liao's face changed, he gritted his teeth and said, okay, this is what you said. As long as I take your move, can I also choose to surrender? It might be a shame to surrender to others, but at this moment, it undoubtedly changed. It can be said that as long as you can take Uchiha Qin Yu's move and get the opportunity to surrender, it is a symbol of strength. After all, the boy in front of him is the existence that even Uchiha Madara, the old legend of the Uchiha clan, can directly kick out. You are not planning to surrender to me, and then secretly use my name to hunt down blood limiters, right? Qin Yu smiled warmly, looking at Bai Liao whose face suddenly changed, and said, don't worry, it doesn't matter what your purpose is. What's important is to take my move first. Seeing that Qin Yu did not hold on, Bai Liao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Facing Qin Yu's initial request, he was actually confident. After all, he absorbed Zhongji, who had the dark escape from the Mist Village not long ago. Gained the ability to absorb ninjutsu. Otherwise, he would not dare to gamble with Uchiha Qin Yu in person. Seeing that this was a glimmer of hope, no matter whether Qin Yu surrendered him after success. As long as he got a chance to breathe, he would escape and hide temporarily. The only pity was that he lost this rare target of burning escape. Are you ready? Qin Yu urged with a smile. Bai Liao suddenly came back to his senses and nodded, I'm ready. As he spoke, the bandages on Bai Liao's hands were untied instantly, and a mysterious spell appeared on his palms. Oh, I almost forgot that you also have the means to absorb ninjutsu. It seems that you can absorb any ninjutsu, right? Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, don't worry, I won't change the rules, I will only perform ninjutsu. However, I want to add a prerequisite, which is to unlock the seal of the scroll of the Demon Sparrow technique in Orochimaru's hand. Unlock the seal? Bai Liao and Orochimaru were stunned for a moment. I never thought that Qin Yu would know this. However, this matter is not difficult for Qin Yu, a time traveler, to guess. According to Orochimaru, he would not do anything without profit, and the only thing that could be asked of him was the Demon Sparrow technique. And Bai Liao, for the sake of caution, would never reveal the Demon Sparrow technique in full. The best way is to give half of it first. However, this random guess, in the eyes of the two of them, became more noble. So, you also like the technique of Katra, no wonder you go around in so many circles. Bai Liao came back to his senses and showed a hint of pride. It can be said that as a slacker among slackers, being able to be admired by people because of this ninjutsu is like standing at the top of life. However, facing Qin Yu's desperate strength, Bai Liao did not dare to take chances. He took out another scroll and threw it to Qin Yu, saying, this is the other half. As long as you close the scroll, you can get the complete Ghost Bud Ra technique. However, I advise you not to bet with me. You should also know that I have a dark escape that can absorb any ninjutsu. If I embarrass you in front of your beauty, I will feel a little sorry. Shut up. Yekang's cheeks flushed, and he shouted in a deep voice, who is whose beauty? Qin Yu will not kill you, but I will remember the grudge just now. Looking at Yekang who was furious, Qin Yu patted her shoulder and said, okay, I'll remember your grudge first, but my bet will continue. Let me get things done first. But... Yekang was anxious. But soon he was winked by Ebizo. For Ebizo, it was already very good that he was not named now, and he was careless in front of Qin Yu like this. Only Yekang could do it. Looking at Qin Yu walking out slowly, Bai Liao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and was really worried that Qin Yu would regret it, saying, although we already know the result, let's start. Don't blame me if you embarrass yourself in public. Don't worry, I'm the most trustworthy person. The smile on Qin Yu's face became even bigger. The next moment, his right hand slowly stretched out, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, his 5 fingers slightly tightened. A huge amount of chakra rushed out of his body and poured into his palm like a dragon. Ninjutsu without seals. Beiliuhu's expression stagnated, and then he secretly rejoiced. The ninjutsu seal is actually to control the order of chakra changes in the body, playing a guiding role. The more powerful some ninjutsu are, the more seals are needed. In the original work, Naruto learned the Raise Nan, and every step of practice was to make the body's chakra remember every change. However, this idea just sprouted in Beiliuhu's mind. The next moment, a sharp and piercing sound of air suddenly echoed. The raging wind chakra, like a dragon emerging from the abyss, gathered in Chinyu's palm. When the wind chakra was condensed, a sharp wind that cut the face was rolled up with Chinyu as the center. Before it was deployed, people could feel with the naked eye that this azure, gem-like wind chakra sphere gave people an extremely dangerous taste. This, what on earth is this? Beiliu's face was huge. Changed, couldn't help but retreat half a step. I am willing to surrender, I won't accept this ninjutsu. Don't understand. Chinyu raised his head suddenly, his smile became more and more brilliant, and he said, I forgot to tell you, I am a person who remembers grudges, especially women, that is unforgettable. Goodbye, Beiliuhu. The sudden words startled everyone in the field. The next moment, before they could react, the wind escape Raise Nan shuriken in Chinyu's hand was thrown out. The dignified sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and the crazy rotating wind escape Raise Nan, like tearing through space, crushed towards Beiliuhu. A short dozen meters, but in the blink of an eye. Facing this sudden attack, Beiliuhu couldn't react at all, and could only hurriedly raise his hands for defense. Chapter 329 The hardest kindness to accept from a woman. The azure sphere that rushed over violently, with a sharp vibration, rolled out across the air like tearing through space. The distance of just a few dozen meters was reached in the blink of an eye. Looking at the wind-style Raise Nan that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, Beiliuhu had nowhere to hide. The only thing he could do was to raise his hands in a hurry, and madly infuse the dormant chakra in his body into his hands, roaring angrily. Nether style, absorbing holes. A black vortex, as black as ink, quickly emerged and condensed in front of Beiliuhu. As soon as it condensed, it collided with the incoming wind-style Raise Nan. Boom! The huge attraction and pulling force instantly enveloped the incoming wind-style Raise Nan. However, it had not yet pulled the wind-style Raise Nan in. The Raise Nan that was condensed by crazy squeezing was instantly detonated. Bang! Endless wind and waves were detonated with a bang, and the black dark hole that had just condensed expanded rapidly. The next moment, it exploded in response. The violent wind and air waves, like countless wind blades, directly enveloped Beiliuhu. It also instantly covered the forest within a radius of dozens of meters. The trees, rocks, and rock layers along the way were instantly crushed. The sudden scene made everyone in the field change their faces drastically, even Orochimaru felt a sense of fear, and he quickly withdrew without thinking too much. After escaping 100 meters, he stopped and looked at the center of the storm with a serious face. The violent chakra storm, like a knife, lasted for dozens of seconds before it completely subsided. The ruins of nearly 100 meters, the surrounding trees and rocks, had already been crushed into fragments. In the devastated deep pit, Beiliuhu was like a rag, with wounds all over his body, and fell in the ruins. Except for the eyes that could move slightly, Obaru obviously did not move even half a finger. This scene made Orochimaru's face pale, and he said in a serious tone, change the chakra to the extreme, and then compress the nature of the wind chakra, and then combine the two. The power that bursts out is like countless wind blades, a saturated and intensive attack that can even pierce cells. Once hit, if there is no way to save your life, I'm afraid you will die. After this, Ebizo nodded solemnly in agreement. He also heard about the reputation of Uchiha Kainu, the bloody Ashura, the rebel ninja of Konoha. However, all this remained at the level of hearsay. Now he personally witnessed the forbidden technique being used with ease in his gestures. This made Ebizo's heart tighten suddenly, and his eyes looking at Chinyu became more solemn. Okay, stop staring at me. Chinyu glanced at the dying Beiliuhu in the ruins and said, I didn't lie to you. I can write off the fact that you and Hanzo of the Salamander teamed up to attack me, but the fact that you had evil thoughts and moved the people around me is enough to make you die 10,000 times. Besides, I did only use one move. You couldn't take it. That's your problem. You deserve to die. You. Beiliuhu's eyes suddenly widened, and his eyeballs almost popped out. If you can kill people with your eyes alone, it would be enough to kill Qin Yu tens of thousands of times. However, in the original work, Beiliuhu's dark release had no way to absorb Naruto's wind release rays Nan. Not to mention that Qin Yu used the system to increase the power of the wind release rays Nan to the extreme. With a slight movement of his mouth, except for the first word, Beiliuhu almost cracked his eye sockets, and finally spit out a mouthful of blood with a puff, and died directly. His immortal body can only reach the perfect level after absorbing 5 kinds of bloodline limits. At present, Beiliuhu only has 3 kinds of bloodline limits, and the immortal body has the ability to recover. But in such a dense and saturated attack, Beiliuhu's chakra has no time to recover from the injury. In the end, the chakra is exhausted, and he can only end up with the end of his life. Qin Yu. Ye King came back to his senses and was the first to lose his temper. However, he soon saw Qin Yu's hand, which quickly enlarged in his pupils, and then directly touched her forehead in full view of everyone. Okay, if you promise to marry me, you can tell me, but don't be polite. I am more vengeful than you. Also, Kimimaro, go collect Beiliuhu's body, don't let his chakra dissipate, bring some souvenirs to Scorpion, and go back to be a puppet. Facing Qin Yu's order, Kimimaro did not object, and flashed out directly in the dark and walked into the ruins. When Ebizo heard this, his face changed slightly. He stopped again, still gritting his teeth, and said, "Is Scorpion really under your command? Did he really kill the 3rd Kazekage? Where is he now?" A series of questions came out of his mouth. Ye Kang's face suddenly changed, and he grabbed Ebizo's shoulder and winked at him. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "You girl, you really can't be tamed. However, for your sake, I will reveal a little information to you. The 3rd Kazekage was indeed hunted down by Scorpion, and he should be in the Kingdom of Wind now." In the Kingdom of Wind? Ebizo's face changed drastically. If he said that the former Red Sand Scorpion was also regarded as a junior, or even a grandson, he also taught him the art of puppetry. However, after hearing what Uchiha Qin Yu said, his cognition was completely overturned. Even the 3rd Kazekage was hunted down. No matter what means he used, it also meant that Scorpion had grown to a point that they could not predict, enough to be regarded as an S-level traitor. Now, not only did he not flee for his life, but he stayed in the territory of the Wind Country. This was undoubtedly the biggest time bomb hanging on his chest. Thinking of this, Ebizo could no longer hold his temper. Ye King also saw the change in Ebizo's expression. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Qin Yu, can you let Ebi go first? He has done me a favor, please do it for my sake." At this point, Ye Kang's face showed a hint of inexplicable hope, staring straight at Qin Yu. However, just as the words came out of her mouth, she soon saw Qin Yu reaching out his hand to touch her forehead and said unhappily, "The old saying goes that it is the most difficult to accept the kindness of a beautiful woman. It seems that I, Qin Yu, will be a good person in vain in this life. Don't worry, I am not a bloodthirsty person. Seeing you like this, I am afraid you have decided to go back to the Sand Village, right?" Seeing Qin Yu's instant reassurance, Ye Kang's face showed joy, but soon a trace of solemnity appeared, and he nodded heavily and said, "I want to go back and find an answer. Although I know it is very dangerous, Hai Lao will definitely protect me." Chapter 330 Snake Uncle can attack or receive. Qin Yu, don't worry. Those bastards in Luosha dared to hide this matter from us. I will definitely ask Ye King for an explanation with my sister. Hai Bazang wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and expressed his position in a hurry. At present, even the existence of a bug like Beiliuhu can't withstand Qin Yu's casual move. He didn't believe that his old body could withstand 2 moves. "Okay, stop talking nonsense to me." Qin Yu patted Ebizo's shoulder, making him feel flattered, and then casually threw a scroll to Ye King. "Open this scroll if you have anything, maybe it can save your life." Qin Yu said lightly. Ye King took it subconsciously, was stunned at first, and then hesitated to speak, but in the end, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his mouth, lowered his head and said, "Thank you for worrying me again. Little girl, remember to open this scroll no matter what, the boss will appear in an instant to meet with you and discuss life planning." The voice of the 3 tails came out suddenly. Looking at the pocket-tailed beast sticking out from under Qin Yu's cloak, Ebizo was stunned at first, and before he could recover. The next moment, the figures of the other 3-tailed beasts in sight instantly made Ebizo's eyes almost crack. "Little Sanzi, what nonsense are you talking about? I won't chat with you. I'm leaving first. Ye Kang's cheeks turned red. He reached out and patted Sanwei's turtle back, then turned around and ran away. Haha, little girl, I'm not talking nonsense. As long as you are willing, the boss will definitely go. Sanwei obviously didn't take these offenses to heart. After laughing, he teased again. Looking at these tailed beasts that had no tears and fierceness at all, Ebizo was surprised. He didn't have time to think about it and hurriedly withdrew from this place. For an outsider like him, this lineup was too terrifying. A young man with unknown strength, with 4 tailed beasts around him. Looking at the entire ninja world, once he really took action, the 5 major ninja villages would find it difficult to stop his edge. Thinking of this, Ebizo's mind couldn't help but tighten, and his face became more solemn. If he could choose, he really didn't want to be an enemy of the young man in front of him. Boss, don't you chase? Sanwei couldn't help but say. However, Qinyu's forehead exploded soon. Stop talking nonsense, I still have business to deal with. Do you still want to eat the exploding squid? Exploding. The 4-tailed beasts were instantly flushed when they heard this. The spicy dried fish had already made them linger after tasting it, and they had completely transitioned from being a husky to a shit shoveler. If it was paired with some fur, it would be cat-friendly. Now when Qinyu mentioned the exploding squid, he was salivating, and even his chin was wet. Looking at the 4-tailed beasts who had completely lost their image, Qinyu shook his head helplessly, threw a space scroll to them, and turned to the side with a changed expression, walking towards Orochimaru with a feminine and uncertain face. Don't grab it, this is given to me by the boss. You, my exploding squid, give it back to me quickly. Oh my god, there's also cold duck chin. Don't grab it, I'm going to explode. For a moment, facing the delicious food that suddenly appeared in front of him, the shoving of the 4-tailed beasts was full of gunpowder in Orochimaru's eyes. It can be said that each of these tailed beasts is enough to be called a village's heavy weapon. If you are not careful, once the 4-tailed beasts start to use their real strength, that can bite's not a gang fight, it's a disaster for the ninja world. Well, we should settle accounts. Qinyu smiled and looked at Orochimaru and said, I thought you would run away just now. The sudden voice made Orochimaru come back to his senses. The moment he met his eyes, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, I thought you would use a forbidden technique on me right away. It seems that I still have some value in your mind. I'm worried that you will put some space marks on me like that guy. Do you want to learn immortal reincarnation? Or the ghost bud RA technique? For Uchiha Qinyu, Orochimaru went from despising him at the beginning to treating him very seriously now. It can be said that he made a pit step by step. Every time he mistakenly thought that the plan was a sure thing, it fell apart at the critical moment. It can be said that the most critical reason is that he greatly misjudged the strength of Uchiha Qinyu. Hehe, Orochimaru, isn't it a simple matter for you to get rid of me? As long as you give up this skin, it shouldn't be difficult for you. Qinyu smiled and patted Orochimaru's shoulder. I'm not interested in the so-called immortal reincarnation and the technique of ghost sprouting. What I want is only the research and extraction technology information about wood release cells. Research on wood release cells? Orochimaru was stunned at first, and then smiled unexpectedly and said, So, you are also interested in these human experiments? Are you just worried about Uchiha Madara being defeated by the first generation of Hokage? So you plan to use the research on wood release cells to analyze the source of the ability of the first generation of Hokage? The slightly long words made Orochimaru more and more excited. It felt like finding a fellow traveler. Orochimaru, if you are like this, I will suspect that you are from Brokeback Mountain and like men. Qinyu couldn't help but roll his eyes, looking at the fiery face. If he dared to take another step and act clumsy, Qinyu would definitely kick him. However, just as this thought came to his mind, Qinyu quickly thought of a more important thing. He touched his nose and said awkwardly, Orochimaru, can I ask you a question? Are you carrying a handle now? Or not? When Orochimaru heard this, his expression froze. His immortal reincarnation has just entered the development stage. It can be said that it is good to find a good container. As for whether to carry a handle or not, does it still count? Looking at Orochimaru with a confused face, Qinyu immediately understood, patted his shoulder and comforted him, Don't worry, you are so handsome like this, and you can be both top and bottom. You. Orochimaru was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, Qinyu's words made him unable to refute, not to mention whether there was anything wrong. But his strength did not allow it. Facing an existence that could even knock down Uchiha Madara and kill Hirako in one move, he did not dare to act rashly. After barely calming down his dissatisfaction, Orochimaru changed the subject with a sullen face and said, "Chin-yu, will you let me go if I give you the data of the experiment? For the data of the experiment, perhaps it is the life's work of many crazy scientists, and they would rather die than obey. But for Orochimaru, a scientific genius with a long life, it is not important. Moreover, Orochimaru has not made any breakthrough progress in the current experiment of wood release cell. So it is useless to him now." Chapter 331 I don't want to be an enemy of God. After barely calming down his dissatisfaction, Orochimaru changed the subject with a sullen face and said, "Chin-yu, will you let me go if I give you the data of the experiment? For the data of the experiment, perhaps it is the life's work of many crazy scientists, and they would rather die than obey. But for Orochimaru, a scientific genius with a long life, it is not important. Moreover, Orochimaru has not made any breakthrough progress in the current experiment of wood release cell. So it is useless to him now. Don't worry, I won't cheat you." Chin-yu said with a dry laugh. "Of course, if you didn't help Yekeng block the attack just now, I wouldn't mind killing you, and then find someone with the curse seal to revive you and continue to talk about this matter. You even know this." Orochimaru's face changed instantly. It can be said that only he knows the secret between immortal reincarnation and the curse seal. After all, the current Orochimaru has just defected from Konohagakure not long ago. He does not have the Sound 5 in the original work, nor does he have a confidant like Do. So, if he is killed by Chin-yu by accident now, the only way is to wait for the will left in the curse seal to revive actively. At the same time, the person who is planted with the curse seal has no power to suppress him, so that he can do it. It can be said that the current Orochimaru is not like the original work, who can rely on immortality to wander around. Haha, I know a lot of things about you. If I make them up, they can all be used as a pillow. Chin-yu did not explain, and said, "Let's not go too far. In addition, give me the research data of wood release cells, and lend me the laboratory for use." "You still need a laboratory?" Orochimaru's expression froze. He had just escaped from Konohagakure, and when he was a Sunin, he secretly built a lot of laboratories. But each one is his hard work, and in this time of war, it is even more important. Now one less one is one less. However, after meeting Chin-yu's smiling eyes, Orochimaru's last stubbornness instantly deflated like a balloon, and he smiled bitterly and said, "Okay, but my nearest laboratory is also in the Kyusagakure village. Don't worry, I left a space seal there. With the help of my pupil power, it won't take long to get there." Chin-yu said with a smile. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, looking at Chin-yu's blood-like, instantly red Mangekyo. Sharingan, and a trace of desire flashed in the depths of his pupils. Although this trace of desire was quickly restrained by him, it still couldn't escape Chin-yu's eyesight, and he said, "What's wrong, are you interested in my Mangekyo? If you want to steal it, just come here." Hearing this, Orochimaru couldn't help but shudder. This eye is good, but you have to live to enjoy it. He didn't want to be killed by Uchiha Chin-yu once, and then find the curse seal to revive and kill again. This kind of immortal cycle, but thinking about it makes people feel desperate. After calming down his thoughts, Orochimaru returned to his normal look and said, "Your things are probably only contaminated by the dead. It's not too late. Since you left the space coordinates, let me see the secret of this Mangekyo." Sharingan. Really? Chin-yu didn't delve into it. Killing Hirako had already achieved the purpose of shocking the mountain and the tiger. What he wants to do now is not to let Orochimaru extract the wood release cells for him. Facing this venomous snake conspirator lurking in the dark, Chin-yu is worried about whether he will do something in private. It's best to keep your life in your own hands. "Kimimaro, let's go." Chin-yu glanced at Kimimaro, who was gathering quickly, and then the 9 Magatama Mangekyo suddenly turned down, and the powerful pupil power was released, instantly tearing a space crack in the void. Looking at this deep space crack, Orochimaru was startled at first, and then his face showed shock. On the other hand, in the Rain Village, a battle like a miracle broke out in Wushan town, but because of this town, a large number of people had already fled. Only a few ninjas died, and even the most important Hanzo survived. This did not have much impact on the Rain Village. Many ANBU ninjas had been dismissed from the heavily guarded meeting hall. Only Hanzo, Nagato, and Guja were left here. In addition to the calm gaze, there was a series of silences, which made the atmosphere in the field a little more depressing. Okay, it's not very useful for us to continue watching like this. Hanzo was the first to speak and break the silence in the field. Now, I have surrendered to Uchiha Chinyu, and I believe you are too. No, who said we? Nagato immediately refuted, but was soon covered by Yahiko's mouth and soon received a roll of eyes. Yes, we made a bet with Chinyu, and we are willing to accept the loss. Now we are also his people. Yahiko also said in a deep voice. There are many grievances between us, but now we are all subordinates of others. I think Mr. Hanzo should have no objection to waiting for Chinyu to make the decision on these matters. For them, now sitting face to face with Hanzo, they can attack suddenly. But without Chinyu's support, relying on Nagato's half-baked samsara it is a joke at all. As for the three genin of Konoha, I am afraid they will only watch the show from the side. Whether they will help for Chinyu's sake, this is something they dare not bet on. Okay, I am very pleased with your decision. I didn't expect that Akatsuki also had a leader who understood what the overall situation was. Hanzo also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he is not facing Uchiha Chinyu, as a demigod man, he is sure to keep these people. However, Yahiko admitted his relationship with Chinyu. Once they really fell out, it would be difficult for him to take action. This result is the best at the moment. However, Hanzo of the Salamander did not dwell on this issue and changed the subject. His eyes fell on Guji and he said in a deep voice, "You three have stayed until now, so you should have something to give me, right?" As the strongest rain village sandwiched between the 5 major countries, it can be said that Hanzo's existence is also very important. Guji's expression changed slightly. After looking at Yahiko and the others, he sighed and said, "This time we were ordered to invite Uchiha Chinyu to attend the 5-Cage conference. But we were also ordered by the 3rd Hokage to invite Mr. Hanzo to discuss. Although Mr. Hanzo has now become Chinyu's man, we want you to go there and persuade the other 4 major countries to avoid fighting with Uchiha Chinyu. You should know very well that once they really fight, what impact will happen to the ninja world." When they came, Guji and others' evaluation of Chinyu was still hearsay. But after seeing with their own eyes that Uchiha Madara was also knocked down, they knew clearly that Uchiha Chinyu had exceeded their cognition. If you are not careful, you may fall into a situation of no return. So, if Guji thinks about it, he is definitely unwilling to be an enemy of God. Chapter 332 Rather be an enemy of the world. The huge meeting hall fell into silence. Everyone stared at Guji, with a hint of surprise on their faces. In their eyes, Uchiha Chinyu's rise and his way of doing things can be said to be something that the 5 major countries cannot tolerate. After all, beasts are one of the most important weapons for the 5 great nations. For a moment, everyone in the field fixed their eyes on Hanzo of the Salamander. Now that Chinyu is not here, Hanzo of the Salamander has undoubtedly become the highest authority in the Rain Village. You invited Lord Chinyu to attend the 5-Cage conference. There should be a prerequisite, right? Hanzo of the Salamander suddenly spoke. Guji and the other 2 couldn't help but pause. They certainly knew this condition. When they came, they still thought that this was a perfect way to get out of this situation. However, after seeing the relationship between Chinyu and the 4-tailed beasts with their own eyes, this idea completely changed. After a little hesitation, Guji sighed and said, "The 3rd Hokage's proposal is to let Chinyu return the tailed beasts, and then the grievances between the 5 great nations and Uchiha Chinyu will be written off." Return the tailed beasts. Xiaonan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and was about to say something, but was stopped by Yahiko shaking his head. At present, their Akatsuki organization and Hanzo of the Salamander are under the command of Chinyu. However, the 3rd Hokage invited the Rain Village, not their Akatsuki organization. If they speak carelessly now and cause other effects, I am afraid that their Akatsuki organization will not be able to escape responsibility. Guji, you should know very well that even if I go, the result will not change. It is harder than climbing to the sky to ask Lord Chinyu to hand over a group of tailed beasts. Once that time comes, not only will the meeting fail to negotiate, but it may also cause a war. Hanzo of the Salamander said in a deep voice. This time, the old man Sarutobi may be confused. If I really go, I will not act according to your ideals. You must think it through. This. Guji paused, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, "Okay, then please, Mr. Hanzo, come with me. As for everything you said, I will inform Lord Hokage in advance. As for the time of departure." At this point, Guji looked at Hanzo of the Salamander. "There are only 4 days left before the meeting. Let's go immediately." Hanzo stood up straight, his eyes suddenly turned and fell on Yahiko. "Now you are acting under the command of the adults, just like me. The Akatsuki organization has not been recognized by various countries. It's just because it can't be involved in political matters. Come with me to Konoha Ninja Village. It's time for you to show up." "We're going to." Nagato couldn't help but be stunned. All along, Hanzo has been just a smiling tiger to them, let alone let their Akatsuki organization rise to the political level. It's good to suppress them less. Now they are suddenly promoted to the political level, which makes them feel flattered. It's inevitable that Nagato feels uncomfortable. "Thank you, Mr. Hanzo. Since we are all fighting for bargaining chips for Lord Chinyu, our Akatsuki organization will certainly go there." Yahiko took a deep breath. This opportunity has been waiting for too long. Especially the location of the 5-cage conference is Konoha Village. That is where their teacher Jiraiya grew up. It is an honor to be invited to meet the teacher again. What Yahiko never expected was that he spent all his efforts and couldn't squeeze into the upper echelons of politics, but he could easily do it because of Uchiha Chinyu's identity and influence. When he thought of this, Yahiko couldn't help but clenched his fists. He knew clearly that all this was because of strength. "Don't thank me first, you and I go together, which means that we will stand on the same front. Any decision will make you become the public enemy of the 5 major countries, and will also be unacceptable to the ninja world. Unless you are determined to be the enemy of the world, you must think carefully." The Salamander Hanzo explained in a deep voice. Yahiko dusted himself off, stood up in front of everyone, and said with a smile, "When I joined Lord Chinyu, I was already aware of being an enemy of the world. Our strength may still be different from that of Lord Hanzo, but our determination is not inferior at all." "Yes, Yahiko is right." Konan also hurriedly agreed. However, feeling the strange looks from all around, her cheeks blushed, and she hurriedly explained, "Don't get me wrong, I'm just a member of the Akatsuki organization, of course I have to express my opinion on the leader's proposal." Looking at Konan, who was almost shy and buried his head in his chest, Guji laughed and said, "Then let's get going quickly. I hope that Chinyu won't make any trouble during this period." Along with the decision made by Hanzo of the Salamander, there was also Yahiko's determination to make the world his enemy. The 5-cage conference, which was restarted again, started to run like a gear again. However, what will be the final result of this gear running, I am afraid that no one except Uchiha Chinyu will know. On the other side, a space-time crack was torn open at the border of the Kyuzagakuer village. Chinyu was the first to walk out of it, followed closely by Orochimaru and Kimimaro. As soon as he stood firm, Orochimaru couldn't wait to look around. The large ruins in front of him made Orochimaru's expression suddenly change. Looking at the space-time crack that was gradually dissipating behind him, his heart was full of heat. However, when he thought of Chinyu's strength that was enough to scare people, this heat was quickly suppressed by him. At the moment, he didn't dare to make plans on Chinyu. Even if he got this thing, he might not enjoy it in his life. Swoosh! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, instantly pulling Orochimaru back to his senses. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a kunao that was rushing towards him. However, before he could react, a thin figure jumped out first. The muscles on the back of both hands. The next moment, 2 eerie white bones were seen, piercing out instantly, like 2 sharp blades, flying up quickly. Directly knocked the incoming kunao away accurately. Watching this scene, Orochimaru's eyes shrank slightly, and he felt a sense of déjà vu, and soon he suddenly woke up and said, "Is this Konoha-style swordsmanship?" He has studied it to such a sophisticated level at such a young age. Chinyu did not take Orochimaru's surprise to heart. It can be said that if you want to choose the first general under Orochimaru in the original work, it must be Kimimaro. Originally, he was proficient in the way of bone knife attack, and now it was just learning some Konoha-style swordsmanship, which was not a difficult task. "Who are you, dare to break into the forbidden area of our Kyuzagakuer village?" Dozens of Kyuzagakuer ninjas rushed in from all directions. In an encircling posture, they surrounded Chinyu and the other 2. An inexplicable smell of killing spread. Chapter 333 Not even as good as a joke. A bleak smell permeated the ruins, adding an inexplicable feeling of oppression. Feeling the eager gazes of these grass ninjas, Qin Feng did not stop at all, left a few words, turned around and left. We are just passing by. Passing by? Looking at these people who swaggered and invaded the forbidden area, leaving a sentence of passing by, he wanted to turn around and leave. The cheeks of the grass ninjas twitched. This is too much bullying. Stop them. The burly grass ninja in the lead shouted angrily with a gloomy face. I suspect that you sneaked into our village and took the red-haired kid away. Red-haired kid? Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. In his memory, people with red hair should be related to the Whirlpool clan. It has been a while since the destruction of the Whirlpool country. Those surviving villagers were more or less plundered and annexed by other villages and became alternative weapons for their clan. After all, in the ninja world, members of the Uzumaki clan who have awakened their sage bodies are the favorites of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Some small villages may not have tailed beast weapons, but as long as they operate them a little, they can be sold as commodities. As for awakening other abilities, they may be able to add some alternative power to the village. Boy, judging from your expression, you know this red-haired kid, so you must stay. The leading grass ninja roared in a deep voice. The moment the double surgical seals flew quickly, an unexpected voice was heard the next moment. Kimimaro, this matter is up to you. Qin Yu looked indifferent, and had no intention of taking action. The inexplicable words fell into the ears of other grass ninjas, making their cheeks twitch. In their eyes, facing more than a dozen grass ninjas, a little kid was asked to take action. This is a joke. Seeing Kimimaro nod and walk out, the leading grass ninja looked gloomy and roared, Boy, are you making fun of us? Sending a little brat to fight us, looking down on us like this, go to hell. Wind style, grass dragon slash. The weeds growing around were instantly moved by the wind. The next moment, in full view of everyone, they fell off, rolled with the wind, turned into green blades all over the sky, and stabbed towards Kimimaro across the sky. The sudden scene tensed everyone's nerves. The short distance of more than 10 meters, under the extreme attack speed, was only shortened in the blink of an eye. When everyone reacted, Kimimaro still gave people a feeling like a sculpture, standing there without any reaction. The leading grass ninja who witnessed this scene had a trace of ferocity on his face and roared again. You are such a jerk. You made a fool of yourself in front of us. You can die now. With a roar, the grass blades that were coming all over the sky instantly enveloped Kimimaro. The next moment, the fire suddenly lit up, and a low explosion sounded suddenly. Boom! The fire shot up into the sky, and there was even an explosion of air waves rolling back. Orochimaru and Qin Yu shook their bodies and had already pulled themselves away and landed on the tree branches. Looking at the explosion below, Orochimaru was the first to extend his terrifying scarlet tongue and licked his red lips and said, I said so much nonsense. It turned out that I wanted to distract other people's attention and mix the detonation spell into the attack. It seems that those grass ninjas who can only steal the ninjutsu of other big countries have also made some progress. In Naruto, not every ninja village can produce a ninjutsu development master like the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. Some small ninja villages can gather together because they have a systematic way of learning ninjutsu. But as for the so-called innovation, it is to learn from the ninjutsu of other big countries and then make some slight modifications. Form their own unique ninjutsu. However, this arrogant comment fell into the ears of a grass ninja, and their faces changed drastically. Most importantly, an absurd idea also emerged in their minds. They were too fast. They were able to react and retreat violently the moment they discovered the explosion. In their grass ninja village, only a few people could do this. Don't panic, we have a lot of people here, we have solved one first, and then we will fight attrition. The leading grass ninja obviously saw the changes in the minds of others. After all, the forbidden area of their grass ninja village was razed to the ground by an inexplicable and devastating battle. It didn't cause much damage afterwards, but for them, the grass ninjas were obviously panicked, like a frightened bird. When seeing a slightly stronger ninja, they have to be alert. However, as soon as these words fell, the expression of the leading grass ninja suddenly changed. The backward explosion wave paused for a moment. The next moment, before they could react, a ghostly figure rushed out of it. The words that fell into their ears shook their nerves even more. You are not even as good as a joke, wasting the boss's time. Kimimiro's thin body was covered with sharp bone armor. This was the blood limit ninjutsu he developed based on the lightning armor after following Qin Yu. Corpse bone vein bone armor. Using this defense strength that is said to be comparable to fine steel, plus the ability of the immortal body to recover quickly. It is enough to make Kimimura's defense reach a terrifying level. Little brat, you are too arrogant. The leading Kusanagi was startled at first, then he pulled out the short knife behind him and slashed at Kimimaro. The 4 or 5 Kusanagi following behind him did not have time to think and wanted to help. However, facing this kind of attack, Kimimaro suddenly raised his head in front of everyone. He suddenly put his hands together, and the cold voice came out again. Corpse bone vein dance of early ferns. The simple words came out, and the next moment the sound of air tearing suddenly sounded. Kimimaro, who was only 3 or 4 meters away from the encirclement of Kusanagi and others, was like a hedgehog, and a series of eerie white bones shot out of his body. The white bones were like spears, and the number was even more dense, like a storm, bursting out in all directions. Puff! At such a close distance, there is such a saturated attack method. The grass ninjas in the field had no place to hide, and were pierced by the bone spears in an instant. Blood splattered, and those faces were full of disbelief, looking down at their pierced bodies. There was also a young man in the center of the bones. He finally understood what Kimimaro meant by the sentence just now, which was not even as good as a joke. If people outside knew that their dignified grass ninja village elites were killed in seconds by a 5 or 6-year-old kid. This joke is simply not funny. It can be said that it is a bit horrifying. The little brats nowadays are too perverted. Chapter 334 The Lord of the Ghost Lantern City. On the ruins, the bones were eerie, and the blood was pouring on the ground, dyeing the ground red. Orochimaru, who was standing on the tree branch, had already pulled away and dodged again, landing on a farther tree branch, with a face full of shock. This is the Mist Village, the descendant of the Take Torai clan, actually has such a blood talent. Orochimaru said in a hurry, however, this kid is really ruthless, he directly killed these grass ninjas. Hehe, isn't it a waste of time to test so much? It's also worry-free to start with a big move. Qin Yu smiled and jumped to the ground. Hearing this, Orochimaru was stunned at first, and then remembered the battle between Qin Yu and Uchiha Madara not long ago. In his eyes, Qin Yu is completely full of big moves. He started with a meteorite, and opened 3 at once. This is a pervert. No. It should be said that if he is an old pervert, then Kimimaro is also a little pervert. The people who follow him are all perverts. Boss, you hit too hard, but you still have one alive. Kimimaro looked indifferently at the Kyuzagaku ninja who was slashing down with his sword, and said, "Don't play dead. The next time I attack, I will pierce your heart. No, don't kill me. I can tell you anything you want to know." The Kyuzagaku ninja who led the group begged for mercy. His chest was pierced, but his heart was the opposite of that of ordinary people. It can be said that because of this reason, he was able to save his life in many battles. Looking at the panicked Kyuzagaku ninja, Kimimaro subconsciously looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu patted Kimimaro's shoulder and signaled him to remove all these terrifying bone spears. The Kyuzagaku ninja, who got a chance to breathe, fell directly to the ground, covering his pierced chest, and the white bones left behind looked panicked. "Okay, tell me, where is the red-haired kid?" Qin Yu looked at the Kyuzagaku ninja indifferently. I don't know where she escaped to. We are here to pursue her under the order of the Lord of Ghost Lantern City. Kusanagi begged for mercy, "Sir, please don't kill me. I really don't know anything." Lord of Ghost Lantern City. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised. In the original work, the ninjas from Kusanagi village are even fewer than those from Takigakuer. If Qin Yu remembers correctly, the Lord of Ghost Lantern City should also be a tough guy. However, looking at Kusanagi who didn't know anything, Qin Yu sighed helplessly, and the 9 Megatama Manjakaya Sharingan suddenly turned, and the powerful illusion hypnosis was instantly launched. The Kusanagi who witnessed this scene suddenly changed his expression, as if he had seen a ghost. They are grassroots ninjas, but in order to survive, they are more aware of the wind direction and movement of the ninja world. It can be said that for the Konoha rebel ninja who has recently become famous in the ninja world, the characteristics of the blood Ashura Uchiha Qin Yu's largest 9 Magatama Manjakaya Sharingan are known clearly. However, before he could react, the next moment he fell into a state of loss of soul and was completely hypnotized. After a moment, Qin Yu frowned even more tightly. This Kyuzagakure village was destroyed by him and Uchiha Madara in the battle. Half a year later, the original strength of the village also plummeted. Moreover, Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu have been hiding in the Kyuzagakure village, and have also controlled some upper-level Kyuzagakure ninjas through various forbidden techniques. When Uchiha Madara was killed, he obviously did not have time to undo these curses, so when he died, many Kyuzagakure ninjas died with him. This directly led to the Kyuzagakure village falling into a power dispute. It also led to the competition for ninjas in the village. Among them, the two largest parties are the new village chief of the former Kyuzagakure village, Hungry Ghost. The other party is the lord of the Ghost Lantern City in the mouths of these Kyuzagakure ninjas. Chinyu, this Kyuzagakure village is not destroyed by you, right? Orochimaru couldn't hold his temper. However, he soon attracted Kimimura's murderous gaze. For this little junior, Orochimaru didn't care at all, but beating a dog also depends on the owner, not to mention facing Uchiha Chinyu, this is no exception. Let's go, tell me where the laboratory is. Chinyu did not answer directly. He threw the unconscious Kyuzagakure aside and said, but I have to go get a little brat first. Looking at Chinyu, who had made up his mind, Orochimaru hesitated to speak, and swallowed the words on his lips. Orochimaru did not care about the internal strife in Kyuzagakure village. Instead, he was surprised that Chinyu would stand up for a little brat. He was very curious about the origin of this little brat who was targeted by Chinyu and did not hesitate to offend Kyuzagakure village. Outside Kyuzagakure village, in a temporary building, a black shadow sneaked in like a ghost, and finally chose the most central building and went in. As soon as the black shadow stepped into this place, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded. You are finally back. I thought you left this mess to me. A figure wearing a black cloak with green eyes walked out of the dark. Soon, the lights in the dim hall were on, and soon the intruding figure could be seen clearly. Wuyuwai, I'm just going out to do something. Do I have to tell you in advance? Black Zetsu said coldly. That day, he and Uchiha Madara stayed here, and of course they had other tricks. And this guy with huge ambitions but insufficient strength has undoubtedly become the target of the strongest mouth cannon Black Zetsu. Under a mouth cannon, the grass village, which was already in chaos, was instantly set off by Wuyuwai's rebellion. In Black Zetsu's eyes, Chinyu's strength now makes him powerless. But he can also gradually increase the chips in his hand to deal with Uchiha Chinyu by germinating tiny dark seeds. In particular, the failure of the Alliance stranglehold of Danzo and others this time made Black Zetsu pay more attention to Wu Wuyuwai as a chess piece. Of course, if the Alliance stranglehold not long ago could have succeeded, perhaps Black Zetsu would not have returned to this broken place. Humph, Black Zetsu, since you're back, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Wuyuwai snorted coldly. During this period, according to Black Zetsu's guidance, his strength has skyrocketed. Originally, he was just a senior ninja in Kyuzagakure village, responsible for the prison in Ghost Lantern City. But after his strength was improved, he took the lead in seizing Ghost Lantern City, calling himself the Lord of Ghost Lantern City, and even released all kinds of prisoners imprisoned in it, in order to increase his own power. Of course, this move also has advantages and disadvantages. 60 to 70% of the prisoners in Ghost Lantern City surrendered to him, but many people also escaped. Especially some ninjas chased back from other villages, among which the red-haired little devil's parents who claimed to be able to heal any injuries with a bite made Wuyuwai pay more attention. After all, in the field, with this mobile nurse, he would bite directly if he was injured. This is completely invincible, allowing him to fight without worries. Chapter 335 The Ambition of Kyuzagakure Village. Okay, let's not talk about it here. How is the preparation of that thing? Black Zetsu said in a deep voice. Facing Wuyuwai, he was not as obedient as he was to Uchiha Madara. It can be said that in the eyes of Black Zetsu, in the vast ninja world, only a few people can make him pretend to be timid. As for Wuyuwai in front of him, he obviously has not reached this level. Humph, that thing is my lifeblood. Of course I have prepared it. You promised me that you will be able to open it. This is the foundation for restoring the glory of Kyuzagakure village. Wuyuwai snorted coldly and said sternly. Haha, don't worry. With my help, your idea will be tested soon. Black Zetsu laughed strangely. Soon Wuyuwai took the spiritual scroll in his hand. However, before they could continue the conversation, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside. Someone is coming. I'll take this thing away first. If there is an emergency, you can use me to communicate with the spirits in reverse. Black Zetsu glanced at the corridor. For him, Wu Wei was just an insignificant chess piece. At the beginning, he just deliberately leaked the whereabouts of the box of bliss. The purpose was just to plant the seeds of ambition in his heart. Unexpectedly, a little bit of fiddling and talking would lead him to darkness. This made Black Zetsu feel proud. After all, in the past thousands of years, 9 out of 10 turmoils were secretly promoted by him behind the scenes. This little man with great ambitions was easily captured by Black Zetsu. As Black Zetsu left, 4 figures wearing various animal masks walked into the corridor. As soon as the 4 appeared, they scattered around, and after looking around, the monkey-headed man wearing a monkey head took the lead and said in a deep voice, "Wu Wei, has the person you mentioned left? Why don't you let us meet him?" As soon as this was said, the remaining 3 people also locked their eyes on Wu Wei. Wu Wei was able to rise so quickly from a senior ninja, not only because of the appearance of Black Zetsu, which allowed him to obtain the box of bliss. It was also because of the support of these 4 high-level officials of the grass village. After all, the ninja world is now in chaos, and it has become more and more turbulent because of the appearance of Uchiha Chinyu. Let the grass village see the destination of ambition. If the 5 major ninja villages are exhausted from dealing with Konoha's bloody Ashura Uchiha Chinyu, unlock the box of bliss and promise to conquer the world and gain more powerful power. By that time, even if the 5 major countries react, I am afraid that the rice is already cooked. Their grass village can also take this opportunity to become the 6th major country. When they thought of this, the 4 high-ranking officials of the Kyuzagakure village could not help but show a trace of heat in their eyes. Humph, although that guy likes to hide his head and show his tail, the means and methods he has are unexpected. Wu Wei said in a deep voice. Especially the confinement technique he taught us, as long as it is slightly combined with our Kyuzagakure ninjutsu, the power is even more unexpected. Seeing the joy on Wu Wei's face, the 4 Kyuzagakure high-ranking officials also kept silent. When they thought of the fire prison technique, it can not only confine the chakra in the human body. Once the chakra is forcibly refined, the fire prison seal will be activated, and the refined chakra will also turn into a blazing flame, burning itself. Moreover, if the distance from the caster is too far, it will trigger the explosion of the curse seal, which will directly burn itself. As for other confinement techniques, if they are performed by them, they can easily subdue any jonin. Theoretically, if the 4 of them join forces, even a cage-level warrior would be caught off guard and suffer. Thinking of this, the people present were completely excited, and their eyes looking at Wu Wei were a little more passionate. "Wu Wei, did that person say when the box of bliss can be opened?" The Minotaur spoke first. Wu Wei's face flashed with a thoughtful look, and then he said in a deep voice, "He said that it's almost time. Recently, he has absorbed a lot of chakra from unknown sources. During this period, the amount of chakra absorbed is several times what we have obtained in the past 6 months. According to this calculation, it is enough to unlock the seal of the box of bliss before the 5 major countries react and achieve our wish." The slightly long voice made the 4 high-level officials of the Kyuzagakure village in the field flash with excitement and urgency. "Okay, since Wu Wei is so sure, then next, we should kill the guy supported by the daimyo first and completely control the Kyuzagakure village. Only then can we grow rapidly and have the strength to challenge the 5 major countries." The sheep-headed man said in a deep voice. "I heard that the girl you want is also in the hands of the hungry ghost." "Really?" Wu Wei raised his eyebrows and said with surprise, "Then let's go now. The situation of Kyuzagakure village has been divided for too long. It also needs a person with courage to lead Kyuzagakure village to become stronger." As soon as this was said, it was immediately recognized by others. After looking at each other, they all withdrew and turned into a breeze and disappeared on the spot. After watching these people leave, Wu Wei turned around and left. On the other hand, Kyuzagakure village, in front of the temporary gate. Chinyu appeared here with Orochimaru and Kimimaro. The black-bottomed auspicious cloud cloak on his body was very conspicuous. As soon as he appeared at the gate of Kyuzagakure village, he attracted the attention of the guard ninja. "Wait a minute, I'll find an excuse to see if I can get in." Chinyu raised his head hidden under the cloak, revealing the appearance of Yahiko. This time, Chinyu came to Kyuzagakure just to take away the suspected Uzumaki clan. "By the way, I want to see if there are any ruins and experience notes about Uchiha Madara's laboratory in Kyuzagakure. After all, Uchiha Madara will never give up studying it after accidentally opening the Samsara Eye. These experiences are of utmost importance to Chinyu now. One cell transplant has made Chinyu feel uncomfortable all over. If he fails a few more times, he will become a test subject. Becoming a half-human and half-ghost existence like Danzo and Orochimaru. No matter how strong Chinyu's mind is, he can't accept this. Looking at your familiar means, you should often pretend to be them to do things. If they know that they were shot while lying down, I wonder what their expression will be. Orochimaru's scarlet tongue stuck out, licked his dry red lips, and showed a playful smile. However, soon, a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the white bone knife, like a streak of silk, cut towards Orochimaru's tongue. The sudden scene made Orochimaru's expression stagnate, and he couldn't help but withdraw and retreat. The attack just brushed past his tongue. If the speed was not faster, as a former 3 ninjas, his strength was not false, and he might have had his tongue cut off long ago. Chapter 336 The strongest mouth cannon is about to change hands. What are you doing? Orochimaru just stood firm and looked at Kimimaro coldly. He cherished talents and liked to take their bodies for himself. However, facing Kimimaro's talent, he couldn't accept it. The boss said, "Never show off, your tongue is too much of a hindrance. Who else but you can do such a disgusting thing?" Kimimaro said coldly. As soon as these words came out, Orochimaru was immediately speechless. Is there anything wrong with this? Who else but Orochimaru can be so cool to use a tongue as a whip and hide the Kusanagi sword for a detailed attack? Haha, Orochimaru, don't be so polite, Kimimaro is just joking with you. Chinyu smiled and touched the tip of his nose. Someone is coming, listen to my instructions, if you can't get away with it, then take action. The voice fell, and before Orochimaru and Kimimaro responded, the slightly shabby sealed door with traces of new and old attacks was opened with a bang. Chinyu, who witnessed this scene, was stunned at first, and soon saw a slightly fat figure, with a vigorous movement, rushing out of the village. Following closely behind him, there were 4 old men, whose cheeks like dry bark twitched slightly, and their eyes looking at Chinyu had a little more brilliance. Looking at the 5 people who suddenly appeared, Chinyu raised his eyebrows and seemed a little surprised. If he remembered correctly, the fat man in front of him was the grass ninja named Hungry Ghost Path, which was used by Nagato to create the 6 paths of pain in the original work. However, after Chinyu made a fuss in this dimension, the trajectory of history has obviously changed dramatically. At least, the Hungry Ghost Path in front of him can appear accompanied by 4 old men, and his position in the Grass Ninja Village should not be low. Hello, I am the acting village chief of the Grass Ninja Village, Hungry Ghost Ma Dong Ai. The fat man was the first to introduce, these 4 are our Kyuzagakuer village's consultants. They knew that I hired people from the Akatsuki organization to quell the rebellion, so they had to come and take a look. Don't be surprised. Hire the Akatsuki organization? Chinyu raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. However, after thinking about it carefully, in the original work, the Akatsuki organization also accepted other people's hired tasks under the banner of peace, and survived in the cracks of the Rain Village. This method is not much different from accepting commissioned tasks in various countries. However, they are in the name of a big country, which is a bit of a reputation guarantee. Compared with big countries, the Akatsuki organization is a civilian mercenary organization, so the hiring price is cheaper than that of big countries. For small ninja villages like Kyuzagakuer, they also suffered a natural disaster not long ago and suffered a heavy blow. It is a better target for hiring. Most importantly, Ma Dong-ai in front of him can identify himself, which also saves Chinyu a lot of effort. I am Yahiko of the Akatsuki organization. I heard that there was a civil strife in the village and a series of battles, so I came here in advance. I hope you don't mind, village chief Ma Dong-ai. Chinyu thought of a good excuse in an instant. He was only thankful that he had not killed the grass ninja just now, and got a lot of useful information. Otherwise, facing the acting village chief and the 4 old men, he would be speechless. At the moment, it can be considered a blessing in disguise. I hope that the next thing can be solved smoothly. Are you Yahiko, one of the 3 leaders of the Akatsuki organization? Ma Dong-ai was stunned at first, and then said in a hurry, I didn't expect that this time I would trouble you to come here in person. It seems that your organization is really concerned about peace. Also, Chief Yahiko, you are too serious. I am just the acting village chief. If others hear you say village chief, it will be embarrassing for me. Seeing Ma Dong-ai patting his shoulder, spitting everywhere, saying low-key, and speaking in a loud voice like a bell, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel helpless. This Naruto world is really full of weirdos. Ma Dong-ai, you are also a guest even if you come to visit. What's more, the person in front of you is the leader of the Akatsuki organization. He came to help our Kusagakuer village to quell the rebellion. Why don't you hurry up and take them into rest? The horse-faced old man looked at Qin Yu for a while and said in a deep voice. Chief Yahiko, I hope you don't mind. Our Kusagakuer village is not like the big country ninja village. It has abundant talents and a small number of combat power. Next, I hope you don't move around casually, otherwise it will be bad if there is any misunderstanding. The slightly long voice was mixed with a hint of vigilance. Seeing Ma Dong-ai's expression change slightly, Qin Yu laughed instead of being angry. Haha, this elder, you are too modest. I heard that your Kusagakuer village is good at gathering the strengths of hundreds of schools and innovating to create more powerful ninjutsu. By village accepts people with lofty ideals from all sides, people with various bloodline limits, and a large number of talents. This kind of tolerance is a model for our Akatsuki organization and a major step in promoting peace. At this point, Qin Yu looked directly at the horse-faced old man. This subtle flattery made the horse-faced old man feel like punching cotton. Don trademark T hit a smiling person. Qin Yu trademark S words in front of him were so perfect that he had no place to use his strength. A good phrase of tolerance. This really expresses the spirit of our Kusagakuer village. Ma Dong-ai was the first to laugh and agree. After all, he was also appointed in a critical situation, and he was a young man. After listening to Qin Yu's words, he immediately became eager, patted Qin Yu's shoulder and said, Chief Yahiko, if you don't mind, I just plan to go and see the newly received refugees. Among them is a red-haired kid. I heard that he was born in the destroyed Seal clan, the Uzumaki clan. Are you interested? Red-haired kid? Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that he was lucky today. This was a coincidence that the other party came to his door in person. Faced with Ma Dong-ai's enthusiasm, Qin Yu smiled and responded, Okay, if you don't mind, village chief Ma Dong-ai, we will see the infinite charm of Bai village. This tolerance of the world is worth learning. However, this is also thanks to your open-mindedness, the village chief. This is a shortcut for Kusagakuer village to become powerful. Haha, Chief Yahiko, you are flattering me. I will host a banquet tonight and everyone will be drunk. Ma Dong-ai became more and more excited as he listened. His laughter was like thunder, and his cheeks were red with excitement like guangong. Seeing a few words, Ma Dong-ai even forgot the authenticity of their origins. Orochimaru suddenly had an illusion. The strongest king of the ninja world is about to change. Facing Qin Yu's subtle diplomatic means and his smooth and versatile attitude, it can be said that he has godlike strength but no godlike heirs. Orochimaru finally understood why Qin Yu was able to gather that group of desperate criminals. Chapter 337 The Tragic Fate of the Uzumaki Clan. Okay, don't say polite words. The horse-faced old man spoke again, looked at Qin Yu coldly and said, I didn't expect the leader of the Akatsuki organization to be so eloquent. No wonder you can gain a foothold in the territory of the demigod salamander Hanzo, but as an employer, we also hope that your strength can be as good as your mouth, otherwise this price is a bit not worth it. The slightly long voice uttered, which slightly changed the atmosphere in the field. Qin Yu laughed dryly and said, This may disappoint the elders. I can gain a foothold in front of Hanzo, but I rely on my fists. As for the mouth cannon, it depends on the person. Things that can be solved with fists, do you think you need to waste your lips and words? You. The horse-faced old man was suddenly angry. However, this time, before they could speak again, Ma Dong-ai on the side hurriedly said, Elders, haven't you been clamoring to see if there are spies from other countries among the refugees? We can go and see together. Facing Ma Dong-ai, the acting village chief, the four elders still gave him some face, turned around and jumped away first. Looking at this scene, Ma Dong-ai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Everyone, please don't be surprised. These four elders are also thinking about the grass village everywhere, so they are more rigorous, but their starting point is also right. Since you are also interested in the talents of our grass village, let's go and take a look. Ma Dong-ai said as he led the way. The crowd moved forward all the way, and after circling the grass village, they finally came to the back of the village, which was originally a ruin. Looking at the big pit smashed by the Tianai Zhenxing, and another section of sparse buildings, Qin Yu touched his nose helplessly. This is back to the starting point. Do you see this place? Ma Dong'ai looked at the ruins in front of him and said with awe, you should be very surprised to find this deserted place in the village, right? But I'll tell you secretly, it's rumored that the previous village chief of our Kyuzagakuer village, and some of the higher UPS, were controlled by a mysterious external force. Until half a year ago, a ninja who looked like a Konoha ninja appeared and fought a decisive battle with the mysterious man here, and finally won, and rescued our Kyuzagakuer village. At this point, Ma Dong'ai didn't forget to look back and said, isn't it too mysterious? But if you can see someone who can summon meteorites from outer space, and someone who can smash meteorites with a series of chakra balls, you will definitely remember it for the rest of your life. Looking at Ma Dong'ai, who was full of saliva and turned into Uchiha Qin Yu, a little fangirl, Orochimaru couldn't help but twitched his mouth. Compared with Ma Dong'ai, Orochimaru didn't say whether he believed it or not, but he had suffered from Qin Yu's hands several times. It can be said that this kind of pain can definitely be called unforgettable and deep into the bone marrow. If Ma Dong'ai knew that the person he was flattering was right next to him, he might be so irritated that he would faint. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and soon a Kyuzagakuer Anbu was seen standing in front of him. The sudden scene disturbed Ma Dong'ai's interest, and he frowned and said, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? The Anbu ninja's expression froze, and after looking at Qin Yu and others for a while, he showed hesitation. Ma Dong'ai's face sank and said, these are the distinguished guests who came to support our Kyuzagakuer village to quell the rebellion. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Distinguished guests. The Kyuzagakuer Anbu was stunned for a moment, but after seeing the black auspicious cloud cloaks on Qin Yu and others, he said in a hurry, they are the injured people. They want to try special treatments, but the woman doesn't have enough chakra, so. At this point, the Kyuzagakuer Anbu opened his mouth and couldn't say anything. What bastards! Ma Dong'ai shouted angrily, and then jumped away first. Orochimaru saw this scene and couldn't help but smile softly. Just when he wanted to lick his tongue out of habit, he saw Kimimaro staring at him, and quickly changed his action and said, I didn't expect to encounter lively things as soon as I came here. I really want to know what kind of ability the person you are interested in is capable of. Looking at Orochimaru with a playful face, if he knew that the people he was digging now were all his subordinates in the original work, he would probably not be able to laugh now. However, Qin Yu did not explain much, and with a flash of his body, he quickly followed. If he could take the person away without any effort, it would be great. But if he really had to use force, Qin Yu would not mind. And what Qin Yu thought, the place where these refugees were settled was surprisingly close to the other edge of the ruins. Just saw the dilapidated barracks, the chaotic crowd. Two figures surrounded by a group of ferocious ninjas in the corner of the wall first caught Qin Yu's eyes. I saw a girl with red hair, only 2 or 3 years old, rubbing her blurry eyes, and hot tears were pouring out of her eyes. However, even though she was crying, she didn't make any sound. The quiet action made people feel inexplicably. Stopping in front of her was a woman in her early 20s with red hair. However, perhaps due to years of malnutrition and various war tortures, she became pale and thin. However, what made people feel inexplicably shocked was the rows of neat and ferocious teeth marks on her body that could not be erased. No matter which inch of skin, it seemed to be occupied by teeth marks. From a distance, even Orochimaru and Kimimaro were stunned. Please, return the glasses to my daughter. She is still young, her eyesight is not very good, and she has not awakened the healing ability yet. As long as I recover a little, I can continue to treat you. The red-haired woman pleaded. Born as a member of the Uzumaki clan, they have the ability of the blood limit that is beyond the reach of heaven. It's a pity that God gave them this heaven-defying recovery ability, but did not give them the strong self-protection ability they deserved. Facing those who are eyeing them covetously, these abilities undoubtedly make them tools of others. For them, war is like a demon, making everyone crazy, pounce on them and bite them madly. Watching their companions die in this inhuman torture with their own eyes. Originally, for the red-haired woman, she had already accepted this fate, but she never thought that this demon's hand would reach out to her daughter who was only 2 or 3 years old. The thought of enduring such inhuman treatment at this age, on skin as white as mud and fat jade. Being bitten greedily by this group of hateful ugly people, This kind of thing, the red-haired woman could not accept. She felt deeply powerless about the tragic fate of the Whirlpool clan. Chapter 338 I am very protective. The dilapidated refugee camp, hundreds of people surrounded the corner. Under the filth and stench, Qin Yu's nose could not help but wrinkle. Looking at the red-haired woman with a face full of pleading helplessness, protecting the little boy behind him, he subconsciously looked at Ma Dong'ai. He really wanted to know how he would deal with this situation. However, this glance made Qin Feng shake his head helplessly. 4 old men were blocking Ma Dong'ai, with a stern face, as if they were watching a show. Seeing Qin Feng appear, the horse-faced old man said coldly, Ma Dong'ai, don't forget, you are just the acting village chief. There are hundreds of people here, including ninjas from our village and wandering ninjas from outside who intend to join us. They may all be members of our Kyuzagakure village. You can't take responsibility for offending all these people for a little brat who is suspected to be from the Uzumaki clan and has no awakening ability. At this point, the horse-faced old man looked at Qin Yu intentionally or unintentionally and said, what's more, they are surrounded by hundreds of people. Can you save them? As soon as these words fell, the remaining 3 old men also nodded silently in agreement. Ma Dong'ai and the Kyuzagakure Enbu who sent the message couldn't help but look livid. As the horse-faced old man said, he was just an acting village chief, named by the daimyo. The power he possessed could not be compared with the 4 old men in front of him. If we really want to investigate, at most he is a puppet village chief, in order to stabilize the people's hearts. Looking at the hundreds of people in front of them, the riot that may be caused is completely insignificant. The only thing they can do now is to watch and wait for the result outside the encirclement. However, just as this thought came to their minds, they heard a sudden chuckle in their ears, which tensed their nerves. Haha, this elder's train of thought is really unexpected. Qin Yu chuckled and walked slowly, facing the gloomy gaze of the horse-faced old man, and said, according to my understanding, if one of the elders is surrounded by hundreds of burly men and wants to do that, if she doesn't cry for help, can you really keep calm and watch the show here? Or wait until the rice is cooked, and she really does that hundreds of times, and confirms that she is your precious daughter, then you will punish hundreds of people. Or do you still hold this sentence, improper handling will cause hundreds of people to riot, for the future of the Kyuzagakure village, let your daughter swallow this breath? Next time, she will continue to be done by those people, and in this cycle, she will eventually sacrifice herself for the Kyuzagakure village. The slightly long and elongated voice, mixed with a playful meaning, is very annoying in this situation. However, when it fell into the ears of Ma Dong'ai and Kyuzagakure Enbu, they were stunned and nodded subconsciously. If it weren't for the presence of the 4 elders, they would have nodded in agreement and given thumbs up. You bastard, do you know what you are talking about? This is our Kyuzagakure village's business, and has nothing to do with your Akatsuki organization. The horse-faced old man's face darkened, and he shouted coldly, what's more, they are not from our Kyuzagakure village. As refugees, we have accepted and settled them here, which is already a supreme honor. Could it be that do you still intend to let us cause a riot in the village for 2 people who have nothing to do with it, and chill the hearts of the future pillars of our Kyuzagakure village? With hundreds of people, there is no way to save them, and we are powerless to save them. If you think that there is something wrong with our Kyuzagakure village, you can leave. The old voice spoke hesitantly, with an unquestionable taste between the words. Faced with all this, Qin Yu's smile became even more intense. The warm smile like a boy next door fell into Orochimaru's eyes, making his spine shiver. As a frequent loser under Qin Yu, he knew clearly what is hidden behind this smile. Orochi, you should have heard that the elders of Kyuzagakure village said that they have nothing to do with Kyuzagakure village. I looked carefully and she seemed to be a bit similar to the missing person in our Akatsuki organization. What do you think we should do? Qin Yu smiled and looked at Orochimaru. Everyone in the field couldn't help but freeze. Orochimaru was no exception. He subconsciously wanted to lick his tongue, but he quickly reacted and smiled softly, of course we can't sit idly by. If necessary, we can use force. Damn it, you dare! The horse-faced old man suddenly woke up and roared angrily. In the encirclement, who was the burly man holding the glasses and staring at him? Who reacted first? A trace of ferocity flashed across his face, and he reached out to grab the red-haired kid. Little kid, don't cry. Even if you shed all your tears, no one can save you. Let me take a bite and I can return your glasses to you. It can be said that this time, he led the riot only after receiving an order. In order to verify whether the little brat in front of him really has unlimited potential and can take risks for them to tear their faces and fight for it. The horse-faced old man who witnessed this scene couldn't help but smile. In his eyes, as long as the healing ability of this girl is verified, these refugees who have suffered pain will riot. At that time, the few remaining forces of the grass village will be infinitely weakened. At that time, they can also act conveniently. What's more, in front of these hundreds of people, the horse-faced old man doesn't believe that anyone can ruin his good deeds. However, as soon as this idea came up, he looked at the sturdy man who suddenly attacked. The scene he saw made the horse-faced old man's expression stagnate, and then he almost cracked his eyes. A figure like a ghost appeared in front of the red-haired little brat. The right hand clasped the wrist of the sturdy man like lightning. That scene of coming first after the last move shook everyone's nerves and made people look unbelievable. "Who are you?" The red-haired woman was stunned for a moment, and there was a trace of shock on her helpless face. Of course, she heard what the horse-faced elder said. It also annihilated the hope that she had just sprouted. Similarly, she never thought that someone would use such a powerful instant body technique at such a critical moment, and in the blink of an eye, he passed hundreds of people and came to them. "Aren't you from our Akatsuki organization?" "I have a very poor memory, but I can still recognize you vaguely, and I am particularly protective of my shortcomings." Chinyu smiled and looked at the burly man. The 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly exerted force, and the huge force squeezed, causing the big man to scream miserably. "Give me back my glasses, and get out of here, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. I repeat, I am very protective of my shortcomings." Chapter 339 Kill them all. Are you very protective of your people? The burly man trademark's expression was distorted, and he roared ferociously. "Oh, I like it very much. Cut off your head, brothers, let trademark's go together. This person is preventing us from healing our wounds. He is our enemy. We must kill him." With the roar, hundreds of people rioted instantly. The shouts and screams were deafening like waves. The horse-faced old man who watched this scene couldn't help but have a playful smile on his face, and said in a feminine voice, "Ahaha, this is the end of trying to show off. What trademark's the point of protecting your people? I just want to see how you end up." This was originally a chess piece he had planted to cause internal strife. The method of causing the riot was different from what they expected. But in their eyes, as long as the same result was achieved, it was enough. However, this thought just popped up in their minds, and the next moment, what came into view was a white bone spur that stabbed out without any warning. Like a sharp and unmatched cold light, it passed through the neck of the burly man. Puff! Blood splattered, like a gorgeous and dazzling firework, but it made people feel shocked. The flying head drew a beautiful parabola in the void and fell heavily on the ground not far away. The wide-open eyes were obviously filled with disbelief. The moment before, he was roaring to take off Qin Feng's head, but now his head and body were separated. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? The rioting crowd fell into silence first. Facing the burly man, the sudden death was like a bucket of cold water pouring down on their heads. They could not help but stop where they were. Looking at Junmaro who suddenly attacked, Chinyu did not blame him. He leaned over to pick up the glasses, put them on the red-haired kid, smiled and rubbed her head, and said, "Don't cry, what's your name?" The red-haired kid was stunned for a moment, but although she looked young, she was obviously used to life and death. She stared at the corpse of the big man and was silent for a while. "My lord, I'm sorry. Karin is still young. If I am not polite, I hope you don't mind." The red-haired woman suddenly woke up and begged for an explanation. At the same time, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing her arms full of teeth marks and said, "My lord, if you need treatment, you can bite me. After a while, I can recover some chakra and treat you." Looking at this red-haired woman who was almost as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. The action of rolling up her sleeves to let others go made Chinyu sigh. This is probably the pity of parents in the world. In the most ordinary times, perhaps the world is unpredictable and can't be seen through. But when it really comes to the critical moment, how many people stand up for you? "My lord, I am willing to give you." Karen's childish voice suddenly sounded. Looking at the trembling, rolled up sleeves and sticking out arms, as white jade, the pink feeling makes people want to take a bite. Looking at the nervous, frightened, but forced calm Karin, Chinyu smiled and rubbed her hair, saying, I am very strong, at least in my memory, no one has ever been able to hurt me. No one can hurt. The horse-faced old man looked gloomy, and subconsciously looked at another chess piece hidden in the crowd. The two looked at each other and reached a consensus in an instant. An unexpected roar sounded among the refugees. This girl really has the ability to heal. That man wants to deprive us of the chance to recover. Don't forget that the reason we gathered here is to make the Kusagakure village pay attention to our strength. As long as we can kill this bastard, catch that red-haired kid, and then seize Kusagakure village, we still need to be afraid of people, women, power, money, and nothing else. Don't forget that we are bandits, wandering ninjas. Roars rang out one after another in the crowd. The scene was in chaos in an instant. Stop, everyone stop, I am the acting village chief of Kusagakure village, everyone retreat. Ma Dong'ai rushed to Chinyu. He raised his hands to shout back these refugees. However, before he, the acting village chief, could exert any residual heat, he saw a series of black shadows breaking through the air and attacking him. The sudden scene made Ma Dong'ai's expression change drastically. Just as he was about to block, he saw Kimimaro blocking the incoming shuriken first. Okay, you, the so-called village chief, are really cute and silly. Chinyu patted Ma Dong'ai on the shoulder and said, if you don't even know how to obey the most basic orders, why do you want to let the wolf into the house? Ma Dong'ai and the horse-faced old man and others were stunned at first, but the words that fell in their ears the next moment made their nerves tense to the extreme. Kill them all if they are useless. Chinyu looked at Kimimaro. As the shouts and killings just now said, most of them are bandits, wandering ninjas, and lurking pawns. It is obvious that they have ulterior motives and gathered here. Since keeping them is just a disaster, it is better to kill them all, which is faster and cleaner. Got it, boss. Kimimaro responded coldly. The young body was slightly bent and tense like a tiger and leopard. Looking at the two people coming towards him with the standard ninja short swords, his clear eyes suddenly became sharp, like a hawk, locking on the mob. Damn you, you actually let a little brat come and kill us, this is just a dream. The two vagrant ninjas who were attacking laughed disdainfully. The short swords in their hands instantly chopped down Kimimaro's body. However, the moment they got their hands on it, their expressions changed drastically. Bang! The crisp sound of metal collision made the two of them feel severe pain in their knuckles, and they didn't have time to react. A series of white bone spurs, like an indestructible spear, tore through Kimimaro's robe. Under the horrified eyes of the two, they directly pierced through their bodies. Puff! Blood splattered, and the scalding temperature scattered on the bodies of others, burning like fire, which startled the vagrant ninjas who were rushing towards them. However, before they could react, a hedgehog-like figure with bones piercing all over his body rushed into the crowd. The two white bone blades in his hands cut through the void like a silk thread. Every swing would kill with a single blow. That seemingly young body, at this moment, seemed extremely agile, making it difficult for the naked eye to catch it. Facing this group of scattered soldiers and brave generals, no one could stop Kimimaro from taking even a single step. Such a heroic scene made the horse-faced old man standing outside the field change his expression drastically. Chapter 340 The Lone Wolf Waiting for an Opportunity. Damn boy, I don't believe I can't catch you. The three wandering ninjas roared, and their hands quickly formed a series of seals. Kimimaro, who witnessed this scene, suddenly turned his eyes and locked onto the three people. In his calculations, at this distance, he could kill the three of them before the seals were completed. However, just as this thought emerged in Kimimaro's mind, his expression suddenly changed the next moment. Kusagakure imprisonment technique. The horse-faced old man looked gloomy, and it was obvious that he had chosen the opportunity, and instantly made a move in the air. An inexplicable restraining force, with chakra infused crazily, Kimimaro's forward movement paused for a moment. If it was in normal times, this might not be a big problem. But on the battlefield, it is very important. If you are not careful and there is a flaw, then you may still be dead. Orochimaru, who had been watching from the side, raised his eyebrows and showed a feminine smile. He was about to show some kindness and disgust Kimimaro. The next moment, the scene he saw shook his nerves. The fifth door is open. Kimimaro shouted coldly, and red sweat burst out instantly, causing the people around him to pause suddenly. He kicked his feet on the ground suddenly, and the ground collapsed like a spider web. The whole person disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had crossed more than 10 meters and appeared in front of the 3 wandering ninjas who cast the spell. The bone knives in both hands cut straight to their throats at an extreme speed. No! A scream suddenly came out in unison, but facing the bone blade that was like the death god, all the pleas seemed pale and powerless. The last seal in his hand could not mobilize the chakra in his body. With his flying vision, he could vaguely see the familiar body falling backwards powerlessly. Bang! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground sounded, shocking a group of wandering ninjas. The expressions of the 4 people including the horse-faced elder suddenly changed drastically. They looked at each other subconsciously, and without time to think about it, they used the instant body technique to the extreme. The distance of dozens of meters, under the full exertion of the 4 of them, just a few breaths, passed through the shocked people. Before Ma Dong-ai and others could react, he appeared at Qin Yu's side. The 4 people formed a horn-like formation and blocked Qin Yu from all sides. The 2 fingers of his right hand suddenly joined together, forming a seal, and shouted in unison in the shocked eyes of Ma Dong-ai. Kyuzagaku 4 Pillars Imprisonment Technique. As soon as the words fell, chakra poured in crazily. Invisible shackles gathered in an instant and quickly wrapped around Qin Yu. This feeling was just like the spell of immobilization in mythology. Not only was the spell simple, but it was also unexpected. It was completely simple and crude, a weapon for imprisonment and killing. Elder, what is going on? Ma Dong-ai's expression suddenly changed, and he asked anxiously. The sudden scene also attracted the attention of everyone in the field. Even the wandering ninjas and others who were fighting slowed down their attacks. What's going on? Qin Yu smiled warmly. You, the acting village chief, are really a fool. Have you not realized until now that this riot was caused by the 4 elders? Let me think about it. Why don't I let Wu Wei come out and talk to me? The matter of the grass village has nothing to do with me. Why don't I take them away and you continue? The sudden words made everyone in the field change their expressions drastically. Not to mention Ma Dong-ai, the acting village chief, even the faces of the 4 elders changed drastically. In their eyes, this is a secret matter, and even the names are unknown. However, now it was revealed by Uchiha Qin Yu. This was completely beyond their expectations. Elder, is this true? Ma Dong-ai's expression changed and he asked anxiously. However, as soon as the words fell, a ghost-like figure rushed out of the chaotic crowd. Under the seal of his right hand, he slapped Ma Dong-ai directly. The sudden scene made Ma Dong-ai's face change suddenly. He didn't have time to think about it and raised his hands to block. Nether escape sealing technique absorption. A dark vortex quickly condensed in front of him. Watching this scene, the attacking figure exploded and turned into a white mist, disappearing from the spot. Shadow clone. Ma Dong-ai's expression changed drastically. Yes, but it's too late for you to see it now. Wu Wei's cold voice suddenly sounded behind Ma Dong-ai. The sudden scene made everyone's nerves suddenly tense, and Ma Dong-ai hurriedly looked behind him. The first thing he saw was the big hand pressing down on his back. Fire escape heavenly prison technique. The palm pressed down suddenly, and the hot chakra rushed out like a torrent. Quickly laid a hideous and entangled seal on Ma Dong-ai's body. Damn Wu Wei, Ming Tun. Ma Dong-ai looked anxious and tried to cast a spell to jump up. However, as soon as the chakra in his body started to circulate, he opened his mouth and let out a scream. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he knelt on the ground again. The scene of jumping up suddenly changed everyone's expression, and even Orochimaru's eyes could not help but shrink slightly, revealing a snake-like caution and curiosity. This way of casting spells, as well as means, made him curious. As a person who has been active in the ninja world for more than 10 times, and is also one of the 3 ninjas, the experience he has is not comparable to that of ordinary ninjas. Since the last time he fought with the Kusanagi, whether it was the 4 elders or the Lord of the Ghost Lantern Prison, Wu Wei, the ninjutsu he performed was completely different from before. Such a big transformation made Orochimaru smell a hint of something unusual. Haha, I didn't expect you to know so much. Look at the ninjutsu that kid used. You must have killed my spies, right? Wu Wei looked at Orochimaru and Kimimaro, then looked at Qin Yu with interest. Just now I saw the means you used. You were able to establish an organization like Akatsuki under Hanzo, which is indeed a bit extraordinary. However, there are some places you can't come to, and some things you can't do. I can manage, but sometimes I manage too much, just like now, I become a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. At this point, Wu Vai's narrowed eyes suddenly opened, flashing a hint of viciousness, and his right hand pressed directly to Qin Yu's shoulder. Fire escape heavenly prison technique. As soon as the big hand pressed down, the hot chakra was madly poured into the boy who interfered in front of him. Looking at the boy who was still motionless and still maintained a warm smile, the seal of the heavenly prison technique was successfully arranged. However, it fell into Wu Vai's eyes, but there was an inexplicable chill. It was as if the boy in front of him was a lone wolf waiting for an opportunity to move, and he would strangle him at any time. Chapter 341 Absolutely can't kill him. Wu Vai, what did you do? The horse-faced old man shouted in a deep voice. The old voice, like thunder, awakened Wu Vai from his trance. The shock in his pupils quickly disappeared, and then he snorted coldly, looked at Kimimaro and Orochimaru and shouted, I advise you not to move around, otherwise I will kill your leader. The stern voice, with an unquestionable taste, instantly attracted everyone's attention. Little ghost, you scared me just now just cut me with a knife. A one-eyed man came to Kimimaro's back, smiled grimly, raised the kunao in his hand, and chopped directly at Kimimaro's junior. If this attack really hits, blood will definitely splatter for several steps, and he will be seriously injured. This sudden scene made the wandering ninjas who had just suffered under Kimimaro in the field couldn't help but show inexplicable eagerness on their faces. It seemed that with this attack, they could spit out all the bad air they had endured. However, this idea just emerged in their minds. A cold light shot out first, like a streak of silk, without any fancy, and slashed towards the one-eyed man. Puff! Blood splattered, as bright as fireworks. The huge head was thrown directly into the air under the astonished eyes of many people. The next moment, before they could react, Kimimaro suddenly put his hands together. Corpse vein dance of early ferns. Puff! The sound of air tearing suddenly echoed, and the white bones turned into spears and shot out from Kimimaro's body. The sudden attack, at a close distance, made it impossible for people to hide. What's more, they never thought that Kimimaro would dare to attack suddenly with hostages in hand and under threat. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would believe it? However, the idea of astonishment emerged, and the sudden scene instantly penetrated the dozens of people approaching. The people on the periphery who were still holding a teasing mentality and wanted to take advantage of Kimimaro's misfortune, withdrew their faces and retreated quickly. Asshole, make him stop quickly, or I will kill you. Wu Vai's face changed drastically in an instant, and he took out a kunao and put it on Qin Yu's neck. These are his future helpers, and they are also the foundation for competing in the ninja world. However, now that Kimimaro suddenly attacked and killed 1/10 of them, how could he accept it? Hehe, you use that guy to threaten us, so you'd better save it. Orochimaru, who had been watching, licked his tongue and showed a cunning smile. You may be able to kill us, but you can never kill him. Looking at this slender scarlet tongue, many people in the field suddenly changed their expressions. In their eyes, being able to spit out a tongue that is more than 10 centimeters long is too horrifying. This is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. However, the words that disregarded the death of their companions were even more nerve-wracking. Who are you? Wu Vai's face changed slightly. Thinking of the scene just now when he seemed to be stared at by a lone wolf, he still felt a little scared. After all, the combination in front of him was too weird. A child with an amazing blood limit, a weird long-tongued man who seemed to have nothing to do with it. There is also a teenager who claims to be the leader of the Akatsuki organization, but gives people a weird feeling. This made Wu Vai a little unsure. Wu Vai, why are you still standing there? Aren't they just 3 unknown guys? The horse-faced old man's face sank, and he shouted angrily, no matter how strong he is imprisoned by us and has no chakra. What's the difference between him and a useless person? If we don't kill him now, when will we kill him? Don't forget, our Kusagakuer village is different from the past. With that thing, we are not afraid even if the 5 major ninja villages come, let alone them. Killing them will be a one-stop solution. Wu Vai was startled, and then a trace of cruelty flashed in his pupils. Just as the horse-faced old man said, no matter what his origins were. As long as he died, everything would be over. Thinking of this, Wu Vai's eyes flashed with cruelty, and his right hand suddenly clenched the kunao, and cut directly towards Uchiha Qin Yu's neck. Boy, blame it if you want to blame it, you are too arrogant, even your companions didn't save you. But don't worry, they will be with you soon. The hysterical roar seemed to give Wu Wei supreme courage. Dang! The crisp sound of metal collision suddenly echoed. The huge recoil force made Wu Wei's tiger's mouth shake, and he retreated several steps. Looking at the crackling lightning, it rushed out of Qin Yu's body like a torrent, revealing a face full of disbelief. How can he use chakra? The horse-faced old man's expression changed drastically. For them, whether it was Kyuzagaku or whether it was the imprisonment technique or the fire-style heavenly prison technique, they were their confidence. Especially the latter. Once an ordinary person was hit, as long as they used chakra, their whole body would be burning like fire. Not to mention fighting, they couldn't even move normally. Not to mention, such a powerful lightning-style chakra was used. Is it the immortal technique chakra? Orochimaru smiled playfully, this kid is not someone you can mess with. Immortal technique? The expressions of the people present changed drastically. In their cognition, immortal technique is not something that ordinary people can possess. Wu Wei's expression also changed, and he shouted in a hurry, "Who are you?" However, before he could get an answer, the four elders once again burst out with powerful chakra fluctuations and roared in unison. "Wu Wei, don't care who he is, we will imprison him and kill him with our trump card." Kyuzagaku or Four Pillars Imprisonment Technique. The four people's two fingers merged again and pointed at Qin Yu in the air. The chakra that surged out turned into an invisible shackle, quickly covering Qin Yu's body. Facing the sudden attack of the four elders, Wu Wei's expression froze. He gritted his teeth, flipped his hand, and at the moment of forming a seal, he shouted loudly. "Fire escape, fire prison sword!" Wu Wei grabbed the air with his right hand, and the hot chakra quickly gathered in his palm, turning into a steaming and burning blade in the blink of an eye. If the heaven prison technique is a curse seal confinement restriction, then the fire prison sword is Wu Wei's powerful means of attack. Once hit by the fire prison sword, a big fire will burn and burn to death. Looking at the lightning flowing on Qin Yu's body, Wu Wei believed that as long as this attack hit, no matter how Qin Yu defended, he could not withstand the scorching heat. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Wu Wei's mind. The arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Without time to think, he clenched his 5 fingers on his right hand and stabbed directly at Qin Yu's chest. However, the distance was so close that he could get close in the blink of an eye. But the moment the fire prison sword was thrust out, it was grabbed by a lightning-fast hand on the wrist. Chapter 342 The Frightened Savior. Facing the familiar red auspicious cloud sleeves, this grab seemed to tighten their hearts. They finally understood what Orochimaru meant by what he said just now. The boy in front of them could not be imprisoned at all. Is this your confidence? Qin Yu's eyes swept across the four people. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. The four elders' dry bark-like cheeks suddenly changed. Without time to think, they quickly pulled back. Wu Wei, who witnessed this scene, was completely confused. The moment the fire prison sword in his hand dissipated, he quickly flipped his left hand, took out a scroll, and threw it to the horse-faced old man. "Elder, open the scroll quickly, only that thing and that adult can save us." Wu Wei was anxious. That adult. The horse-faced old man's expression stagnated, and he quickly remembered the mysterious man Wu Wei had mentioned during this period. He was able to improve Wu Wei's strength from an ordinary Jonin to an elite Jonin, or even a half-shadow level in a short period of time. In particular, the Kyuzagaku imprisonment technique and the sky prison technique, etc., have raised their strength to a higher level overall. The young man in front of him is so mysterious that even the sky prison technique and the Kyuzagaku imprisonment technique cannot have any effect on him. The only chance to win against me is to rely on that mysterious man. A mess of thoughts quickly passed through the horse-faced old man's mind. As soon as he took the scroll and spread it out in front of him, he bit his index finger without hesitation, and his hands flew down like wheels, forming a series of magic seals. Spiritual art. Bang! He slapped the scroll with his right hand, and a large piece of white smoke rolled back. A huge black shadow emerged directly in the white mist. A figure standing on it was even more eye-catching. "Haha, Wu Wei, it seems that you still failed my high hopes. You reversed my spiritual art so quickly. If this person is not worth killing, then I will only ask you." The feminine voice came out in the mist. Wu Wei's face was anxious, and he didn't care too much and shouted first, "My lord, please save me quickly. This person knows fairy art. If his chakra is absorbed, the box of bliss can be opened more. Box of bliss? Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. He knew that the box of bliss was known as the artifact of the Six Paths Sage. However, he did not expect that there were other people hidden behind the Kusagakure village. When he saw the person coming, he smiled playfully and said, "Black Zetsu, I did not expect that I would meet you here." The small voice exploded like thunder. The mysterious atmosphere that had just gathered in the field was instantly pierced. Mystery, of course, is the most mysterious when you know nothing. Now that someone has revealed it, how can you pretend to be great? The fog in the sky dissipated, and a huge square box appeared in front of everyone. The four faces representing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness gave people a creepy feeling. However, compared with this, Black Zetsu, who was regarded as a savior, stood on the box of bliss. The original yin-yang face was now confused. He hurriedly looked at Qin Yu, but the moment he saw him, his expression suddenly changed. He didn't have time to think about it, and quickly pulled back, but soon he saw a ghost-like figure, one step ahead, and fell behind him. Seeing his retreat blocked, and the familiar scarlet tongue, Hei Zetsu's face was extremely livid. The sudden scene made Wu Vai's face full of hope. He couldn't help but freeze, and asked in a hurry, "Sir, what are you doing?" In Wu Vai's eyes, this is a god who has made him a powerful shortcut. He is also a savior with many mysterious means. However, the scene before him now completely overturned his cognition. That look, it feels like the savior is also scared. "What are you doing? He is the bloody Ashura of Konoha, Uchiha Kainu, how did you provoke him?" Hei Zetsu almost shouted out, if it weren't for the presence of Uchiha Kainu. He wanted to kick Wu Vai out with one foot. Bloody Ashura? Wu Vai and others were stunned, and hurriedly looked back at Qin Yu who had been calm from beginning to end. And Orochimaru's comment that he could not be killed not long ago, shocked their hearts. This was an existence that even the 5 major ninja villages had to hold a 5 shadow meeting to treat with caution. However, now they were offending him to death. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they wouldn't have believed that they had done such a stupid thing. It felt like walking on a tightrope on the edge of a knife. "Black Zetsu, I've been looking for you for a long time." Qin Yu smiled playfully. The right eye's 9 Magadama Manjakaya. Sharingan suddenly turned, and the inky black flames instantly burned on Black Zetsu's body like a raging tide. Amaterasu. The black flames were like maggots on the toe bones. Once they burned, they spread rapidly. A shrill scream was the first to resound through the world. However, the next moment, the other half of Black Zetsu's body swelled up like a balloon. Boom! A thunderous roar suddenly echoed, and black flames burst out like dazzling fireworks. Facing this explosion so close, the horse-faced old man had no time to dodge, and was instantly splashed in the face by Amaterasu. "Help! Help!" The horse-faced old man screamed in shock, and the piercing pain was so deep that it penetrated into his bones. The 3 old men standing in the distance had no time to think about it, and quickly formed a series of spells. Water style, water wave. The 3 of them attacked at the same time, and under the powerful chakra gathering, the water waves in the sky turned into a waterfall and washed directly towards the horse-faced old man. However, when the water waves dissipated, the surface soil was washed away. But the black flames continued to burn in full view of the public. Facing such a strange scene, a chill quickly rose up from the solace of his feet. Watching the horse-faced old man soaking in the water was swallowed by the black flame in a blink of an eye. The 3 old men turned around and fled without thinking too much. Senjutsu Wind-style Raise Nan. Qin Yu grabbed with his 5 fingers on his right hand, and the powerful chakra gathered crazily, and a sharp and piercing sound of air roaring and tearing sounded instantly. Under Wu Vai's astonished eyes, without any fancy moves, he threw it directly at the 3 fleeing old men. "Run away quickly!" Wu Vai was anxious. At this moment, Qin Yu had already released his hand on his wrist. Wu Vai knew clearly that if he wanted to escape, he would definitely have a chance to escape. However, facing this tempting opportunity, he had only one urgent thought in his mind. He was eager to see someone escape from the hands of this young man who frightened the 5 major countries. Only in this way would Wu Vai have a little more courage to escape. Chapter 343 No Qualifications for Surrender. On the huge ruins, whether it was the wandering ninjas fighting in the melee or Wu Vai and others, they all looked anxious. Looking at the violent swoop, chasing after the 3 people. As if with wings, the azure chakra sphere secretly clenched its fist. In their eyes, facing this bloody Azura Uchiha Chinyu who suddenly appeared. Under that fierce reputation, the only thing they can do is wait. Wait, and find a glimmer of life in these three elders. However, this idea just emerged in their minds. The next moment, the three elders clearly felt the strangeness behind them, and hurriedly looked back. The moment their pupils suddenly contracted, they had no time to think, and their hands flew and quickly formed seals. Boy, just relying on this little ninjutsu, you want to kill us, you underestimate our Kyuzagakuer. The old man with a pointed mouth and monkey cheeks roared first. As an elder, the speed of his seals was obviously not bad, facing the raised Nan shuriken that came from the sky. In just a few breaths, he made the last seal. Earth escape earth array wall. Earth escape earth dragon technique. Earth escape earth wall. Three old shouts almost sounded at the same time. The moment the force chakra rushed out, an earth wall, an earth array wall, and an earth dragon were instantly condensed. Gathered together, it can be described as a huge momentum. In their eyes, facing Chinyu's seemingly casual tentative attack, it was enough to easily stop it. However, just as this thought came to mind, the next moment, the huge earth escape attack instantly collided with the incoming wind escape spiral Maru Shuriken. In an instant, the flowing air seemed to have a pause. The next moment, before they could wake up, the ball that seemed to be made at will exploded in an instant. Boom! The violent air waves rolled back like a tidal wave. The sharp and piercing sound of air tearing was soaring into the sky. Those seemingly powerful earth escape attacks were torn into pieces in an instant like paper in the face of the instantly detonated wind escape spiral balls. The three elders were stunned at first, and the next moment they had no time to react and were instantly swallowed by the hurricane. Boom! The hurricane that rose into the sky, the trees that rolled back, and the rocky ground that was torn apart. The refugee camp, which was already like a ruin, became even more messy. When everything returned to calm, the three bodies that had already turned into rotten sacks were scattered around. The rag-like clothes did not show the former majesty at all. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that these four elders, who were like iron-faced judges, would lose their lives in a single encounter. No, don't kill us. We are willing to surrender. As long as you don't kill us, you can let us do anything. Panic-stricken begging for mercy rang out one after another. The originally scattered camp, after witnessing Chinyu's methods in every move, even the last bit of resistance was directly annihilated. They asked themselves, but they couldn't stand a glare, nor could they stand a casual ninjutsu. It can be said that all this was simply like the death god's call for their lives. For a while, a series of heavy objects fell to the ground in the field. Looking at those kneeling figures one by one, Wuyuwai's body was shaking. Looking at Uchiha Chinyu who was close at hand, there was no time to think about it. He bent his knees and knelt heavily on the ground to beg for mercy. Sir, please give me a chance to surrender. Sir, please give us a chance to surrender. All the people in the field responded and agreed. Facing such an unbeatable opponent, the only thing to do is to surrender together. Perhaps, only by doing so can we get a chance to survive. Kimimaro, covered in blood, stopped killing and looked at Chinyu. Orochimaru, standing on the box of bliss, couldn't help but look at Chinyu. Facing such a courage to win people's hearts without fighting, it is not something that ordinary people can have. Chinyu's eyes swept across the field lightly. Where he passed, those who secretly observed the changes in Chinyu's expression, had no time to think about it, and quickly lowered their heads. It looked like he wanted to bury his head in the soil, all just to seek a glimmer of life. I said, I just want to take my people away, and your Kyuzagakuer's affairs have nothing to do with me. Chinyu spoke lightly. He is not a bloodthirsty person. The killing just now was only because they had repeatedly provoked him, and he wanted to play with them for a while. Now it can be regarded as a warning to others. The purpose of this trip has been achieved, so everything is enough. No, sir, you misunderstood. We are representing the entire Grass Ninja Village to surrender to you. As long as you agree, we are willing to make you the master of the Grass Ninja Village. Wuyuwai was anxious. This thought only flashed through his mind. But after he experienced this battle, Wuyuwai knew clearly that ambition also needs strong strength to be backed up. Otherwise, all efforts and strategies are nonsense in the face of absolute strength. However, for outsiders, facing the surrender of a ninja village is definitely a hot commodity. But for Chinyu, it seems a bit tasteless. Looking back at the ninjas who obviously agreed, and the stunned Ma Dong'ai, Qin Yu shook his head calmly and said, I don't like to bring a burden with me. Orochimaru, let's go, we've wasted a lot of time. After saying this, Qin Yu turned around and left. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue, looked back at the place where Black Zetsu was standing, and said, isn't that guy going to chase? He blew up his clone. In Orochimaru's eyes, White Zetsu is Black Zetsu's clone. When Amaterasu fell just now, Black Zetsu used White Zetsu to resist, and then instantly detonated to cause a commotion, and finally took the opportunity to escape. No. Qin Yu didn't even turn his head. Compared with Orochimaru, Qin Yu knew very well that Black Zetsu was Kagaya's thought. It is an immortal existence that can be transformed into will and attached to many things. The only way is to use the sealing technique to seal him. As for now, compared with the original work, this mastermind behind the war has obviously become a dog that has lost its home. For Qin Yu, he didn't take it seriously. On the contrary, he was more interested in the feeling of destiny that made him collect the nine-tailed beasts. After all, the strong are invincible, and the masters are lonely. For Qin Yu now, if the Daitongmu clan doesn't come out, there won't be many people who can compete with him. All he does now is just to kill time and find the hint of destiny. Watching Qin Yu leave, Wu Wei and others were stunned. Looking at the remaining ruins in the field, and the box of bliss that they regarded as a trump card. At this moment, Wu Wei finally understood that in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are nothing. At least they don't even have the qualifications to surrender. Chapter 344 This could be a fatal disaster. At the same time, in the Sand Village, an inexplicable bleak smell permeated the office of the Kazekage. A figure stood in front of the French window like an iron tower, making the atmosphere in the field even more depressing. Maki, you said that you received a message from Ebizo that Yekang, the defector, was going to return to the Sand Village. Luo Sha's expression sank and he said sternly. The ninjas who could gather in the office were all the elite of the Sand Village. To them, Yekang was like a hero in the Third Ninja World War. However, he sacrificed his life for the village, but in the end he was kept in the dark. For the so-called safety of the village, he was betrayed by his most trusted companion. This feeling cannot be described in words. Why don't you talk? Luo Sha suddenly turned around, his eyes swept across the scene with a cold look, and said sternly, do you think that my decision that day was wrong? We want to reconcile with the Mist Village. Can't we pay a little price? The aggressive voice made everyone's expression suddenly change. Yes, we can pay some price, why can't you be the one who pays the price? The stern voice suddenly sounded, and immediately tensed everyone's nerves. Speaking nonsense at this critical moment is undoubtedly colliding with the muzzle of a gun. Hustle and bust, the first figure that came into view made everyone's expression slightly change. Jiaoyuo, do you know what you said? Luo Sha's face sank, and he said sternly, don't forget, you are my fiancé copyrightee. So what? Jiaoyuo said anxiously, I was blind at the time, so I fell in love with you. You? Luo Sha was choked with anger. However, before he could get angry, Maki stepped forward and persuaded him, Third Kazekage, please calm down. As he spoke, Maki winked at Yashimaru, signaling him to persuade Garuru to leave, and then said, Garuru and Yekang are students who graduated in the same class and have a deep relationship, so they misunderstood the good intentions of Master Kazekage and became nervous for a while. The first thing we need to do now is how to deal with Yekang's affairs. At this point, Maki took out a scroll and said, this is the intelligence scroll sent back by consultant Ebizo. Not long ago, he and Yekang were attacked by Konoha's rebel ninjas Orochimaru and Obaru. The other party was spying on Yekang's bloodline boundary. At the critical moment, it was Uchiha Kainu who came to the rescue. According to the scroll, Qin Yu did not come back with Yekang, but he seemed to have given Yekang a scroll so called for help, so we must take Yekang's affairs seriously. The slightly long voice made everyone in the huge office change their expressions slightly. If we say that the most sensitive topic at the moment is no longer a simple war for the 5 major countries. Instead, it is this one, the Konoha rebel who rebelled in the ninja village and broke away, the bloody Ashura Uchiha Kainu. 3 days later, the 5-cage meeting to deal with Uchiha Kainu was held in the Konoha ninja village. It can be said that any decision now may affect the resolution of the 5-cage meeting. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Luo Sha. Hey, Maki, you brought up this matter under this circumstance. Do you want me to turn a blind eye to Yekang's return? Luo Sha snorted coldly and met Maki's sight. You should know that the decision to send Ye King out was made by the Sand Village's top leaders based on the interests of our Sand Village. In the eyes of others, Ye King still sacrificed himself as a hero. However, if she comes back this time and exposes all this, and even throws away the so-called hero mask, it will not only be a shame for me, but you should know what impact it will have on the Sand Village. The stern voice made the people in the field change their expressions slightly. Luo Sha's words seemed very selfish, but they involved the important interests of the Sand Village. After all, the Sand Village's top leaders kept Ye King in the dark, but announced to the outside world that Ye King voluntarily sacrificed himself to become the last hero for the village. If it is exposed in public, it will be a play directed and performed by the Sand Village. That will probably chill the hearts of the entire Sand Village. Humph, you all know the importance of the matter now. Luo Sha snorted coldly, what we have to do now is to never let her set foot in the Sand Village. Just remember that Ye King is now a traitor, not a hero. This. Jiao Yuo opened her red lips and was speechless. Looking at Maki and others who shook their heads, she knew clearly. As long as you are a member of the Sand Village, it is easy to distinguish between personal feelings and the interests of the village. Looking at the silent crowd, Luo Sha snorted coldly and said, since everyone has no objection, pass the order to intercept the traitor Ye King at the entrance of the Sand Village, and kill her if it is not necessary. As for Uchiha Chinyu, now that the 5-cage conference is about to be held, if he really wants to reconcile, he should know clearly what he can and cannot do. What's more, this is the Sand Village, and his hands cannot extend to this place, and he is not allowed to extend it here. Kill? Jiao Yuo's face turned pale, and his knees weakened. If Yashimaru hadn't supported him in time, he would have fallen to the ground. However, as Luosha's order fell, the entire Sand Village martial law was quickly imposed. The news that the traitor Ye King returned to the village spread throughout the Sand Village, giving people a sense of preemptive success. On the city wall, an old figure stood there like an iron tower. A sound of breaking through the air came from the side, and soon a puppet crow landed on the back of her hand. Go tell Ebizo to let him make his own decision. If Ye King comes back, she may be doomed. Crow. The puppet crow screamed and flew away. When the crow disappeared at the end of the sky, Cho fell into silence and looked back at the brand new sculpture not far away. This was a heroic sculpture built for Ye King by the people in the village not long ago after she was sent to the Hidden Mist village as a hero. Later, it was revealed that Ye King was colluding with the Konoha traitor, Uchiha Chinyu. However, due to recent events, it broke out one after another. The Sand Village leaders did not make any statement, and the question of whether the sculpture would continue to exist was gradually left behind. At this moment, even Cho could not figure out why Ye King came back. A trace of inexplicable reminiscence appeared on the old face like dry tree bark, and he fell into silence. Chapter 345 I couldn't help but call out teacher. Orochimaru, is this your laboratory? It's really simple. Abandoned towns, broken buildings, and various animals and even human corpses scattered around. If Orochimaru hadn't led the way in front, no one would believe that there would be a laboratory hidden in such a deserted place. Ahem, Chinyu, do I understand that you are making fun of me? Orochimaru looked back at Chinyu expressionlessly and said, I am not like you. I can be so high profile. Showing up a little will cause a lot of trouble. Hehe, the trouble you are talking about is Jiraiya, right? Chinyu said with a teasing smile, if he didn't keep saying that he liked Tsunade, I would doubt that there was something bad between you two. You guy. Orochimaru opened his mouth, speechless for a moment, and directly pressed his hand on the half-broken stone tablet on the ruins. A mysterious seal, obviously echoed the curse seal in Orochimaru's hand. Along with the rumbling sound of the earthquake, the half-broken stone tablet was directly moved away, revealing a tunnel stone staircase that could only accommodate one person. Let's go. This place has not been used for a long time. I hope the equipment can still operate. Orochimaru led the way in front, showing an interested smile, looking at Chinyu and said, I really want to know why you want to get the first generation of wood release cells. I'm not looking down on you. I was able to successfully extract wood release cells to the level of human experiments, but it took 4 or 5 years. If it were you, it would probably take 10, 15 years, or even longer. Why don't you leave this matter to me? Looking at Orochimaru who was like a curious baby, Chinyu smiled warmly and patted his shoulder, saying, Orochimaru, you should have heard a saying that the more you know, the faster you die. You are a smart person. Orochimaru's smile froze for a moment, and he coughed dryly and said, Ahem, I don't know anything, and I don't want to know. However, if you insist on trying, this is my note. I hope it will be of some use to you and extract the wood release cells as soon as possible. At this point, a hint of provocation and playfulness flashed in Orochimaru's pupils. The intention was obviously to see Chinyu make a fool of himself. Chinyu did not take Orochimaru's little trick to heart. After all, looking at the entire Naruto world, Orochimaru can definitely be called a scientific genius, a breath of fresh air. Geniuses are proud of their talents, and they speak completely based on their strength. As for whether the system also works on scientific experience in addition to ninjutsu, even Chinyu is unsure. As Orochimaru said, if the system does not work, for a newbie like Chinyu who is not even half a step into the profession. If it takes 10 years, or even longer, to extract the wood escape cells. This is more uncomfortable than death. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Chinyu's mind, and after taking the scroll from Orochimaru, he quickly spread it out. As the mysterious and difficult experience descriptions and various materials recorded on it quickly flowed through Chinyu's eyes, the fast-moving brain finally sounded a long-awaited ethereal voice. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for learning the theory of cell evolution. Do you want to choose to reach the maximum level with one click immediately? Sure enough. Chinyu pursed his lips and showed a playful smile. It seems that it is worthy of being a system. It is not only effective for ninjutsu, but also for this kind of scientific theory. It is indeed far beyond Chinyu's cognition. However, when I think about it, if even the growth experience of that thing is also invaded, then life may be a bit regretful. Obviously, he could have been a brother at the beginning, but he became a technical expert and a little motor in bed as soon as he debuted. It's a bit tragic. What's wrong, don't you understand? Do you need me to explain it to you? But it's also possible that even if I explain it to you, you won't understand it. The playfulness on Orochimaru's face became even more. However, the smile that just appeared suddenly became stiff as the words fell into his ears. No need, I have learned it, this thing is back to you. Chinyu came back to his senses and returned the scroll to Orochimaru. Learned it? Orochimaru asked stiffly, you are kidding, right? I just want to show my presence in front of the evildoer. Just nod your head to show that you won't do it. Boy, speak up. Do you really not give geniuses any room to survive? Looking at Chinyu, who closed his eyes and did not respond at all, Orochimaru was obviously anxious. In the vast ninja world, Orochimaru knew clearly that there were many people who surpassed him in the attainments of ninjutsu. But, in science, if Orochimaru dared to admit that he was second, no one would dare to admit that he was first. However, facing the evildoer Chinyu, he did not have the confidence at all. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the cell evolution theory has been successfully upgraded with one key. The voice of the system sounded again, accompanied by complicated information, like a warm current pouring into the mind. Chinyu exhaled a deep breath and suddenly opened his eyes. As expected, Orochimaru's ability in the ninja world is not something that ordinary people can replace. Only by personally contacting and understanding the mystery can one understand the profoundness of science. However, unlike Orochimaru, Chinyu did not have such a mind to be obsessed with science. He needed the theory of cell evolution. It was just because he did not like to let his fate be controlled by others. Looking back at the anxious Orochimaru, Chinyu patted his shoulder and said with a smile, I, Chinyu, call you the first person in science. The first person in science? Orochimaru was stunned. This sudden chicken soup was too sudden. However, before he could react, he saw Chinyu glanced around the field and took out the test tubes that he had taken from Orochimaru not long ago. Black Zetsu gave him the test tubes related to the first generation of Hokage's wood escape cells and Uchiha Madara's cells. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru suddenly woke up. Before he could study it further, he saw that all the experimental steps were carried out in Chinyu's hands like flowing water. The level of proficiency and the detailed process made Orochimaru stunned. In some experimental links that even he felt dry and had not figured out. Chinyu's hands were still flying like wheels, without any dryness or stagnation. That feeling was like an old scholar who had been immersed in scientific experiments for decades. When the last wood release cell was extracted, Orochimaru still kept a confused look, that kind of fiery and urgent. It felt like being in a dream and still unable to wake up. Most importantly, Orochimaru looked at Chinyu's back and couldn't help but call him teacher. Chapter 346 Transformation of the Samsara Eye. No way, no way. Orochimaru looked stiff, and quickly shook his head and said to himself, "You have long understood cell evolution. The extraction process you just did is more sophisticated and skillful than mine. There are some details that even I can't handle well. If my experiment is 100 points, then your experimental process is 200%. Can you show it to me again?" If it is said that in the original work, what made Orochimaru most enthusiastic was all kinds of perfect bodies. Then now, in his eyes, the most enthusiastic thing is to watch Chinyu do an experiment again. As for the evaluation that Chinyu gave him just now, the first person in science, it was simply a shame for him. Compared with the monster in front of him, he even felt ashamed of showing off just now. When he thought of the previous show of his skills, if there was a dog hole here, he would go in without hesitation. Hehe, some things can only be understood, not explained. I am different from you. I am not interested in so-called science, but you are different. Perhaps, after I extract this time, I will never perform so-called scientific operations again in my life. Chinyu smiled and looked at the syringe in his hand. If Orochimaru's experimental experience is correct, Black Zetsu's provision of cell samples about the first generation of Hokage and even Uchiha Madara is correct. Then this time will usher in the long-awaited opportunity to open the Samsara Eye. Seeing Chinyu's expression suddenly become solemn, Orochimaru opened his mouth and was silent for a while. It can be said that the purity of the wood-release cells extracted by Chinyu in his hand can definitely be called the purest and most infinitely close to the prototype of the wood-release cells of the first generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama, in Orochimaru's experimental career. If this cell is used to assist in the impure world reincarnation, it can definitely reproduce the glory of the first generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama. At the moment, Chinyu extracted this thing, which made Orochimaru feel intriguing. After all, in Orochimaru's cognition, this would release cell, in addition to being able to increase the success rate of impure world reincarnation and enhance control ability. At most, it can only enhance the compatibility of an experimental subject with transplantation operations such as Sharingan. If you are lucky, you may be able to create a useless wood-release ninja Yamato. At present, Chinyu has spent so much effort to extract this wood-release cell. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would not want to believe that all this is true. Orochimaru, didn't I just say that the more you know about some things, the faster you will die? Chinyu glanced at Orochimaru. Immediately, he exhaled a deep breath, aimed at his arm, and directly pierced the syringe into his arm under the shocked eyes of Orochimaru. The sudden scene made Orochimaru's face change drastically. This is not an ordinary cell. It is a combination of the cells of Uchiha Madara and the first generation Hokage Senju Hashirama, and the most refined cells are extracted. A legend known as the Uchiha clan, he is known as the god of ninja. Even when Orochimaru injected the wood-release cell with huge flaws into the baby's body, it would also cause backlash and other cell exclusion effects. Not to mention that it is the wood-release cell with a purity close to 100% in Uchiha Chinyu's hands now. Even if he is an extraordinary existence, he may also suffer from cell backlash. However, this thought just emerged in Orochimaru's mind. The next moment, Orochimaru saw Chinyu's arm, and the blood vessels quickly emerged, moving like a hideous centipede. Quickly spread to the heart and even the body. Such a horrifying scene, falling into Orochimaru's eyes, undoubtedly made his pupil shrink. He knew clearly that this was a sign of cell backlash. Once Chinyu's body could not support the power of this backlash, he would explode and die. However, facing all this, Chinyu seemed to have no regard for it. After taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes quietly. Uchiha Madara was able to accidentally open the Samsara Eye, which was also due to his luck after a near-death experience. Now Chinyu dared to do this, not because he thought his luck was better than Uchiha Madara. Instead, he was gambling with the system. As long as the cell assimilation can trigger the function of the system, everything will be done smoothly. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for obtaining the wood-release cell splitting evolution. Do you choose to immediately reach the maximum level with one click? The crisp and ethereal voice sounded in Chinyu's mind, making him smile at the corners of his lips, and at the same time, he felt relieved in his heart. After experiencing many things, Chinyu knew clearly that as long as he was in front of the system, any problem was not a problem. What's more, he had waited too long for this moment. After taking a deep breath, Chin-yu thought about it and immediately issued an order. Immediately reach the maximum level with one click. Ding dang, host, please wait. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, would release cell splitting evolution has reached the maximum level with one click. Ding dang, the system has detected that the host's eternal Sharingan has evolved into the Samsara Eye. Do you want to choose to reach the maximum level with one click? A series of system prompts came out, and Chin-yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This moment has finally arrived. Immediately reach the maximum level with one click. Chin-yu couldn't wait to give the order. Ding dang, host, please wait. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, Samsara Eye has reached the maximum level with one click. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the derived pupil technique, Shinra Tensei has reached the maximum level with one click. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the derived pupil technique, Wanxiang Tianyin has reached the maximum level with one click. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the derived pupil technique, Chibaku Tensei has reached the maximum level with one click. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the derived pupil technique, Summoning Outer Path Demon Statue has reached the maximum level with one click. A series of system prompts surprised Chin-yu secretly. He had been prepared for this, but he didn't expect that the Samsara Eye would generate so many eye techniques without him having to dig them out. Although ninjutsu like Shinra Tensei, Wanxiang Tianyin, and Chibaku Tensei are not very new. However, these are definitely big moves. Once the Samsara Eye is opened, it is just a matter of a few moves to destroy a ninja village. If it is combined with Uchiha Madara's amplification eye, the power cannot be described in words. Moreover, Chin-yu will be able to awaken his own eye techniques in the future. With the system by his side, it is just a thought. Chin-yu, are you okay? Orochimaru was stunned and couldn't help asking. A moment ago, he could still see Chin-yu's blood vessels swell up like a ferocious centipede. The whole person was like a swollen fat man. In Orochimaru's eyes, he thought Chin-yu would soon explode and die. He was planning to use his experience to give Uchiha Chin-yu emergency treatment. The next moment, Chin-yu's body shrank rapidly like a deflated balloon. This made Orochimaru feel puzzled and he could only stare and shout. But before he could make any move, he met Chin-yu's eyes that suddenly opened, which made his pupils shrink suddenly, and his face was full of disbelief. Chapter 347 Joining the Rebel Shinobi Group. Is this the Samsara Eye? Orochimaru's expression suddenly changed. Looking at the changes in Uchiha Chin-yu's pupils in front of him, the blood-red Sharingan instantly turned pale. This feeling simply made Orochimaru's spine shiver. But what shocked him the most was the origin of the Samsara Eye, which was transformed from the Mangekyou Sharingan. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Orochimaru wouldn't have believed that the Uchiha clan was actually related to the legendary Six-Path Sage. However, he dared not say more about this shock. After all, he remembered Chin-yu's words just now. The more you know, the faster you die. Sometimes, pretending to be ignorant is probably the way of smart people. Okay, the matter here is over, and you are free next. Chin-yu felt the powerful pupil power brought by the Samsara Eye. In addition, the expansion of chakra caused by the implantation of the wood escape cells of the first-generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama, in his body, made his own strength at least 5 or 6 times stronger than before the awakening of the Samsara Eye. If he faced Uchiha Madara again, even if he was in his prime, he would not be able to crush him. This time, he was probably pressed to the ground. Just leave like this? Orochimaru was stunned. As a man who was advancing on the path of science, he was of course filled with infinite curiosity about the legendary Samsara Eye. He thought that Chin-yu would at least try the power of the Samsara Eye. After all, even ordinary people would play with a brand new toy first. However, looking at Chin-yu's confident expression, Orochimaru knew clearly that his idea might have failed. However, before Chin-yu responded, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. The sudden scene made Orochimaru's nerves suddenly tense. After all, this was his secret laboratory, although it had been abandoned for a long time and had not been used much. However, he was confident that the concealment of this place was also first class among many laboratories. If even this laboratory was discovered, then other laboratories might also be discovered. Don't make a fuss, it's Kimimaro. Chin-yu rolled his eyes at Orochimaru. He was a little frightened, and it was obvious that he had not yet come out of the role of a student under the teacher's aura. Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when he heard the words. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Kimimaro, who had stayed outside, walking in quickly. Looking at the puppet scorpion in his hand, his eyebrows couldn't help but raise, revealing an interested expression. For those vicious members gathered by Qin Yu, in the huge ninja world, each one is a dangerous rebel. It seems to be an organization, but in fact they act separately. At least, in the many encounters and fights between Orochimaru and Qin Yu almost appeared alone every time. As for those so-called companions and subordinates, they were completely gone. However, it was precisely because of this degree of freedom that Orochimaru had an inexplicable yearning. "Boss, this is urgent information." Kimimaro looked at Orochimaru and handed the puppet scorpion in his hand to Qin Yu without any hesitation. Qin Yu took the puppet scorpion, took the information tied to it, looked at the content left on it, frowned slightly, and did not show any surprise. "Boss, what happened?" Kimimaro asked impatiently. After all, he was still young, and for the rebel ninja group under Qin Yu, he could only be regarded as a substitute main force at most. And the other old faces had already been sent out by Uchiha Qin Yu before he joined. If Kimimaro wanted to get the recognition of others, he would at least need to make greater efforts and participate in more battles, so that other members would not underestimate him because of his age. "Yekeng is planning to return to the Sand Village, and I'm afraid she will be in danger." Qin Yu raised a lightning with his backhand, and instantly shredded the note with the information. "Return to the Sand Village." Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, and said hesitantly, "Isn't Yekeng yours? I heard not long ago that the Sand Village has classified her as a suspected traitor. Now that she is related to you, if I run back rashly, I'm afraid I will be killed, right? Don't you need to save her?" As one of the three ninjas of Konoha in the past, Orochimaru's intelligence network should not be underestimated. If Yekeng was not entangled with Qin Yu, he might still be classified as a suspected traitor. Then not long ago, facing the attack of Bailuhu, Qin Yu rescued her in time. This is a hero saving a beauty, but it also means that the former Sand Village hero and the Konoha traitor Blood Ashura colluded, but it really existed. As long as the Sand Village has a murderous intention, there will be no need for too many reasons. No need. The things I gave her are enough for her to leave the Sand Village unscathed as long as she is willing. I just hope that the Sand Village will not do anything stupid, otherwise, I am afraid that the map of the ninja world will become the 4 major ninja villages." Qin Yu said lightly. The voice was not loud, and it seemed light and indifferent, but it was precisely because of this reason that Orochimaru felt more frightened. If, as Qin Yu said, the Sand Village made a wrong choice, it would be wiped out from the huge map of the ninja world. That means that what Qin Yu gave Yekeng is probably the most luxurious amulet in the ninja world. After all, the Sand Village was the instigator of the Third Ninja World War, and it had fought against the Konoha village many times in Kikyo Mountain. As one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha in the past, Orochimaru had confronted the Sand Village many times. In the original work, the 4th generation Kazekage Raza was hunted only when he went to Konoha village to participate in the Chunin exam. Many methods were used, including the 5 Otaninas, and even the 3rd Kazekage through the impure world reincarnation, to kill Luasha. However, now Qin Yu made a bold statement in public and gave Yekeng the amulet that could destroy the Sand Village. This was beyond Orochimaru's cognition. Don't you believe it? Kimimaro looked at Orochimaru coldly. During this period of time, he obviously liked to fight with Orochimaru. After all, along the way, only Orochimaru could make him feel a sense of existence. "No, I didn't, I was just curious about what that thing was." Orochimaru quickly responded. Orochimaru was salivating over Kimimaro's talent, but it didn't mean he was afraid of Kimimaro. "It's just that you have to look at the owner when beating a dog, and this kind of awe comes from Qin Yu." However, as soon as these words came out, Orochimaru quickly shut up and shook his head, saying, "Ahem, I remember everything. The more I know, the faster I die. But there is one thing I still want to try. I hope to join the Rebel Ninja Association. Group. Chapter 348 The Test of One Strike. I hope to join the Rebel Ninja Group." The small voice echoed in the messy laboratory, and Kimimaro's expression changed slightly. For outsiders, it is a shame to be a subordinate of a rebel ninja. However, during this period of time together, the special status of Uchiha Kainu, the rebel ninja of Konoha, Blood Ashura, in the ninja world, made Kimimaro feel a different kind of honor. If it is said that not long ago, because of the identity of the Bamboo Cutter clan, they were the rats crossing the street that everyone wanted to beat. But now when it is mentioned that he is someone around Uchiha Kainu, it will cause chickens and dogs to run away, and full of awe. This huge difference in treatment is not because of his own strength change. Instead, it is because of a name. This is enough to explain what a fierce reputation is. Otherwise, this shadow-level strongman in front of him, who is known as the Three Ninjas of Konoha and is valued by the demigod salamander Hanzo, will not be polite to him. Now that Orochimaru suddenly proposed to join the rebel ninja group under Chinyu, Kimimaro suddenly remembered something very important. He followed Chinyu when all the old members left the team. He was not very clear about how to officially join the rebel ninja group. If there is really a threshold, then Kimimaro thought that the easiest way to get recognition from other members is to pass the threshold of worship. You want to join my team? Chinyu raised his eyebrows. He was not too fond of the character of Orochimaru. After all, in the original work, even Kishimoto came up with a stroke of genius and gave Orochimaru a chance to whitewash himself. In the subsequent plot, he became a scientist who cooperated with Konoha Ninja Village and was treated seriously by the 5 major ninja villages. It can be said to be a clear stream in the whitewashing camp. Although, in the original work, Orochimaru was a rebellious person, always saying "I like your body" and ready to take the body at any time. But under absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are nonsense. What's more, in Chinyu's subsequent plan, he will use Orochimaru as a chess piece. This kind of surrender is always better than looking for the stinky snake all over the world when he needs it. Looking at the eager face of Orochimaru, the burning eyes like fire, Chinyu really doubted the male and female orientation of Orochimaru, who can attack and receive. However, need is one thing, but the threshold is another. If you have to say, what are the requirements and tests for joining his army, there is only one condition. Take the next move. Boss, is there really a test condition for joining your army? Kimimaro couldn't hold back his temper. Feeling the urgent gazes of the two, Chinyu touched his nose helplessly and said, "Yes, the condition is very simple. As long as you can survive my move like the others, you can become a member of my army. Take your move." Orochimaru's expression suddenly changed, and the battle between Uchiha Madara and Chinyu that day emerged in his mind. Between the gestures, the attack method that shattered the world. For Orochimaru, thinking about it also made his spine cold. What's wrong? It's not too late to regret now. Chinyu smiled and patted Orochimaru on the shoulder, saying, "Don't force it, otherwise you will be a hero again in 18 years. You." Orochimaru was speechless for a moment. However, the more he looked at Chinyu's indifferent smile, the more his heart felt like it was being tightened by an invisible hand. However, when he thought of the superb science and technology that Uchiha Chinyu possessed, Orochimaru could not suppress the heat in his heart. After his eyes flickered for a moment, Orochimaru gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Okay, I am willing to accept the test." In terms of combat power, Orochimaru believed that he was not Chinyu's opponent. But in terms of self-protection, he still had some confidence. "I am willing to." Kimimaro also hurriedly agreed. That expression seemed to be worried that he would be left behind. Chinyu looked at Kimimaro with a little surprise, shook his head and said, "You are still young, you don't need to accept this kind of test. Forget it, it's up to you." Seeing Kimimaro's stubborn face, Chinyu was too lazy to waste words and walked out of the laboratory first. Orochimaru and Kimimaro looked at each other and quickly followed. After several minutes, after being far enough away from the laboratory, Orochimaru and Kimimaro followed Chinyu to a dilapidated ruin. Seeing the steps that suddenly stopped, his heart suddenly tightened, and he was alert. "Don't worry, the threshold for joining is to resist one move, I won't sneak attack you." Chinyu turned his head and rolled his eyes helplessly, as if the two were startled, and said, "However, you still have a chance to quit now. Once it really starts, you will probably die." As soon as these words fell, Orochimaru and Kimimaro's hearts skipped a beat. After looking at each other involuntarily, Orochimaru could not help but force a smile, licked his long scarlet tongue, and said, "It's just one move. I, Orochimaru, am one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, so I am still a little confident. However, little brat, I know you are very strong and have a rare bloodline boundary, but if you really can't hold on, you can hide behind me, and I will take care of you a little." "No need, you should take care of yourself first." Kimimaro replied indifferently. Seeing that the matter could not be negotiated, the two of them their eyes suddenly turned and locked onto Chinyu. The hands hidden in their sleeves had already formed a seal. Facing this attack, they had obviously abandoned the idea of attacking and thought of their most powerful defensive means. As long as Uchiha Chinyu made a move, they would use their most powerful defensive ninjutsu to try to block this attack. However, chaotic thoughts flashed through their minds. When they held their breath and focused, they met Chinyu's eyes, and they felt like they fell into an ice cellar. Originally, Uchiha Chinyu, who was as ordinary as a boy next door, had his aura completely restrained in an instant. The next moment, a pale color filled his pupils like a raging tide. The 9 Megatama, when they passed through the circles of ripples, seemed to penetrate their souls. An indescribable aura, as if he was high above, overlooking the world, and indifferent like a god, spread over Chinyu's body. In an instant, it shook their minds and struck deep into their souls. They had already seen Uzumaki Nagato's Samsara Eye. At that time, they were curious and unfamiliar. But now Chinyu gave them the feeling of a god. It gave them the illusion that their lives were in someone's hands. Before they could react, they saw Uchiha Chinyu, who looked as cold as water, slowly raising his right hand. Chapter 349 The 10,000 Snakes That Were Tricked to Death. The right hand that was slowly raised, the 5 fingers slightly stretched out, the tense muscles seemed to be infinitely slowed down at this moment, and fell into Orochimaru's eyes, and his heart was suddenly tightened at this moment. As a senior ninja who has been in the ninja world for more than 10 or 20 years, he has also been in life and death. At this moment, he has an inexplicable illusion. This time, requesting to join the rebel ninja group and accepting this test is not to die, but to seek death. A mess of thoughts flashed through his mind, and before he could think about it, Orochimaru roared like crazy. Kimimaro, if you don't want to die, hide behind me quickly and use all your defense, otherwise you will definitely die. With a roar, without any fancy moves, Orochimaru's hands flew up like wheels. At this moment, let alone the strength of sucking milk, I'm afraid Orochimaru even had the willpower to hold his urine. That hand speed completely surpassed the accumulation of decades of being single. The complicated summoning spell only took 2 short breaths at this moment. When his hands suddenly clasped together and slapped the ground heavily, Uchiha Chinyu's cold words like a tide instantly exploded. Summoning Technique Triple Rashomon. Shinra Tensei. Boom. The earth was roaring, after getting the first generation Hokage Senju Hashirama, this absolutely defensive summoning technique. Even when facing his former teacher, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru had never used his full strength to summon 3 Rashomons. But this time, he had no choice. His intuition told him that if he still held a contemptuous attitude, the result would be, as Chinyu said, a dead end. The 3 Rashomons quickly broke out of the ground, with the clanking sound of chains and the hideous face of the gate sculpture, exuding an ancient, indestructible breath. However, in the face of all this, the air fluctuations that were flowing out stagnated in an instant. The next moment, at the moment when Uchiha Chinyu suddenly clenched his 5 fingers in the air, the space where the air was stagnant exploded like a balloon. An indescribable impact force, with Chinyu as the center, burst out directly like a volcanic eruption. Wherever he passed along the way, any dilapidated buildings, heavy rocks, and dozens of meters of earth rock layers. At the moment when the 5 fingers were clenched, they were all like papier-mâché. At this moment, this invisible repulsive force, like a force of 10,000 kilograms, instantly hit the first Rashomon. Boom! It was like an ancient drum being struck, bringing a deafening roar and collision sound. The seemingly indestructible gate, the 2 hanging hammer chains representing the limit of bearing, were directly tightened to the extreme. Before the roar sound was completely dissipated, the first door, the hideous carved face, instantly sank and shattered, and under the indescribable deformation, a sound of explosion was heard, and it instantly turned into a white mist and dissipated between heaven and earth. The next moment, the 2nd and 3rd Rashomon were no exception. Under this invisible, like a raging tide, with a force of 10,000 kilograms, it could not withstand a confrontation at all, and was shattered, turning into a white mist that dissipated between heaven and earth. Orochimaru, who witnessed this scene, had already been mentally prepared. However, when he witnessed all this, his heart seemed to be crushed. However, the triple Rashomon seemed to be as thin as paper and had no effect at all. But it also gave Orochimaru a chance to catch his breath. After summoning the triple Rashomon, his hands that were making seals not only did not stop for a moment, but the speed of the seals was like a hurricane, turning at a faster speed. When the 3rd Rashomon collapsed, the last seal also fell. Feeling the invisible impact that seemed to tear his body apart, Orochimaru roared like a madman without any hesitation. Summoning technique, 10,000 snakes. In the face of life and death at the moment, the most powerful summoning method that Orochimaru could think of in his mind was his strongest summoning method. It was also his summoning beast that was both his enemy and friend. The huge purple body emerged like a mountain. The white mist was lingering, and the moment it sensed Orochimaru's summoning, Wan Shi was secretly happy. After all, according to the contract between Orochimaru and it, every summoning must be followed by at least 100 living sacrifices. This is the best food for Wan Shi. So, as soon as it appeared, still in the space crossing, Wan Shi couldn't help but open his mouth and throw out cold and cruel words. Orochimaru, you dare to disturb my rest. If there is nothing important, I must kill you. Don't forget the agreement between us. I am willing to come out, but you have to prepare 100, no, 200 living sacrifices for me afterwards, otherwise I will kill you. The rolling voice, with an unquestionable taste, exploded like thunder. However, before Wan Shi got a response from Orochimaru, the first scene he saw made him look confused. Orochimaru, who was always feminine and played tricks with him, actually jumped into his mouth with a little kid the moment his mouth opened. It felt as if he had calculated this opportunity from the beginning and couldn't wait to become its food. Facing this sudden scene, Wan Shi didn't wait for him to be happy. A breath of death quickly rolled back to his whole body on his sharp tail vertebrae. When he suddenly reacted, the scene he saw shook his nerves. With a force of 10,000 kilograms, the invisible repulsive force like a raging tide, without any fancy, crushed it head-on. The huge momentum made Wan Shi, who was like a hill on the ground, fly out directly like a balloon. Without any suspense, it hit the rock wall of the mountain thousands of meters high. The next moment, a thunderous explosion sounded straight up into the sky. The dust that rolled back and spread like a raging tide gave people an illusion of covering the sky and the sun, making the sky dark. It was unknown how long it took, until the dust that filled the sky and the earth dissipated, and the huge funnel ruins, with Uchiha Chinyu as the center, quickly radiated to a range of 10 kilometers. The town, which originally covered an area of 4 or 5 kilometers, turned into ashes in an instant and was completely razed to the ground. The trees, rocks, and mountains in the distance along the way disappeared. The only trace that could prove their existence was the messy debris on the ground. And Uchiha Chinyu came to his senses and looked embarrassed. Chapter 350 Did they all die once? Bang! A huge black shadow fell from the sky, accompanied by a dull thunder-like sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. The snake that looked like a rotten cloth bag fell heavily to the ground. The scarlet blood splashed out, as if it was free, and a large amount of blood directly dyed the ground hundreds of meters in radius red. The body that looked like a small mountain and the scales that represented indestructibility were unusually majestic. Before the Shinra Tensei, it gave people a feeling of being like paper, and it didn't play any role at all. The huge body, not to mention the scales, were broken, the flesh and bones all over the body. Under the huge impact, the moment it smashed against the rock wall, it was directly smashed into pieces. In the past, it was notorious in the ninja world. As the symbol of Orochimaru's 3 ninjas, it was signed from the Dragon Cave, the most powerful snake. At this moment, it was completely turned into a pile of meat sauce. The pair of diamond-shaped snake eyes that still had a fierce light in them barely twitched open, and opened their mouths with difficulty, saying intermittently, "Damn Orochimaru, dare to use me as a shield, I will kill you." The fierce words, like a last ray of light, rolled away like thunder. However, when the voice faded, the life of Wan Shi was directly annihilated here. Uchiha Chinyu, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. At first, Chinyu thought that because of his intrusion, the fate of many people and things in the Naruto world would change. Never thought that Wan Shi would eventually escape the fate of being pitted to death. Moreover, it was more than 10 years earlier, becoming the shortest-lived existence among the 3 ninja summoning beasts. Fortunately, it was the curse of Orochimaru, and it had nothing to do with me. Chinyu muttered to himself, and with a flash of his figure, he quickly rushed towards the corpse of Wan Shi. Before he got close, the slightly opened bloody mouth made a sound like cloth tearing, and soon white bone spurs were seen piercing out of it. The slightly opened mouth was forcibly stretched open. A figure covered with broken bones and blood walked out of the snake's mouth with staggering steps. Looking at Kimimaro, who was not blasted into a meat paste by Shinra Tensei, Chinyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was soon attracted by the rotten sack-like figure that was pulled out of the snake's mouth by Kimimaro. From the broken and bloody clothes, it can be vaguely seen that this should be Orochimaru who has become a meat paste. After all, the triple Rashomon and the pit to kill Wan Chi are all the defenses of Orochimaru. Compared with Kimimaro, it is obviously missing a layer of bone armor like fine steel. If he didn't turn into a meat paste, it would be a miracle. Boss, I'm sorry, I failed and also implicated the snake. Maru. Kimimaro said with an apologetic look on his face. In his eyes, if Orochimaru hadn't pulled him into the mouth of the snake at the last moment, he would not be able to withstand this wave of impact with his current bloodline limit and the bone armor he summoned. This made Kimimaro, who had been confronting Orochimaru from the beginning, feel guilty. Haha, have you forgotten my evaluation of Orochimaru? Chinyu reached out and rubbed Kimimaro's head, and said with a smile, in this world, anyone can die, but no one can completely kill Orochimaru. Look at his body. Kimimaro was stunned when he heard this. He recalled Chinyu's evaluation of Orochimaru in Wushan Town, and he couldn't wait to look back. The first thing he saw was the squirming meat paste. The frequency of the squirming gradually increased from a small amplitude at the beginning. In the end, the body of Orochimaru, which had been crushed into meat paste, moved like a boneless snake. The tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing the creepy whites of the eyes, accompanied by the sound of dry retching, and the bloody mouth split open at the same time. A pair of slender hands stretched out from Orochimaru's hands. With an extremely terrifying posture, he grabbed the upper and lower jaws, and the next moment he suddenly exerted force to pull them apart. A wet body emerged from the torn mouth, and Kimimaro's face turned extremely livid under the familiar face. Even Chinyu was a little uncomfortable with the way Snake Uncle appeared and resurrected. After persisting for more than half a minute, this disgusting ritual finally came to an end. That body covered with saliva stood in front of Chinyu and Kimimaro. However, compared with their disgusting faces, Orochimaru was still frightened. If it weren't for the last moment, he forcibly overdrawn all the potential of this immortal reincarnated body and performed a cell reorganization and regeneration. I'm afraid that Orochimaru would become a meat paste like Manju and die directly. Looking back at Manju, who was pitted to death, Orochimaru exhaled a breath of turbid air, then looked at Chinyu and said, I should barely pass the test. I really doubt that they can pass the test because they all died once. Recalling the brief fight just now, Orochimaru still remembered it vividly and couldn't help but complain. However, it was precisely because of this life and death experience that Orochimaru felt a little more fortunate. He was glad that he was not reckless enough to confront Chinyu head-on. I'm afraid that no matter what means he uses, he will eventually die. I said that you can just take the next move, no matter what means you use. Chinyu looked at Orochimaru. As Kimimaro said, at the last moment, if Orochimaru hadn't helped him, he wouldn't have been able to pass. But it was precisely because of this reason that Chinyu's view of Orochimaru changed a little. Perhaps, the current Orochimaru is not like the Orochimaru who has been numb for more than 10 years in the original work. Just as the comment given when the third-generation Hokage was killed in the original work. Teacher Koro will still make you feel sad. This proves that Orochimaru, as a rebellious ninja, still has a trace of reason left. However, there are also many speculations in the original work. Chinyu once suspected that every time Orochimaru split a heaven and earth curse seal, he was trying to peel off a trace of his conscience. In the original work, Orochimaru was killed by Sasuke once and sealed by Uchiha Itachi once. At that time, Orochimaru was still full of greed for Sasuke's young body. However, after Sasuke cursed the seal from Mitarashi Red Bean and resurrected Orochimaru, Orochimaru's personality has changed. It can be said that his character has been completely cleansed. It is completely contrary to Shui's speculation. He has always liked to destroy the Konoha village, but he is no longer interested in the Ninja World War. He has clearly regained his power from Kabuto and successfully regained his hands, but he said that he has lost interest in Sasuke's body. In the end, he helped Sasuke summon the successive Hokage and rushed to the battlefield to save Tsunade.